straight into the waiting arms of Rel, who stuns him up, and King Boomy just pumps arrows into his face. Ari goes down. Boomy trying to glide, trying to play the fight, but he can't. It's a triple kill, but quadra kill. Forfeit is not, as the fourth member of FTR goes down. FTR has the Grandmaster's Might, has a Counter-Strike, there's no flash, you don't have E, you've overplayed your hand and you're gonna get punished for it. Down you go.
Toy is just being thrown around like a ragdoll.
It could be absolute disaster, and he does exactly that.
It's not a Yasuo, there's
Oh, it's even more to process. Flash bait seal. Another Knight goes down. Two-handed flash there. Gonna escape away as the Q flash forward now from Gatling Prodigy. Gonna take him out. Minions there to witness. Here's a killer instant go. It's like take everything back. Their way into mid-side here. Obviously, all the ultimates, apart from the Fate's Heal, back up and available. And there's a beautiful Glacial Prison taking out Valare. 1 and 3 back to the Shopkeeper. He's coming very familiar with what it looks like walking out of base here. It's going to be taken away by Gambling Prodigy yet again, showing us they have secure hands. And here comes a flash Pop Blossom onto 4. The flash over the wall from Gambling Prodigy. Going to keep him alive as 3 more members going to fall. And the pit is a massacre for the blue team. Every single member just going to be sent home in a body bag. This is going to be another fight. This is going to be a cleanse flash to Aqua. Yet again, actually a good play for 5 Mighty Bulldogs.
Back in, I don't know where you're thinking of going, but Brattles is low. Wake up, one more auto will do it. Chikawa looks like a fresh meal. Why are they not giving this to the Ash? Rest of the team's got look at Brattles. This is actually a monster mesh because you are burning them alive. And it's absolutely disgusting to see. The shutdown looks good for Stardunk, but it doesn't matter when Brattles is an absolute fiend. It's a double Swain ulti battle lock if ever I've seen it.
He's made his way to mid, but the Grandmaster has followed him down and he's going to punish him. I'm not sure a call. I don't think there was any thought process that went into that. Hold on a second. There might be another pick here. Revenant force flash over the wall. Flag and Drag actually going to go all over Luke's face there. Not over yet. Klez now being dismounted. Dodge the Aatrox Q2. Flashes the Q3. Igniting the face. Revenant has to space that. Oh, I have no words for that. Boomy is a charge coming through. Noxian in general. Look at the damage. Popped before the Lambs Spike could even finish. Oh, what is going on?
No.
One. He's going to get killed by the crop. Has to run away. Has to be the safety. Q flash. Gonna take the kill.
He's gone. That's just lit.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Oceanic Challenger Circuit, where today, man, we have a banger series prepared for you. We've made it all the way to the playoffs, and after that intro, I don't know about you, Weapon, but I'm feeling so excited to get into these games. How you feeling, man?
Feeling good. That intro is sick. That is so sick. Our production team, our production guy, does. Amazing, it's a team. Right? We've got an observer. It's a team. They do an incredible job, and it has been 5 weeks of competition. We are here. We've made it through the Swiss stage, Swiss elimination stage. We said goodbye to a bunch of our teams, but here we are in the playoffs. This is where the heat turns up. This is going to be a sick night.
Yeah, and obviously to get to this point, these teams are standing on the corpses of all the teams that they've trampled over, right? So there's a massive line of victories and defeats that a lot of these teams have had throughout the competition. A lot of stories involved here. And we're going to take a look soon at the Swiss stage bracket. In fact, we're going to take a look at that right now, I think. And yeah, here we get to see what's been going on. Obviously,
we've seen a bunch of these games on stream. We have covered them. And look, there's a couple of teams that I think I want to talk about this eliminator bracket, because there are a couple of teams that I did not think we would be saying goodbye to so quickly. I think the 5 Mighty Bulldogs team was, and the Roundtable, G-Meow. So that just shows how competitive this tournament has been. And of course, UQ LOL, who we're going to be seeing in later on. The big thing I want to point out is those guys have fought tooth and nail. I mean, that's a lower bracket run, if anything.
Oh, 100%. With UQ LOL as well. Those was the games that we watched live on stream. Games that I actually had the pleasure of casting. And the 1 and 2 bracket, the last chance bracket, UQ LOL, man, they made a statement. It wasn't just wins, it was complete dominations in those games. So whatever they weren't doing right in the first 2 rounds, they seem to get it back together. So maybe we'll see. I think we're watching them today in the best of 3. Maybe we'll see if they've still got it. Personally, I think they do. They looked like a complete menace on the Rift. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them play. But you're right to talk about 5 Mighty Bulldogs. Now we're going to look at the full playoff bracket. We're going to look at who's against who today. Any comments about these matchups so far?
I mean, there are a couple of them we are going to see today. I think the others will be... I'd love to get confirmation from production. They're being played off stream next Friday. Okay, there we go. He sent me the schedule, and I probably should know this. It's okay, because we will be seeing, of course, today, we've seen the XTD Gamers, which is, of course, sort of a bit of a QUT plus extras sort of situation, versus Jesus Loves Yol, which I think... just coming in looks like one of the strongest teams in the tournament. They're so consistent. And then, of course, the later on we will be seeing UQ LOL versus the... we've been calling them Weebs, but we'll probably just... we'll say their actual name is Himiko Toko Shower. It's Weebs is what they're actually called. Yeah. So those will be the games tonight. And I think these are both going to be a couple of bangers. I think if we have to put a stamp on it. I think UQ LOL have the hardest fight maybe of their entire tournament lives.
Yes.
Because Himiko Togas have looked good, but as you kind of pointed out, they're coming in hot hands.
Yeah, so I'm not one to back down. I'm gonna call that UQ LOL takes the entire tournament right now. That's what I'm calling right now. I think they take Himiko Toga's shower. They take whoever wins the semifinals. They take the grand finals. I've been watching them. I believe them. I believe the UQ LOL train. That's where I'm at, Nick.
This spoken like a man who does not cast the OLI. I will say that much. The UQ LOL team, yes, they are very good. They have some high highs.
Yeah.
And I really hope they keep up this form because I do agree. I think this roster is looking fantastic. Luku, has been brought back into the jungle role, absolutely just driving this team. Sometimes dragging the team around it's a bit of a weekend at Bernie situation, but in the past couple of weeks they've absolutely turned it on. I think the big overperformer there has been FTR. His Jax game last week, massive, just huge.
Just completely abolishing Ione as well. I think the only time I've seen Ione get put to 1-13 in competitive play.
Rafura Ione as well.
Yeah, sorry, not like it was a sloucher. Here's the first match that we were watching today. No UQ LOL to speak of yet. Instead, we're going to be focusing on XTD Gamers versus Feeders and On. Anything to say about these two?
Yeah, okay. My notes go completely out the window. So the big thing I think we have to talk about here. Okay, well, can I get confirmation from production? It is going to be it's XTD versus JLY. Is that correct, production?
Jesus Loves You All, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. It is. Okay, awesome. They're fixing it. That's fine. So it is going to be the XTD Gamers versus Jesus Loves Y'all. The lineup for Jesus Loves Y'all, just to quickly touch on it, is Masessa in the top lane, Han in the jungle, Imogen, Creon, and Soli in bot lane. There we go. It's been fixed. I think this game is going to be a banger, but look, if I'm going to call it out, I think this is going to be a bit of a struggle for the XTD guys.
I would say so as well. I mean, I've watched Imogen perform on the Rift before. And that's a deadly dance right there. That guy knows what he's doing when it comes to playing League of Legends. That is a scary name to see. And the rest of the team on Starch as well. That bot lane, someone to be feared. So XCD Gamers, I think you're right. It's going to be a fight for their lives.
Yeah, definitely. And when I look at the XCD Gamers lineup as well, I know that a lot of the shot calling is going to be coming from Frosty, who is in fact the coach of one of the QUT squads over in the OLI. So definitely a big brain when it comes to playing on the Rift. And you can see how a lot of their victories have come through, I think not really necessarily out executing, but out executing in the micro, but outplaying in the macro, being able to put their players where they need to go, make sure they always have pressure on the map. So it's going to be a question of whether they can keep that up against Jesus Loves Y'all, who I think are also just one of the most consistent teams. Masessa, consistently fantastic in lane. Han is a utility merchant and just knows exactly what his role is in every single game. Imogen, I will say, is a bit coin flip, but when the coin lands on heads, just is untouchable. And Prion and Soli, I think, have some of the highest ceilings of any of the bot lanes in this tournament. So we'll see what they can do. I think the standard, the floor is a bit higher for that team. It's just a question of how far they can go.
And the question for me as well is we're looking at what XCD Gamers, the way they like to play. Do you really think that macro focus is going to be enough to take you all the way in this tournament? Obviously, as we get deeper in, the teams you're going to start playing against, they're going to get really damn good, right? Jesus Loves Y'all, that's just the first hurdle. Then you got to take the semis, then you got to take the grand finals. So if you're not able to work on your micro and your macro, become a team to be fit in all aspects of the Rift, maybe you're going to fall down. But let's talk a bit about draft. Is there anything you expecting to see, you want to see? Maybe you think's a bit underappreciated?
Well, I think Imogen is basically just showing that they love to play Yone, and that's it. Yone. And that's pretty much all they have in the tank when it comes to competitive. Maybe they'll bust out something like we know in solo queue they love their assassins, things like the Akali, the LeBlanc. But we do have ourselves a draft. The other pick I'm looking at is Zaita over on the XTD side, mid Sivir, and it worked.
What? That worked?
It worked.
Okay, all right.
So do they do it again?
I think it's an interesting call. This is a fearless best of 3, right? So whatever they pick in this game, it's also denying it from the opposition. I don't think game 1 is where you're going to see the crazy picks. Maybe we see a Sivir mid. I'd be here for it. Question mark.
We'll see what they go for. There's Ezreal ban. We're just taking away that from Prion, I imagine. Prion, very, very good on these more mechanics max champions. Not really the meta at the moment, but Ezreal's always kind of good. Also, I think back in the past was very much feared for his Lucian, but that is not something that we expect to see these days. The early ban's weird because I don't know who plays that. It doesn't seem like a Visor champ.
Right? So
yeah,
we're not. Thing.
we're not quite the FTR's not quite hit the rift yet. So that one will be banned later.
Pantheon.
The big question I have also going to this draft is the state of Gwen, because Gwen, I believe she was micro nerfed. They had a micro patch nerf. She's been hit a lot. We've been seeing the grass build. Basically, every top laner in this tournament is playing it, and they're playing it to a high level. It doesn't really take a lot, but it has just been blasting people. So this is your chance here, I think, on Jesus Loves You All. Don't ban it here. It's going into the hands of Visor, and I think you just throw away that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it is nerfed, right? So that the early game potency of it, at least until level 13, is a lot nerfed, because the E damage has been reduced in the early game. It has been reduced by 2% overall, but it's particularly potent because you're not maxing it. There's the Jace. So it's less scary, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it is ridiculous in the late game team fights. All the power in the ultimate you could possibly want. Jake's ban, Varus ban, make Gwen's open.
Okay.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? Is it banned? Is it nerfed enough? And we'll soon find out.
So.
I think she's still very, very strong and still definitely first pick worthy. And I think the grass build has proved extremely successful for her, because itemization for Bruiser AP champions, there it is, it's just locked in. Yeah, the Bruiser AP champion itemization right now is just fantastic. We're going to see Braddles playing later on. He's a big aficionado of things like the Swain. And that's just, you can get so much health and so much AP out of these champions these days. So we'll see what the answer is. The traditional Jace has been taken away. Imogen going to get his hands on the Azir. There's not a really... Please, go on.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think if you're looking at Gwen counterpicks, you're going to stray away from tanks, right? So that's one thing we're definitely not going to see. Skarner in the jungle, right? Okay, that's fair enough. So we're looking at a Bruiser. We're looking at something you can contest a 1v1. We're looking at something that doesn't get screwed over by her W. It's a fairly limited pool.
Yeah, it feels like maybe you go for the Ambessa, because it competes in the lane, but then I think outperforms in team fights, at least in terms of utility. And if the Gwen's not massively ahead, then she can't just run willy-nilly into your team. So there is that option. Misesa, outside of, I think the Gwen has been a little bit more willing to play the more conservative matchups, things like the Renekton, as there is the Zayta LeBlanc locked in. Of course, has been updated on this patch. Not a lot of changes to the champion, but she looks cool.
She does look cool.
She does
look cool. That's true. That's Jax.
There's Jax. Wow. Okay. All right. I mean, it makes sense, but the problem with Snip Snip is it's not an auto attack.
Yeah, nor is
actually
Needlework.
Goes through it. Yeah, so it's a rough one. It definitely will get better. Wit's End definitely will help if you go down that route, or magic resist itemization. Sudden Sky. You'd there to be a stun bot. Maybe you just go to Zhonya's build and just play the team fights. But definitely Misesa going to be on the back foot in terms of just early game against that Gwen. So we'll see if Slayer boxes can get up towards that top side, because that's probably where you start to look. And then it's on Han to be the person to match that, try and stop a bit of that early game tempo and aggression coming out from Visor.
Yeah, now comes the great ADC ban wave as well. Got 3 ADCs taken out. We might see a 4th. 4 ADCs taken out with the Varus as well. We're looking at, I mean, it's like Zeri's left. It's just Tristana's gone. Screw that, champ. What do we even have, man? Was it Zeri? Ashe is gone?
Jinx is remaining.
Jinx, Jin?
Yeah, Jinx, Zeri. Varus is gone. So yeah, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
We're out.
I think if you go on the side of who have we got? Jesus Loves You All. Okay, I was actually gonna say Jinx feels like it would work, because you very much have a composition that would favor resets, and you probably would have loved to have gotten that Tristana.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But the Xayah feels a bit strange here. I've never loved Xayah into Gwen, because when she goes up, she has to inevitably go down. Yeah. And Needlework has like 3 charges. Xin Zhao can just stick to you. You're not really immuning that one big ultimate. So Prion definitely going to have execution required of him. We'll see if he can make it happen, as Frosty's going to get his Poppy.
That's quite lane dominant right there. Caitlyn locked in as well. So you're looking at Caitlyn, LeBlanc, Xin Zhao. If we're talking about early game dominance, when it comes to that dragon, Poppy as well with a Hail Blade's Ignite. Man, that's terrifying on that bot side. If it falls behind, we're looking at a bit of a wet noodle fight. But if it doesn't fall behind, it really isn't going to, I don't think. Is Rakan locked in?
Yeah,
it's quite weak, no? It looks a bit flimsy.
So it does work as secondary engage, and I think that's probably what's saving it here. I'm not necessarily against it in this draft. You've got Han, you've got Misesa, who can be that primary front line, and then Soli just has to be that secondary. The problem is that you've just counterpicked yourself into a Poppy, so that lane is going to be just miserable. So definitely a big chance here for the XDD gamers to take this game over from the early game and just run it from there. And that's probably what they're looking to do with this Xin Zhao, much more aggressive. Han, of course, is a scanner and can find some early action, but who's he ganking for here?
Yeah.
I don't think he's ganking for anyone.
That's the dictionary definition of a counterpick as well. Like, you say like it's a counterpick, that's like a proper insane cannot do anything as solely counterpick, because you can't go in, you can't go out. Your ability is like 90% useless. We got the Pulse Fire Caitlyn coming through. Skin inspection, very important part of League of Legends here. It's 30 seconds in the game, fairly standard, nothing too funny going on apart from that stack in bot lane.
Classic Kale action. We get the fashion show. That is the T1 Azir skin. Very cool.
That's nice. That's nice.
We just have a full stack here. We're probably looking for some. You basically.
Oh, that's
just
very
don't wanna
bad.
go
In the
vertical
wall,
here.
cleanses
Wait.
the stun. Actually, it's okay. There's another flash forward there. The chain's gonna land. There's a flash force from the Zyve. She's rooted anyway. Ignite through as well. The Xin Zhao's charging forwards audaciously, putting her in the ground. It's first blood with the OK emote claimed by XDD Gamers. A beautiful start for this early game centric team comp.
Really nice stuff there. Like you said, Slayer gonna get that first blood. Very, very much gonna help. And I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if they would want to go vertical here and try and actually split the map, take the bot side for themselves, so they can just leverage that bot lane matchup. The ward has been placed, so it probably means that with that knowledge, Slayer's just going to go towards his bot side, but could rinse repeat, maybe look for a bit of a cheeky regank towards the bot side now that Xayah has absolutely no summoners.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say, the Xin Zhao as well was able to grab the longsword, which is going to make his clear a lot faster. So if you're looking at a vertical jungle option, hold on a second though. Frosty's targeting the Xayah yet again. No cleanse has walked up to the bush, going to take half her HP and just walk it off.
This is just going from bad to worse for Prion and Zoli. Now they're just going to be relegated to catching waves under tower. Level 2 is going to be hit by Aqua and Frosty nice and early. And this is some of that shot calling we were expecting to see out of this side. XDD Gamers, they have a coach on their squad. They have someone who knows exactly what they need to do, where the win cons lie, and they found it early. It's a question of whether they can convert.
A level 2 gank. He has Wind becomes lightning. Has Audacious Charge. Actually just going to use the Audacious Charge and the 3 Talon Strike, forcing out the flash. But the chain's yet again going to connect from Zaitar. It's a crazy gank, but it works out as what's going on down here. Frosty, is he going to die? Force the flash away to heal. And the auto attack from Rakan has just managed to kill the Poppy.
I don't know if that's worth it. Han going to complete the clear. It's a level 2-3.
I mean, it's level, yeah, he's 12 CS, he's level 3. Slayer boxes, I think he just misread entirely where the Skarner's starting, right? He's just going to go down in the jungle. He's a corpse now. The Scorpion gets a reset. Level 4 very soon, and that's disastrous for XDD Gamers.
That's kooky stuff. You get the kill on the bot side. I was going to say it wouldn't really matter because it went on the Rakan and you traded so much for it, but maybe it does matter because it does let you get a bit of breathing room in that bot side, but Slayer boxes just gifted Han a freebie there. Just 4 CS, not really farming, not looking to do anything. To give him credit, he does know exactly how this early game needs to be played, which is just all action all the time, but there is a point where you have to get some farm, my dude, and unfortunately does not get it.
And that's the punishing thing as well with the level 2 gank, right? It shows everyone where you are. So I think he was gambling. Maybe Skarner starts top side, we get something in the blue side jungle. It just didn't turn out. And that's the punish right there. It's massive for the early game of XDD Gamers. And Dragon going to spawn in a couple of minutes. I don't think they're really going to have a great chance of contesting it.
No, you do. You just have a Caitlyn Poppy lane, so you are going to be able to hold priority here. You're going to get yourselves a chance to sneak something in there, but it does mean that Slayerbox is going to be very delayed on this clear. And you can see he's just skipping camps. I think he's going straight bot side.
Oh,
this is
man.
crazy.
This is not good. If you die right now, it's a 3-wave crash here. Vizor's already taken off his HP. Here comes a Skarner. Actually dashed out of the way there quite neatly. Vizor's just going to, look death in the face and laugh. As what is going on here? There's a dead bird, man. It's roast chicken. What the hell?
What? I don't even know what happened. So there's no flash on Imogen, so that probably means that the coin has come up tails, by the way. Really nice by Frosty.
Yeah, that was very nice right there.
The coin's come up tails, so Zyver on the LeBlanc, which is one of his most played in solo queue, is just finding early pressure, and that's a huge CS lead. So it's an awkward map state. You've got some fed lanes, you've got a mid lane that's going to be able to hold priority.
Oh my goodness, in the wall straight away. It's actually very bad here. The Battle Dance not going to lead to anything apart from a double kill for XCD Gamers. It's an overstep. I guess they didn't understand where Slayer Boxes was because this guy just refuses to take his camps. Instead, he's farming champs, and it's working quite well for him. 4 minutes in the game. We've had 7 kills.
7 kills, about a K gold lead. Visor taking on Necessa. I think he's going to be completely fine here. He's got the level lead. And XDD Gamers called upon to make this a scrap early on, and they absolutely have. They're completely fine. He's just going to hop out.
Yeah. It was a bit of a scary trade up there in top lane. There's no flash, though, on Visor, right? He's playing Ignite. So, I mean, it makes it a little bit more volatile, the matchup. Necessa gonna probably not have too much trouble crashing this wave just due to the HP differential. Now the Drake's up. Grubs are going to be spawning in about a minute's time. What do you expect to see in terms of the priority around these objectives?
It's all Zaito, right? He just has full control of this bot lane, and even he's got this mid lane rather. He's got Frosty roaming up. He's going to be able to throw a buckler and walk away, make his presence known. And there's no way you can engage this because Frosty is about to press
straight in the wall yet again. Battle Dance this time going to find some value. Frosty going to get taken out straight away. Is now Slayer in a 2v3 situation with Zaito. Of course, Zaito's very strong, but Zaya's here to back it up, and it's 4 members of Jesus Loves Y'all trying to run down this last remaining Xin Zhao. He's going to get knocked up, forced to flash away, barely escapes his life to Soli, but he's going to walk it off. And what the heck? People keep dying when I'm not looking, man.
What is going on?
It's dead.
Visor finds a solo bolo. Unfortunately, we're all over the map. But I'm so surprised that Frosty did not he must have used the W just before the play. I didn't catch it, but he could have just pressed W and dodged. And that play would have been a disaster. But
I mean, yeah.
Unfortunately, did not find the time to. So it's a little bit of what we were talking about in the pre-game where definitely the decision-making feels good for XTD gamers, but sometimes the macro
in already. Another audacious charge. I mean, he's just refusing to farm. Slayer Boxers working in conjunction with Zaito this time finally takes down this rampaging Scorpion and are going to secure the grubs.
So they are going to get the grubs. That is going to be big for Slayer Boxers because decent amount of XP sitting in those grubbies is going to keep him on a decent pace with Radiohead, help him clear the rest of the jungle, and there is a mountain to be claimed, so expect him to probably finish off that Gromp, get a bit of a reset as such is
a bit slow.
Yeah, as the bot lane here also doing the same thing. They're probably going to be able to reset here, although Aqua may be greeting for another wave. So you reset, you come back up with a decent amount of gold. Actually, looks like Aqua's already taken his, so he'll be fine. And you just fight for that mountain. And I don't think anyone can even contest on the side of Jesus Loves Y'all. So the early game very much controlled. That's a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, that's incredible. You can see they're not falling for the same trick twice here. Jesus Loves Y'all, red side bot lane. Understand where Frosty is. Another solo kill. Imogen definitely come up tails, and he's come up tails 3 damn times. 2 and 3 in the game. That's not very, very good if you are a Jesus Loves Y'all enjoyer.
Zaito is just bodying Imogen in that mid lane. LeBlanc comfort pick into such a good matchup as well. The Azir has to play so passively in this lane, especially once the level 6 comes through, and Zaito has already found that mark. He's level 7, has the Ignite, so he can just find the solo kills, and has just been doing that all game. Radiohead, he's going to walk over a ward eventually.
It's actually a flash engage. This is not the best time for it, unless they just one-shot Soli. Aqua's very unaware of this rampaging Scorpion yet again in the backline. Going to impale his support up this time. Feed it to the Xayah, but he's going to steal the kill for himself. Not ideal there. The missing ping comes through straight away. And, I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Skarner's time was wasted to a slight extent there.
Yeah, to a slight extent, and now Slayer Boxers is down bot.
I think the fight's not quite over yet, though. The rock going to be thrown in the face. There's an audacious charge forward into a win becomes lightning. Headshot going to be blocked by Radiohead, and they're going to walk out. Nothing really invested there apart from the Caitlyn ultimate. Now Dragon is up and available. They could take it if they so choose here, XTD gamers.
Absolutely, and that's going to be the big reward here from that bot lane play, no doubt. Aqua is relatively low, but it looks like the rotation's going to come out. You also have both supports resetting at the same time, and mid priority just completely dominated by Zaito. So
goodness gracious me,
Visor is going to ult. I don't think this means a whole lot. He's going to just walk away. Necessa just right-clicking away, the enemy of all Gwens.
Yeah, doesn't work too well. You got the Ignite, no flash to chase it down, although Zaito, I mean, he's quite sticky. It looks like he might be trying to get something done here. He's over a ward, so they do see it coming, but there's only so much you can do. If you see the train coming and you try down to the tracks, the only thing you can really do is watch while it hits you. Although Necessa maybe is changing the narrative a little bit. Nope. Gonna get cleaved into the LeBlanc, the one to pick up the kill, and it's 6 stacks on the Darksteel. Drake gonna be taken at the same time on the opposite side of the map.
Everything is firing on all cylinders, except for Frosty, who might be caught again. He's just going to press W and walk out. And Zaito
he's back here,
is massive.
There's a Crescent Guard if he so chooses to use it. Slayer Boxers might be in trouble. Here comes the Azir. Imogen has just divided the wind, I guess. Frosty going to knock himself into the wall and walk away as Aqua maybe picks up a kill. No. It's just a whiffing on all ends there on the bot lane. It's a 3v4 and no one's going to die. A bit embarrassing there if you are Jesus Loves Y'all. Try to get something done. Doesn't quite work out. And not looking good.
Jesus loves you all. Feeling the pressure. Maybe a redive.
Ooh, could be a redive. Here comes an Impale, though. That's finally very good from Radiohead. He's going to get that Impale, lock up one target, but they're not able to continue. Gets the 1-for-1 as well. It's a 2-for-1 trade there, but it's a double kill for Zaita, who's coming on the back end to clean it up. All the way from mid, out the back gate. He's just W'd forwards, taken 2 kills for himself, and he's 7-0.
Just massive on this LeBlanc, and no respect for the rotations from Jesus Loves Y'all. They knew, you had to know that LeBlanc was going to make it eventually, because she just gets to clear these waves. She has got she's got the revolver online, the Luden's Glocko, and will just be able to, like, that's the point where you can just W that back line of minions. It just dies instantly, and then you just start walking, and she makes it there faster than the Azir at every stage of the game.
Straight into the wall, Visor yet again. I mean, the train's coming for a rerun, mate. He's already a corpse. You don't have to run him over a second time. But it looks like they're going to do exactly that. There is a flash. He's going to use it to dodge the second needlework there, and actually going to make his way out. He untied himself from the tracks, despite being a zombie, I guess. And he's all good. The grub's going to be taken away by Slayer boxes.
And it's putting the members where they need to go. Frosty rotates to the top side, knows that the only potential threat could be a rotation from a Jax alongside alongside Imogen.
Put it off the screen,
again.
Man! Oh my goodness gracious me! Imogen's just getting slaughtered in mid. You're right about that Luden's Companion, though. That's crazy.
Yeah, as soon as you got it, you can just clear waves. You can just start walking wherever you want. And Zaita has been all over the map, and there is just no response at this point. You've got a composition which, in theory, scales. Jax definitely will get better as the game goes. But I don't think you're going to get given a chance here by XTD Gamers, because every moment there is a potential of a dive, it is happening.
Yeah, just playing it, yeah. I mean, you can look at top right now. Slayer Box is already hovering. There's another fight in bot already. Aqua on the winning end of this, going to dodge away from the battle dance. And yeah, you're right. It's just relentless here. It's another fight, though. Radiohead this time actually on the winning end of it. Visor in a lot of trouble. There's a Hardsteel Scorpion doing so much damage. Actually W's the Impale. I don't know how he managed to range that so perfectly, precisely. Here comes Slayer Boxes, though. Crescent Guard into the wall. Mistessa goes down. It's a 1-to-1 trade. Visor picks it up with the Ignite, though. And that's actually very good for XCD Gamers. I think Slayer Boxes wins this out fairly easily as well. Sundered Sky versus the Heartsteel. Radiohead going to walk his way off. Charge his way through the walls. Another trade on bot lane. It's a 2v2 kill, I think. The feathers fly, and Aqua actually not able to pick up a kill, though. What has just happened? Again, it's just carnage around the map.
It's just carnage, and it's more resources being drawn out of Jesus Loves Y'all. Frosty wants more.
He's not done. He's just Carrier on Puppy. He's just running forwards, taking kills. Barrier on the tower shot from Aqua. Man.
They're just...
Oh my god!
No!
Get rid of it! Take it off the screen!
Why would you walk back in, Freon, my dude?
No, it's more carnage. Oh, actually well played.
Oh, that was an electrocute proc away from death. Imogen survives with the skin of his teeth. But again, it's those resources being drawn out. And this is the thing about this sort of pace that's being kept up by the XCD Gamers, is this scaling composition wants time. And they are just not being given it. And every single time they're being forced to use their defenses. Flashes, cleansers. In that case, it was the Azir ultimate. Not going to have that solely. Does not have ult.
Right? This guy is so dead. He has flash, he has whatever he wants. Oh, actually, W-Predict wasn't quite good enough there. On the other side of the map, though, they're not going to let their bot laner go unpunished here. As here comes another dive on the Cessa. Maybe he gets away this time. Now, flash 3 Talon Strike. It's a good counter-strike, actually. Maybe he walks it off. I think he does. Well played, actually, to get out of that situation. I'd already written him off as dead. Yeah, it's a nice play.
It's not death, but it definitely is almost as bad, because you're going to be losing more plates, you're giving over more gold to Mistessa. Imogen doesn't have ultimate. I don't know what he's trying here.
I don't think it's a kill, though, right? Zaita, does he have the damage? Oh, I guess the headshot coming through from Caitlyn. Bang, 90 caliber round straight to the face of the bird. Zaita picks up the kill for himself, though, because he's greedy. And it works out.
Did not need to.
For XCD Gamers.
I mean, it's really a question of, do you want a more fed LeBlanc, or do you want a more fed Caitlyn?
Yeah. Zaita has his own answer to that question. That's a private answer.
Porque no los dos, I guess.
Grandmaster's might. Is that Nolan? No, it's all good.
There was the potential of a trade of the first tower and the bot side. When I say first tower for Jesus Loves Y'all.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen. Frosty on the deep flank.
Lovers barely get that reset off in time there. Dragon's up though, so should be pretty free here for XCD Gamers.
Yeah, this is the point where, as Jesus Loves Y'all, we don't get this a lot, but I think you start talking about the next game. Now, fortunately, Zaita will not get LeBlanc. Slayer Boxes will not get Xin Zhao, and the Gwen is now off the table. So this draft will not happen again. That's the benefit of Fearless. we still have a decent amount of game to go before we see a Nexus explode. But this one, ladies and gentlemen, that is about a, what, 7, 5, 5, 7
It's
max
a
on
big
stream.
gold lead. That's a
Yeah,
7,
it's a-
6k. There we go.
6K, thank you. It's the number between the two numbers that I said. Yeah, that's big at 15 minutes.
It's quite large.
So,
Yeah, no, I would say that's big.
yeah, and also Zyta is almost all of that. So this LeBlanc
Yeah.
has basically no bad targets at this stage of the game.
And the other thing as well is, like, if you are Jesus Loves You All, like we're already talking about, thinking about next game, if you're trying to win this game, you're like, okay, so we need to kill the LeBlanc. Who's going to do it? And you're looking at the Jax, you're looking at the Skarner, you're all looking at each other, and you realize that actually no one can. Because this champion is completely unkillable if you don't have hard CC, and you just don't. You have no individual point-and-click lockdown. So it's going to be so hard to kill him.
Yeah, especially against the LeBlanc. The closest thing you would have would be that Skarner ultimate, but she has the ability to
luck,
snap
dude.
back at pretty much any time. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
This is kind of why I had concerns about the Xayah and what she actually does in this draft, because the thing you need in this draft more than anything, I think, is reliable damage.
Yeah.
And where do you get it from a Xayah, Azir, Jax? You really just don't. And there could have been an upside for this composition where maybe you survive the game, you get to a Jinx with 3 items, and you just get to play resets. But
This guy's got
is
fancy
Necessa,
feet,
probably
though.
dead.
Actually, he's managing to live in all these situations where I think he's dead, although in this situation specifically, he's going to live again. I take it all back, man. Every time I think this
Wait.
guy dies, he's actually turning the game around as the charm coming through and impaling a 1k shutdown on the Jax out of absolutely nowhere. I'd written him off as dead, but actually, he's just turned the narrative completely. Zyta, 1k shutdown on the Jax.
1k shutdown, and the curse of the book actually strikes there, because Zyta had the Magi's in inventory. Now it has 0 stacks, and now Necessa is going to draw out a TP. I think you just back away here, but that's a big shutdown to, I think, the one member who really can use it. If they can start to stack up some items on the side lane, they can match against the Gwen. But full retreat here.
Yeah, I don't think... Again, I don't think it changes the way the game goes, though.
No.
Because, like, sure, you get the shutdown on the Jax, but I'm still looking at this LeBlanc, and I'm looking at the Caitlyn, and I'm thinking, yeah, okay, yeah, he has Triforce. What's he gonna do? You know? Like, is he catching her realistically? Is that gonna happen against the LeBlanc where she gets hit by the Impale and the Rakan ultimate? Is Radiohead now forced to E away? I've never seen him use that aggressively this game. It feels like he's always running away as the TP coming through, though. It's a flank.
He's made a
Necessa,
paper.
the double TP engines here as well. He has the Emperor's Divide. Necessa's in the backline has a triple stun, and it's going to be a great Emperor's Divide, knocking all 4 members of Jesus Loves You All into the backline, as Slayer Box is going to go down as well. Soli lands a good W. Frosty trying to take the trade back, trying to get the Xayah down. They get the tier 2 turret, but they lose 4 members because they fought without LeBlanc.
That's just a sweep of the fight. It is Han's life traded for 3 kills. Freon flashing forward there looked really goofy there, but he managed to pull it off and actually survive the fight. So a big win. It's clawing their way back. Sure, it definitely does still feel like this is a game that XDD gamers are going to be in full control of, but extra gold, extra resources, definitely going to help Jesus Love Y'all's chance. And hey, they do scale, question mark, sort of.
Yeah, to an extent. You could say that.
To an extent. There is also Gwen on the other side, so it's not great. And the Caitlyn, so but it's better.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And I think if you were thinking about next game already, you should probably start to think about this one again. Imogen definitely needs to be thinking about this game because he's being caught fully unaware by the positioning of Zyta here, although his teammates are hovering. So I don't think Zyta has the trump card he thinks he has. He's going to walk right into Radiohead. Didn't know that Skarner was there. Force E away. Sorry, W away. I'm going to walk out to safety. Everyone's okay.
Ice cold by Zyta. I got to be honest. I would have gone for the Q double distort just immediately. So I don't know if that would have killed him. I think he would have had enough cooldown to get away, but
might have killed him in real life for the heart attack jump scare.
Yeah, probably. But he'll be fine. Now, Dragon is spawning 40 seconds, so we're a little bit jobless here, but we're going to be able to push out waves. We just have full control here for XDD gamers, and Jesus Loves You All are looking for another opportunity. I think it has to come from Radiohead manufacturing some magic, and you've got flashes up on everyone on XDD gamers who matters. So, yeah, good luck.
I mean, the way we saw them win last time, right, was a meat grinder of abilities. It's the Counter-Strike and the Azir ultimate used in combination, forcing XCD gamers. They don't really have anywhere to go if they use in unison like that, and that was how they won the last fight. They're going to need to pull something similar off, but I think it's so hard if you can't get the flank on the Jax, right? And that's not what they're able to do right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think the big thing we want to see is Imogen pull off some magic, because he feels like the only long-range engage they have. But right now, this is an Azir who doesn't really get the luxury of pulling that off. He doesn't have a Zhonya's to immune after he goes in.
Yeah.
So the rest of it's very telegraphed stuff. If it's not a Masessa flank, it just doesn't happen, and you're just kind of lining up and walking slowly at your opponent.
Well, here we
Dragon's
go,
gonna
man.
be started shortly.
Yeah, 20 minutes in the game, the Dragon's already up. It's a third Dragon here, so Jesus Loves Yule, they really want this. Here comes the Azir. He's actually been stopped by the Poppy. She's the first target. They're going to try and go on him, as Zayt is not able to land any damage. There's a Crescent Guard going to knock 2 members out. The Counter-Strike used to find no value. They're playing slow. They're playing backwards. Zayt has found an angle on the backline there. Sully goes down. Masessa next to fall, and this is a beautiful fight from XCD Gamers. The feathers are flying. The Azir is ulting, but it's not the direction you wish he was. He's not going to find any value at all, apart from making a wall to run the other way. As ex-Frosty playing with the hopes and feelings of Jesus Loves Yule, now forced to retreat back to base, give the third Dragon, and lose 2 kills.
And there it is. It's just a front-on fight for Jesus Loves Yule, and they just can't afford to take the Zayta.
Injury. Down goes Masessa.
Zayta is huge, 10, 1, and 0. He's building up those stacks again, refuses to sell the book. And this fight just does not happen for Jesus Loves Yule. If they aren't given any sort of flank angles, if they can't find anything creative, you can just kite it out so easily for XDD Gamers. That's what happened in that last fight. Radiohead might be dead.
Right there. Zayt has actually found a way onto Radiohead. He's going to walk it off, though. 10% HP or a little bit less. As Anacon's actually kind of cooking the health bars here a little bit.
That's a lot of magic resistant armor shred. They could walk in on Jesus Loves Yule, but
don't know it,
not going to be given the opportunity.
Yeah.
No, they have no idea. So it is going to be a lot of petals picked up, and that's going to extend that gold lead. It's going to extend that XP lead, rather. That's a big deal, because you can see there's basically a level lead on every single person, 2 levels in that bot lane. So just completely untouchable at this stage of the game for XTD Gamers. The one person I think who can make a difference is maybe Masessa. I think if he can find a pocket to sneak in, but it's tough.
Yeah. There's a certain amount of despair you feel in Imogen's position there. You're on the top side of the map, you're farming the wave, you're chilling. He's going to take the roses. And you see the Atacon get taken, you just press tab and watch the XP rise on all of the enemy team. You're like, oh man, if this game wasn't bad enough, it's impossible to play now for the Azirs.
Yeah, the big thing about those petals is always going to be the support experience. Those extra levels on supports, extra ranks in the ability is so important, and Frosty has that 1 level lead over Soli, who is just not going to be any sort of frontline. And I talked about how he can serve as that backup frontline. He can go in after the initial engage, but that initial engage is just not happening. So this Rakan is made of paper and is not finding any sort of purchase, and isn't being set up to engage either. So it's a draft that's just so difficult to navigate at this stage of the game for Jesus Loves Yule.
Yeah, Frosty's kind of gone undetected here. I didn't realize that he was a little into this game. He's gone 1-7. When did he do that? I've been watching him too closely.
He's been the sacrificial lamb in most of the fights. I think he's been willing to play the front line. Yeah. He's kind of the only person who's been able to really do it, besides the Xin Zhao, who does have the ability to pop the Crescent Guard. But most of the time it's been Frosty dying so that they can get four kills. So you'll think that every day of the week. Feels very narratively correct for Poppy.
Oh, I agree. That's so true, actually. As Visor, he might be in a bit of trouble. It's a 3-man dive here. Can he outplay it? We've seen Masessa pull off something similar. The Needle are going to come through. It's a lot of damage already. The Grandmaster's Might, though, might be a bit too tough here as the Impale into the wall. Do they have the damage, though? I don't think this is a barbecue you want to eat. It's just brutal here. Visor, he's having a field day. He's doing so much work here. The Snip going to maybe take out Masessa. If he was able to get that kill, he would have won. But he wasn't able to. The trade on the other side of the map, though, was going to be the mid-tier 3. And I got to say, worth if you're XCD gamers, you know?
Worst trade deal ever, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe in the history of trade deals ever. Because that just took so much time. Visor held off 3 guys. Zayta is going to be able to clean up Masessa as well on the back end of the fight. So every time we look, we are trading something up for the side of XD gamers.
You see the Caitlyn Q just take away all of the HP from that Zaya player. Frosty forced to flash away. It's actually not bad for Jesus Loves Yule to take away Poppy Flash like that. It's a bit of a mistake there.
Not bad, but you do unlock Hex Flash, Poppy's greatest weapon.
That is true, actually. So, maybe it was a buff.
I think it's a buff. I think
that was what Frosty wanted to do.
Exactly. He was planning to burn Flash.
That's right.
Like a 80 carry
and show them as well. So now they're scared of the Hex Flash, right? It's like a mental game thing too. So here comes Imogen. Oh, he's in trouble, right? Emperor's Divide is I don't have words for that one. That's I don't know. I don't know what the Emperor divided there. Maybe Emperor should learn a multiplication, but for your Lens division there. That's that was tough. tough to watch. And his deaths are multiplying, that's for sure. 3 and 5 now. Tough game for Imogen, that's for sure.
Definitely. We talked about the coin flip. Sometimes it lands on a heads, tails. I think we've decided that heads is good. This is a tails.
This is definitely a tails. This is Present Guard actually quite good. Masessa not going to get knocked away though, and the Counter-Strike going to come through. And Pale, this is the one target they need. Slayer boxes. He's just flashed all the way in the backline there. He gets pulled one direction, then Audacious charges in the other, and it's not going to be any value found for Jesus Loves You All.
And that's just 2 quick kills, 3 quick kills, in fact, straight out of nowhere. And now you just go straight to the Baron. You start that up. There is no contest here. You can't walk into a Poppy. You can't walk into a Xin. So this is going to be Baron. This is going to be where you really start to have those conversations about what happens next game and how Jesus Loves You All. It's been a disappointing one. I feel like this Xayah has been the big sore thumb in this draft. It just hasn't done anything.
Yeah, we talked about 15 minutes ago. That was about the 13-minute mark when we talked about, hey, the Nexus is going to explode at some point in this game. I think it's going to explode fairly soon. No, this is getting to the point where, I mean, Dragon's about to spawn. What is it? Couple seconds, 6 seconds now. That's going to be the Soul. The Baron's going to be up at the same time. Uh-oh. You know, that's a recipe for trouble.
Yep. Yeah, this is absolutely one you probably write off as Jesus Loves You All. I think Zaita is just blowing people out.
What? That is a nuke. An absolute nuke dropped on the backline right there. That is insane.
It's absurd. Also has the enhanced Sork boot, so extra magic pen means that there is just no resist on
Oh god, he's doing it again, mate. He's just dropped 2 nukes.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep. A big performance, actually. Zaita was very good on the Sivir, but I gotta say, I was not familiar with this game.
The Sivir mid. I mean, if he can pull this off, he can pull anything off. I think they're just going to try and end. They have the Soul now. It's going to be a beautiful conclusion to this game here. Zaita, I mean, he's styling on them. He stamped his name on this game right now. 15 and 1 on the LeBlanc, and they're going to make their way towards the Nexus Towers.
Yeah, this one's absolutely over.
Yeah, Counter-Strike in the backline, though. It's actually quite good. The 3-man stun, but honestly, the health bars just aren't moving, though. Let's watch the health bars. Try to count how much damage they do. The Xayah's gone down here. It's just a double kill for Zaita, who's gone 17 and 1. Do they Fountain Dive this gun and go, this is important? They're not going to do it. They just open the Nexus, explode it, blow it up, like Zaita's been doing to them the entire game long. They destroy the Nexus in convincing fashion. It's 4-0 on the Soul. Man, what a game.
Yeah, and a little over double on the kills. The gold lead, absolutely massive. Everything went in the favor of the XDD gamers from minute 1, and minute 1 is where it started.
Yeah.
They knew what they needed to do. Talk about the shot calling on this team. They knew exactly where to put the Xin Zhao, and that was in the faces of the enemy team. They created the pressure, they got the early kills, and there was a moment when the Xin Zhao had 4 CS and was just diving the bot side.
Bad. That was terrible.
That was bad. But it showed the mindset that this team came in with, because they knew that if they gave them breathing room, if they let the enemy team get items online on this Jax, Azir, Xayah even, there was a chance. But they just gave them absolutely no shot in this game, ran them over, and now you're in a best-of-3 series where you're down 1 game, you just got blasted. How do you come back?
I think it's so scary, right, as well, because the way that you lost as well, it wasn't like it was like, oh, I think we had a chance here. It was relentless. It was foot on the neck the entire game. You got mid diffed, you got top diffed, you got bot diffed. Your jungler was getting run circles around. Like, it was brutal. It was an absolute dismantling. There was no good things that game for you. So, I don't know where you go. Like, you just got to change the draft. You got to pat yourselves on the back, drink some coffee, go next game. Maybe we'll see if they can run it back. But, you know, for now, yeah. Any predictions for next game?
Well, it's hard to predict anything other than an XD gamers win, but it is fearless, so there is a lot that's not going to be available. The Gwen, not going to be an option for Visor. We're not going to see that LeBlanc again, so we'll see what Zaita has left in the tank. And I don't really doubt the support champion pool, but Aqua, I think, had an incredible game for themselves on the Caitlyn. Yeah. And this is a performance I've not seen from this player before. So we'll see if they can keep this up, but I do have maybe my doubts that you start to see them fall onto things like the Varus, the things that aren't quite as good as the Caitlyn. Maybe that's the angle if you're Jesus Loves You All.
Yeah, well, a lot of things to think about for now. We're going to go to a break. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes, I think 5-10 minutes with game 2. It's going to be great. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I've got some tea with me because I'm definitely going to need it if this series continues to be that insane. We had 34 kills in 27 minutes 44 kills, in fact, in 27 minutes in the last game. How you feeling,
Ridiculous.
Weapon? How you feeling? You excited?
Yeah, this game was a lot it was a lot more bloody than I thought it'd be, but I think the result definitely not expected. XDD Gamers, I had them coming in as underdogs based on their performance throughout the group stage. I thought Jesus Left Y'all, they're coming in with a bit more competitive experience from just the players that I know here. I think I have a bit more faith, but I think they're very consistent guys. And I think they just got that consistency, that floor kind of ripped out from underneath them. They weren't able to steady themselves, and XCD just made this such an uncomfortable game to play. So we'll see what they look like in game 2, because I think the big adaptation I want to see is just more stable lanes. I want to see Imogen not get blown up in the early game. I want to see Masessa maybe pick up something like the Rumble where he can kind of punch back a bit more rather than the Jax that felt like it was very much on the back foot the whole time.
Punching bag, yeah.
Yeah, and Prion and Soli. This Zaya Rakan, it feels like a bait, and I think that's the biggest disappointment of that last game, because Prion and Soli, I think, like I said, have some high highs, and we just did not see it. So give them some agency.
So the question for you then is, how much of last game would you attribute to draft? Do you think LeBlanc, for example, is the biggest reason they win, or do you think it is to do with the tempo they played at the start? Is it to do with draft, or is it more to do with actually the gameplay?
I think the big issue was the Jesus Loves Y'all draft in terms of having no real go buttons. There was no one who was able to really pull the trigger. I mean, that draft with some sort of primary engage that the Skarner could have followed up on could have been better, because I talked about Skarner during the game as primary engage. He's not normally that. That's not normally what he does. So when you're forcing a Skarner into primary engage, it's kind of like a Rel or a Braum engage. It just doesn't feel that great. And then you've
hard to land.
Yeah, you've got like a Rakan, which has to follow up, and it just doesn't really work. So I want to see more proactivity. Like, we know that Han really loves his Sejuani, so put him on that. And we'll see if maybe he can manufacture something, or just grab something like the Vi, something really simple. Vi Ari in the mid lane. Imogen loves Ari. Let's see something that works. It's a great call.
100% a great call. I agree wholeheartedly. I think the biggest reason that last game went so badly is 2 reasons in my mind. I think, first of all, the tempo with which I forgot the team names, man. It's
XDD Gamers, just one.
XDD Gamers. Thank you. Sorry.
It's all good.
The tempo with which XDD Gamers walked out on the Rift with, right?
Yes.
Level 2 gank on the Xin Zhao, early game invade, right? That is insane. In a best of 3 situation, that is a statement thing to do. That is one of the biggest reasons I think they win that game. The tempo with which they played was ridiculously fast. And second, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think the draw from Jesus Loves You was just, it was not the best.
Not great. And
right.
Yeah, and we hope to see a competitive series out of this one. We know that Jesus Loves Y'all, they have picks they can play. They can bring this one back. It is fearless. So what's off the table? We got like the Gwen is gone, LeBlanc is gone.
That's a big one.
We don't have to see Zaya Rakan anymore. You can pick something better. We did see a lot of bans against the 80 carry pool in that second
you're a
phase.
Zaya Rakan hater, man. Yeah.
Well,
you think that's trash.
Zaya is just terrible these days, man. It just doesn't do anything.
I mean, fair. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. I would agree, honestly. I'm in your camp, man. I've been saying this for years.
A man of taste.
But that's right. But Gwen's off the table. Jace ban. Are we seeing it? Yes or no? Or are we seeing the Jace picked?
That is a good question. I think we know that Jesus Loves You All have gone for the blue side in this game. So that is definitely something you can go for. It's very strong right now. I imagine that both Masessa and Imogen play it. It has obviously been going top a lot more often than not. And that is a generally good matchup into a lot of the meta top laners. So kind of invalidates things like the Rumble, which could be played on the snapback. We'll see what they go for. It also is a very good matchup with things like the Sejuani. I think if you're going for anything here, it probably, like, Gwen's off the table, so it's probably something like a Kali. Just go full dive, maybe like a Kali.
I'll tell you my cook,
Sejuani.
My cook here.
Yep.
There's no Gwen. There's no Jax. All right.
Yes.
What is a champ that hates both of those things? Camille hates Gwen. She hates Jax. It's a crazy good pick. You can play it with the Galio. You can play it with the Kali. Maybe they play it. If they do play it, it's a beautiful champion to have in your roster. I mean, it could be something we see. If either of them plays it, that's my expectation. Jace also doesn't do too well versus it, so that could be something to see coming up the gate. In terms of mid lane, though, that was probably the biggest pain point. As we, it's fairly obvious. LeBlanc was just casting nukes at the end.
Yep.
What do you see? What do you expect to see? Is Imogen going to go on something more control-y like Galio to try and neutralize, or are we going to see Imogen just throw down the gauntlet and be like, no, I've got better hands than you. Yone mid. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, I think that's probably the direction we go in. I wanted to say maybe you see like a Jace, Sejuani, Yone top side. It does mean you're going to be kind of shoehorned into probably picking a Kai'Sa in the bot lane for Jesus Loves You All, which is not... Prion loves Kai'Sa from what I can tell from the match history and what we've seen from him in competitive. So it's not necessarily something
crazy good.
Very good at it. Yeah. So maybe that is the direction we go in. But just knowing Imogen as a player and seeing the champion pool, I think we go full aggression here. I think we try and clap back. It's going to be Yone, Akali. We know that he loves things like the Ahri as well. The only real mage that I've seen him play has been the Twisted Fate. And it's very good. Don't get me wrong. But it's definitely not feeling like he's what he feels comfortable on. So much to be seen in the draft, but I expect full aggression.
The psychology of the situation as well, something you take into account. You've just been blasted. Let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. You just got absolutely slaughtered. Yeah. If you go in and pick Yone, it kind of shows you, or shows the opposition, that you're not here to lose. You're here to fight, man. And Yone is a pick I would expect to see aggressive picks. I don't expect to see. Like you said, I expect to see Imogen lean towards the stuff that he's comfortable on. And I think it's going to be good. Should be going into draft soonish. I think it's been a slight delay, which is why you're hearing us yap for a little bit longer. But there's still more to talk about, though, because support was the one other thing that was a big factor in that game. Obviously, you had 1 and 8 Poppy at the end. Whether or not it was useful, it was in the question. I think the Rakan counterpick into the Poppy, as you were saying, it's a big factor into why that game was so cooked. Rakan is great primary engage, not when you've got a Poppy W. What are we going to see? I mean, Poppy's off, Rakan's off. Maybe that leaves Rel?
Yeah, so Soli is someone, I think he plays the 3 Rs, the Renata, Rel, Rakan. So those are the 2 remaining. I think Renata definitely can work. I expect probably we'll see the Rel if it doesn't just get outright banned, because it is just so consistent, and you can go for things like the Rel Misfortune, go Rel Kai'Sa, set up the Kai'Sa diving in if we do it for that full AD top side. We shall see, but we do have word. I just got a ping. It is going to be a role swap. So Imogen playing in the bot lane. It is going to be Prion mid. So I think that probably means it's Ahri all day, every day, because if I recall correctly, I think the few times I have seen Prion play mid, it's pretty much just been Ahri all the time.
I don't want to be that guy, but talk about like if I'm XCD Gamers right now, that is a big mental boost. Like, particularly if I have just blasted enemy mid that hard, that now there's, like, it appears, I'm sure this is not what's going on. I'm sure there's a great reason behind it. But it appears a little bit like, maybe there's a bit of fear. Maybe there's a little bit of, I don't want to verse this guy anymore.
Get me away from this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a huge mental advantage. It does mean that Prion is going to be coming in fresh against Imogen. Maybe he's got something to prove. So we'll see what the draft holds for him. But Imogen, I don't know what the bot lane champion pool looks like for this guy. So there's definitely a lot of question marks around what actually gets picked. And you can just go for something scaling, hyper carry, something safe.
That is true. I think that's actually might be an important factor as well. It's a best of 3, right? So it's the mental factor is a significant part. Knowing what your opposition likes to play is a really important part for draft. So let's say XCD Gamers had something cooked already. Kind of got to throw it out the window now, because you got to be banning Ahri or picking it first. I don't know if they're first pick. Now you got a different ADC to deal with. I think all your drafts, they're a little bit different. They're a little bit weird.
Yeah, definitely a lot of question marks here. I think Ashe is the other champion you probably have your eyes on, because I don't know if Imogen plays a lot of bot lane, but Ashe is always that champion where if you're autofield, just pick Ashe.
Yeah. I picked Draven, I'll be honest.
Wait, what's your main role?
I play top.
You play top.
I play Darius, by the way, so...
Okay, yeah, well, and that makes sense. You're just playing both brothers. But the autofield Draven is bold. I love that.
I don't win.
But at least you have fun? Question mark. Yeah.
My teammates, they don't. I'll be honest.
They don't.
I get typed out. That's right. Mute all is a good button.
Get that one reset. I've started playing on a new account recently, and it's been my mute all account. It's been bliss.
It's good. It's good. I'm telling you, mute all. People don't know about this button. If you're losing in solo queue, you press that button. It's like bliss. It's like you're playing with robots. If you lose the game, you lose the game. No one tells you some nasty things, and it's great. You feel good about yourself.
And yeah, speaking of feeling good about yourself, Jesus Loves You All. They need to make a statement in the sec game. They need to. I think this is in order for it to feel competitive. Even if you get the win, I think it has to be convincing, because otherwise you're going to be going into that third game with just the memory of what that first game was like. And the role swap already makes me feel a bit tense. Would love to know, actually, production, how far away we are from the game. because we are yapping a lot, which
we
I
are
love.
having a yap. It's
Yeah.
fun. I'm enjoying.
Oh,
Hey,
draft.
here we are.
There we go.
Production, speak with action, not word, is what they say. Here we go.
There we
We're in
go.
draft. We've yapped a lot. Are our predictions going to come to light? You never know. So, Jace is open. Camille is my cook. I don't think it's like. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think it's very likely. All right, I'll be honest with you. But that's my
We've been
cook.
seeing a bit of Camille.
Here we go.
every now and
Zyra
then.
ban first of all.
Okay, that's interesting. So maybe a Slayer Boxes ban. I don't imagine it's going to be the Frosty ban, although the guy does play a lot of range champions, so maybe it could be. We shall see, because this is definitely a game where Jesus Loves You All need to make a statement. They need to bounce back, because otherwise we can start talking about our next series, and that one will be a lot of fun. There's the Ezreal ban. Take that away from... Now it's going to be Imogen. Maybe... Like, how
Now
did
that
she change
Irelia
the
ban
bans
is
here?
really interesting to me. We saw this last game as well. I don't know who plays it, but I guess they're terrified of it. You know, I guess it's just not something you want to see, which is fair enough. It's a terrifying one-trick champion.
Yeah, or maybe they're just spelling... I was going to say they're spelling Zaita's name, but that's not how Z-I... Well, you'd have to ban Yone, which I think would make sense. But then you would take away from your... You'd take away from your own mid laner, or your own bot laner now, if he wants to play bot lane Yone, which could be possible.
Jason Vi. No Arcane in this lobby. We don't like Arcane here.
We like Arcane. It's a pretty good show. But Vi makes a lot of sense because you don't want to give away that... It basically just means as soon as you lock in the Vi, the Ahri is going to follow, and you don't want to give that opportunity. It's also a very good jungler in its own right. Yone taken away. Yeah, not going to be Imogen's... not going to be Imogen in the mid lane, but we still take away the Yone. I think you just stick to the plan.
Prion has to play it then, I guess, as well. So it kind of says to me that they're probably scouted. You know what I mean? XCD gamers, if they're banning the Yone, it's... If Imogen's rotated to buy, wouldn't usually ban it. There's the Varus pickup. It's quite an aggressive early game bot lane pick. I like it.
Yeah, can go two directions, of course. You could be the on-hit version, but both versions do have the ability to hold prior quite nicely with the Q and the E spam, especially the lethality version, which you could certainly go for if you're on Imogen. You know, take a step back, maybe play a bit more of a supportive role, but the response is going to be bot lane's locked in first. So we've gone from a game where bot lane has hit the second rotation, got completely blasted, and I think both teams have said, none of that, not this time. Do you go Rel here?
That's a good question. I think Rel this early is very ballsy because Alistar is open.
True.
Literally that simple. So I would pick it maybe on 3. There's the Leona instead. It's better than Rel. It's harder to counterpick. Less of a wombo combo though, and no protection bans for it. So
yeah, definitely. And things like the Poppy not available. They're not really a lot of this classical answers. You could go for the on-hit version of the Varus and go for a Braum, but that actually very good into the Misfortune here. So probably could be the direction you go for here.
Because really cool.
Yeah, need to get more engage out of your other roles because engage Braum does not feel good, and there it is.
Look at you, holy!
There we go.
It's professional right there. There's the Braum lock-in. Yeah, I think you're right. Engage is what we're looking at. So engage options. Vi's taken out of the equation. We have Jarvan. There's Gnar. That's an engage right there. Only when he's Mega though.
Very, very inconsistent engage, but does work very, very well with the Braum, especially if you unlock solely to go to that lane.
I called it! There we go! I knew it!
There it is! All right,
it's good.
Camille.
It's really good.
Okay, so did you check the OPGGs, or is this just...
I didn't. I swear. That's
Okay.
just intuition right there. You can't...
No, that's awesome. Okay, so it is a very good matchup into the Gnar, of course.
It is.
You get to jump on the Gnar when he's mini, lock him down with the ultimate. We'll see what the jungle pick is going to be from Slayer Boxes, but anything with crowd control would work nicely here. You can go for any of the like Sejuani type picks, and you would be completely happy alongside the Camille.
Now the mid lane is being banned, by the way. Ahri, Akshan, and Mel all banned. Really no Arcane in this lobby. No Jace, no Vi, no Mel. Screw Arcane. Galio taken out as well. I mean, it's just mid laners.
Everything that you've cooked has been banned, so I think you're onto something. Galio Camille, of course, very, very strong combo. You can also go for things like the Camille Orianna as well, which I think would work quite nicely in this draft, just to blow up either the Gnar or the Varus that you're seeing thus far. I think if you take away Orianna right now...
Yeah, Nocturne is crazy.
Yeah, I think the XDD gamer's comp falls apart.
I agree. Because Nocturne Orianna, right? It's so, like, that's a combination that's so reliant. Both need the other, right? They both need each other. You don't really have a good, like, with the Sejuani locked in, the only thing is if you pick Orianna on 5 right now, it's kind of awkward. You don't really have a ball carrier. Gnar, I guess. They're going to take Silas. This
Okay.
does leave over Nocturne Oriana, which could make Varus' life very hard.
All right, but it does mean that Prion is going to be on this Sylas, which is not exactly the greatest matchup for the Oriana. Yes, she has the ability to poke from range, but Sylas alongside a Sejuani can lock down that Oriana and kill her very quickly. So do you go
That's
for it?
Oriana,
And the
what
answer
the
is
hell?
no. It's going to be that Talia. So
Do they have damage?
not like sort of. They have
Yeah.
a carry top. They have a mid laner who can do a decent amount of damage as the game goes on, but it's very inconsistent.
The thing that concerns me is I'm looking at what Jesus Loves Yul has. I'm looking at Braum. I'm staring Sejuani in the face. I'm looking at a Meganar who builds Sterak's and then goes full tank. What are we doing? How do we kill it? We have MF, Sure Camille. Yeah, that's good. And then our mid laner is Talia, and we have Nocturne.
Yeah, difficult times. Got to find the target. That is what Nocturne will absolutely do. And there's a couple of decent targets when the Nals Mini, the Varus is probably going to be public enemy number 1. And I have a feeling
that guy's going to have a tough game.
Yeah, but I have a feeling this is a game where Evergen just goes lethality. I think he's going to be completely fine. Even with the Braum, you obviously would have loved the attack speed, but just poke, because who is a tank on the other side? It's just the Leona, that's it. Throw the Qs.
God, they'll hurt. They will really hurt. I think after that first serrated Dirk back, we're getting into game now, but I think the second that guy gets 1,000 gold, he's going to power spike and he's never going to fall off. It's going to be ridiculous. Imogen on the Varus. Hopefully we get to see something done here. 23 seconds in the game. Skin check is mandatory. Here we go. It is what is that, Project or Academy, Leona?
I think it's Academy. That is rad.
It's quite pretty right there.
Kale tends to identify the best skin in the game. So we've seen this before. Full stack
This
towards
is actually
the bot
on
side.
the other end, though. Jesus,
Yeah,
you're
what's the
doing it
other
this
side?
time.
Can they get as much success? There is a
boy.
misfortune waiting.
I think I've watched this game before, huh? I feel like the guy from Squid Game right now. I've played these games before. That's what I'm
running it
yelling.
back. I have not seen Squid Game, man.
Oh, really? I just spoiled
Yeah.
it for you. I'm very sorry. He
That's
goes
okay.
in twice. It's true.
Okay. And he's not meant to be there twice. So
Yeah, and he says
rip
I've
that
played
guy.
these games before. It's crazy.
Okay.
Anyway,
Well,
let's talk
spoilers
about
for
League of
anyone
Legends.
who hasn't seen Squid Game. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. That's my bad. My bad.
I mean,
guys.
it's been like 2. I think there's a statute of limitations on spoilers. I think
Yeah,
like
yeah,
eventually if you.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's in all the marketing material as well. Slice is really not on the right side of the map here. It's a new start Silas. How are you going to get back to where you need to go? It's just going to walk, I guess. Yeah,
Well,
wow. Okay.
that's the chains down, so Zaita gets away with murder. He's fine.
All right.
And we have a bit of a reset, so it looks like the Nocturne going to be clearing up towards his, clearing from top to bot, mirrored by the Sejuani, so going towards the top side of the map, trying to probably protect the Narf and the Camille as the levels come in. Rossi tagged up. It's going to walk away.
Yeah, a little love tap damage. That's a very nice trade there coming out already from the Silas early game, using the passive to kill the minion so he can land the E. Nice little bit of technology there. Zaita caught unawares. Doesn't lose out on the trade because they'll electrocute, but it's all good.
Really nice. And the great thing about this Silas these days has so many options. I already talked about how AP bruiser itemization feels so good these days with things like Rift Maker.
Yeah.
We've been seeing a lot of the Rod of Ages Silas as well. You can get so much tankiness, you can get so much damage, and you get to play this early lane just like an absolute psychopath. So you'll see Silas's do this where against the range matchup, they will E in aggressively, they take a bunch of damage. You take W level 2, go in for that trade again, and now you're just walking out with even more health with the Conqueror stacked up as well. And Han looking for an early game.
It's not quite the level 2 gank we saw last time, but it is going to force out the flash from Zaita, and that's nice right there. It's proactive. It's going to make the Silas have a lot easier of a time killing this Talia. No mid flash on Talia. It's a very low mobility mid laner. It's going to be hard for her to play.
Yeah, and it looks like Prion has played to bounce that wave, so he's going to send that wave onto tower. That is going to be a bouncing wave for the
Hook shot
lane.
already, actually. This is
Visor.
very good. This is a perfect timer right now for Visor to take the fight on Messessa because he's just come out of Mega, so he can't get the rage back, and he's going to win the trade super hard. Messessa now in a lot of trouble because Camille can hook shot flash in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, but that is going to be the jungle up towards the top side, so maybe a bit of cover. Zaita is just getting mauled here. It's a decent trade back.
Yeah, it's a pretty good trade. It's very aggressive there. I mean, you can see it's just relentless already. Jesus loves you all. They're clapping back.
Yeah, they are finding angles in lane. Messessa is keeping this one relatively even. Han clearing up towards the top side means that he is going to be on hand should Visor go for another trade, and he is just getting chonked.
Yeah, it's
Way
actually
too-
really good there.
Yeah, way too aggressive on the lane. Could be a potential dive. He does have the ward behind him to cover that. I think you're quite
concerning.
happy here as Jesus loves you all. You are finding the advantages in lane. You're not getting blown out of the game early.
Let's get Mega. This is a full dive right now. I mean, a hookshot coming through already. Misses is actually going to be forced into Mega a little bit earlier than you would have liked, but I think this is just unplayable, right? You get locked up with Sejuani, she's going to stun you, and then you're going to get Nadaw. Nadaw going to land, rock in the face, E over the wall, and that's just a beautiful dive execution. Jesus Loves Yours showing us how it's done. Although they are going to lose their mid lane. It's a good flash there. Zaiter has no mana though. Flash over the wall there. Fly Slayer boxes. His fear is blocked by Silas's dash, but I think the chain's not going to quite be enough to take him out to safety. Slayer boxes, runs him down, puts the fear of God on him, and takes him down.
It's a trade back, so Slayer Boxes finds the early aggression, but that dive in the top side was beautiful. Frosty.
This can't be good, right? I mean, concussive blows getting stacked up on Frosty. There's an ignite on top of him. Varus has so much damage here. Frosty has to flash away. Here comes a piercing arrow. Can he dodge it? Yes, he can. But it's just an auto attack, so it's a little bit less interesting than what I was hoping for. Love Tap's coming through from the earth, but she's going to go down to the beautiful trade there from Imogen. And I mean, it's just worked out for Jesus Loves You on the bot side. 2v2, it's a double kill.
Yeah, so nicely played there. As soon as the Varus gets that one kill, he stacks up the AD. That means he's going to get the extra damage on the next trade. Yeah. And a bit rough by Freon, unfortunately, straight into the minefield. And yeah, that's all it took. So it was unfortunately a 1-for-2. The trade back definitely not what you were going for there, but Soli gives his life, manages to give the Varus a decent advantage, 2 kills to the good. He is going to be building up towards that Blade of the Ruin King nice and early, and if you can outpace a Misfortune in the early game, get yourself online before she can get that Blade online, or the Bloodthirster online.
There's no flash yet again on Zaiter here. Frosty Foss is hit it hard, but Kingslayer going to come through healing so much HP on the Silas here, and I just don't think there's enough damage on the side of XCD Gamers to get anything done here. Sure, here's Nocturne. He's going to force a flash, okay, so that is something they get done, but at the end of the day, is it worth the hover? Maybe it is. It's a nice little practice play.
Yeah, I think you're playing for resources there. You don't really get a lot of it there. Wait.
That's a nice buffer. I've not seen that before. Actually buffers than our ultimate with her own hookshot there. Gets her out to safety, but it's still not very good.
Not great. Visor had a cracker of a game last game, but I was unfortunately getting kind of taken to task by Macesso, who feels like he's back on form. This is more of what we expected from this player. Definitely. Yeah, and it really does feel like Jesus Loves You All have largely corrected their woes from that last game. Imogen having a great game for himself. Despite the CS deficit that's going to be equalized slightly after this wave gets picked up, is going to be on that blade timing. And I was talking about how this Misfortune feels so bound to that Bloodthirster timing. And
double sums here, by the way. Imogen has double sums. I think he can play this fight. Concussive blows. There's no cleanse on MF, so she's just going to go down. The Leona is too little, too late. And Imogen just sidesteps out of the way anyway, so there's no trade back, and it's no step from Aqua.
Yeah, and there it is. I did have my worries about Aqua heading into the second game, and they've turned out to be absolutely true. As this is going to be a decent back here for this Varus. He is, I want to see the gold. How close is he going to be to that Blade of the Ruin King? It's probably going to be the Vamp Scepter, and then that's about it, because no, you definitely don't get it yet. But
a little bit away.
Yeah, to go back to the point, Misfortune feels like she doesn't really get to be a champion until that Bloodthirster comes online. Once she does, she is absolutely untouchable. So outpacing the Misfortune, getting towards that Blade of the Ruin King means that you can just walk her down with the Braum. So a really big deal. We'll see if they can keep this pressure on the bot side, as it's a full invader on the top side. So that reset going to come out from the Sejuani eventually. That means you go back down bot, and you can just keep the pressure up, because that's level 6 on Radiohead if he doesn't just straight up look top.
There's a Glacial Prison here. Hextech Ultimatum is the counterplay tool that Visor has available to him. He also has his Intuition, which seems to be pretty sharp right now. He does understand that something's going on. Necessity trading very aggressively.
Does he?
He's quite well. He has the hookshot to get out to safety. Yeah, he knows. He's still taking a bad trade, though, on the bot side, though. Here's a Paranoia. Here's a bullet time, and it's death time for the bot lane of Jesus Loves You All. Unless they can outplay it, I take it back. Imogen has just done a massive play, taking out one member of XCD Gamers in a 3v2 situation, and it looked absolutely miserable there. I was literally signing off their life insurance. I was like, all right, they're done. They're not going to get anything back here. And obviously they lose both of their lives, but managing to trade away the jungler, look at what it's done to top side.
Yeah, a massive play there by the bot side. Imogen and Soli just go berserk there and actually manage to trade the kill in the 1v3, and they blow all of the summoners to get it done. But get it done, they absolutely do, and it's going to hand over a lot of tempo to Radiohead, he's going to be able to head his way down towards his bot side, clear his entire bot side. Dragon is so unplayable. Yeah, it's like you just control the Dragon here, you just have your bot lane reset. Blade of the Ruin King's going to come through nice and quickly, and then I think you just rinse, repeat, gank in that bot side for Radiohead, and you just put the ball in this game.
I mean, the big problem, right, is that, okay, let's say that Jesus Loves You All plays super hard through bot. usually the response as XCD gamers would be like, okay, that's fine, let's just play through top. And then you look top and you just have like this tiny little feral Hulk destroying your tower, running rampant through your Camille. Like, there's actually no play. You cannot play on this thing. It will double kill you. It's complete misery for XCD gamers at this point in the game.
Yeah, and this is absolutely what you wanted to see from Jesus Loves You All. They needed a statement game, and they've definitely found it. Radiohead, rotating bot, does have that Glacial Prison ready to go.
Ooh, want to control it. I think Frosty wants to turn this fight. I don't think he wants to play this, though. I think he might have misjudged the situation. Concussive blows. There's a Glacial Prison as well. It's been invested. Frosty maybe goes down, but there's no damage because Imogen's 1v1ing Aqua on the bot side of the map. Here comes the Nocturne. Gonna just walk in melee range and kill the Varus, I guess. That works. It's flashed out, and yeah. Bit of a mistake there from Jesus Loves You All. Not entirely sure what Imogen was thinking, but down he goes, and there's a Weaver's Wall, though. It's not actually over. XCD gamers, when the foot is on the gas, sorry, they don't take it off. Down goes Radiohead. It's a Born time as well. Blocked by the Born. Silas is on half HP. Soul's very, very low. Here comes the Nocturne, gonna take him down as Silas trying to trade one back, has the Kingslayer and the chains, but it's a double kill for the Nocturne. And very, very good for XCD gamers. What was disaster has just turned into gold before my eyes.
It starts with Imogen stepping up into a place where he just did not belong. Yes, he was in an awkward spot, but I think you just walked down there. Masessa, by the way, had teleport that entire time and was putting the screws to the Camille. I think there's a point where you can just jump in there with the teleport and actually try to salvage the play, but it all kind of falls apart there for Jesus Loves You All. And what looked like such a good early game, yes, they're still in a decent spot, but actually, no, they're not. Look at the gold. It's it's all falling apart.
About a 2,000 gold swing, which is crazy. At 10 minutes in the game, that is ridiculous.
Okay, it's just, what do you do here now? They still have this
Masessa.
I guess. Slayer Boxes is up here to cover any potential play and catch this wave.
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, Stride Breaker this early in the game. You can see the Nocturne just able to clear the wave. They're going to try the grubs, though. That would be nice for Jesus Loves You All, given the Nara is now a big win condition.
Radiohead is going to be able to pick these ones up with the support of his team. And this roll swap, it looked great early on, but...
Yeah, it's working out. Ooh, Leona's actually managed to miss that there. There's a Solar Flare on the Silas. He's been spotted out, though. He's sitting on a ward right now. So his threat is slightly mitigated. Slayer Boxes, though, still going to be caught out, and the chains land in his face. It's a 3-man flick, though. Zyke has done all the work he needs to in this fight. Though down goes the Nocturne. Stride Breaker, not enough to save him from 5 members collapsing around him, turning him into a corpse on the Rift. And they get the grubs and the kill. It's nice. They might lose bot tower.
It's 6 grubs, so and you knew that as soon as the 5th grub went down, Masessa is going to draw up the hook shot. He is completely fine. Freon.
This guy's fine too. No, he's fine. He's fine. He's chilling.
Fine.
No flash
Zyke,
on
no flash. Yeah, he's fine. You had to know that as soon as that 5th grub went down and they weren't backing away, weren't trading the objectives, this
guy's not fine. There's a cleanse and a bullet time in the face. Actually, I keep misreading these situations because chains of corruption, are a very potent tool. They're not going to get this tower, and instead they're going to lose Frosty's life as the flash forward. They're cleansing the first concussive blow. Maybe if he lands a second one, Aqua's going to go down. Has a flash of his own to dodge. The Q just sidesteps it because he's that guy. He just is that guy. And he walks it off.
Nicely played by Aqua. They are not going to get the tower, though, so could be potentially traded back here for those juicy feats. We'll see if they can do it. But 4 plates, a lot to cut through. Also have a Nocturne down towards the bot side, so I think you have to be very, very careful about that one. Dragon started up, though, by the Sejuani, so maybe you just rotate over to that one. Pick up the first dragon for yourself for the game. And tense stuff here in the second game, actually.
It really is.
We've had a couple punches back and forth. Imogen is once again trying to kill himself.
Yeah, I think the flash maybe was necessary. It's obviously always better to flash in those situations, particularly in a competitive match. Maybe in solo queue, you hold it there to limit test it a little bit, but top is still the big thing that I'm looking at and just shaking my head. Because this looks terrible. How does Visor play? He's dead. He's dead. He's getting sent into the wall. There's no Q to follow up. Actually, I think this might be overplayed here. A little bit from Necessor. He's inside the tower. He's just not. Doesn't have the Q, though, to finish up the kill. And Visor, I mean, he's in so much trouble.
Yeah, the shield was really the only thing keeping Visor alive there, and it's not going to help his tower, which unfortunately will not be the first of the game. That honor will go to the XCD gamers.
Yeah.
So does that mean, where are the feats headed? I think we have
I'm not sure who got the first 3 kills here. We're not seeing any upgraded boots, so I'm going to assume that XCD gamers didn't get the first 3 kills because they would have the upgraded boots right now. So it's going to be objectives that decide it. And I think Jesus Love You All needs 1 more.
Yeah, that definitely would be the case because they got both rounds of grubs. No, they got 5 grubs, and then the next dragon will absolutely be the decider. So 4 minutes on the clock. determines who is going to get those feats, and a little bit of extra movement speed definitely going to be helpful, especially on the side of the team that has the Sejuani running people down. Matching things like the Misfortune as well. Okay. Yeah. Jesus loves you all. Got first 3 kills. Thank you, production. Big fan.
Love your work. But now the game's settling down a little bit. It's 14 minutes. The Drake's not spawning for another 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Not going to speed the Herald for about 2 minutes, so I don't expect to see too much violence on the Rift. But my expectations so far in this game have been getting denied left and right. So maybe we'll see something. I'm not sure where, though.
Yeah, the one thing that has been defying our expectations, I think, has been Imogen. Roll swapped into the bot lane after the last game, as Frosty's probably just caught out here.
Yeah, I was talking about violence on the Rift. This is just murder. This is a full-on murder. It's a homicide in the river. Frosty's actually going to blow his flash. Maybe he lives. No, Chain's going to land in the face. It's actually a bit of a from the back rank. Chains right there from the south, all the way from the river. Manages to land it. Bluetooth Chains connecting. Aqua going to walk it off too. So here's Misesa. 5 men on the blue team, converging in the mid lane. And a nice pick on the support.
And the flash drawn out from Leona definitely going to be big for this upcoming dragon fight, which will determine who gets those feats. Misesa,
oh my goodness,
crazy.
Flash forward there. It's nice from Misesa, but he doesn't actually find any value because the spell shield's so good. On the back end of the fight, though, down goes Talia. It's a nice engage there. Here comes Nocturne. There's no ball on top of it, though, so it's just hinting. Takes out Imogen. It goes 1-for-1, though, and Vice is here now. Silas has so much damage. Kingslayer coming through. No amount of love tapping is going to save you from the fate that awaits your teammates, as Aqua has watched 3 members of XCD Gamers just fall in front of him for 2 on Jesus Loves You.
Yeah, 2 for 3, and Nocturne sacrificed his ultimate, he sacrificed his life, and we talked about how this Varus is going to be public enemy number 1, he's going to be target, but wait, Frosty.
Solely actually coming in. Radiohead on the backline there. Even I thought this was going to be good for XCD Gamers. Aqua manages to take 2 for his own life there. It is good for XCD Gamers because Aqua's just that guy. I've been saying it all game long. He sidesteps Brawn Q. This time he takes a 1 for 2. It's beautiful.
None of this is necessary.
This guy's dead. I think Zeit is dead here. You're right, it's not necessary. But they're going to play the fight anyway. Solarflare coming through. Almost mega him. Misesa doesn't have flash though because he used it under the tower, and that's going to be the end of the play.
None of these fights are necessary, by the way. That dive in the bot lane dive in the mid lane did not need to happen, but we go for it anyway. We do a little limit testing.
That's right.
The objective is not going to be the dragon, it is going to be repelled, and this one is going to be secured. So that teleport from Misesa does actually end up helping them secure the objective, secure the feats. They will have those online. So definitely going to be a little bit of a benefit there, as Jesus Loves You All have made it definitely entertaining. The gold lead is 1k, by the way.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this game is knife's edge. It's crazy because it's just been Fiesta on both sides. We're actually in a circus right now. It's Clown Fiesta and OCE. Visor, I mean, he's taking another trade. Actually dropped the boomerang right there, Misesa did. Not to, call him out or anything, but bit icky.
Oops. Yeah.
The game's quite even.
Yeah, all said and done, it is very even. And the last fight where the Nocturne dove in there, I was going to say, we talked about in draft how this Varus is public enemy number 1. He is the target you go for as a Nocturne. But there are 4 other members who generate threat for the Nocturne. So you do not get away with that scot-free, as the Herald Charge is going to do a decent amount of damage, but hopefully we back away here because there's no reason to push this trade. It is just going to set up the Dragon priority, and you have to move in here. Zaita is already scouting out and dropping wards. We're going to reset here? Okay. But the big issue is that once you get that counter engage, once you kill that target, Jesus Loves You will just have to know to walk away, and so far they have not. And engage here from Frosty.
Solar Flare, but there's no actual follow-up there. The Flick going to go very wide. I think trying to maybe catch up the Sejuani. It was a bit of a mismatch of target alignment there. XCD Gamers not all in unison on who they wanted to go, and they don't get anything for the Solar Flare because of it.
Yeah, there's a big cooldown gone. As the Dragon has spawned, you're going to get priority here. Misesa to help Imogen push this one in. You do have the Nocturne ultimate to punish an overstep here from Imogen, but all summoners available.
Yeah, I think they're just going to play the tower. Of course, you got to watch out for the Glacial Prison. If Radiohead is able to connect that on Aqua, doesn't have Cleanse. So that is going to be fight deciding right there. Whether or not that Glacial Prison lands on its desired target. I think it's almost too scary for XCD Gamers to take a fight because of that. So they're just going to give the Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dragon going to be traded. So building up towards Soul Point, Prion hooks in every single time we see the camera on him. And he has gone for the tankier version of the Silas. So really like this choice. Yeah, absolutely. In the shape of this particular game where you might be wading through something like a minefield from Zaita or the bullet time, having that extra tankiness to get to the target hit that Kingslayer, heal up, and then roll through the rest of the fight. You're going to have the Riftmaker for extra healing as well. Definitely is going to make a lot of sense, and I think this is the build we've been seeing on Sylas more often than not, and it works so well. It gives you basically everything you need on this champion.
Quen's now back online for Aqua here, so if they take this fight, he's not as scared as he once would have been, as here comes Soli, dashing in the backline, using that massive Braum ultimate, Glacial Fissuring all over Frosty, and down he goes, his namesake, not treating him too kindly. The Frost of Braum it's more lethal than Frosty would have liked.
Yeah, definitely. You can't afford to overstep here against this composition. As soon as the Braum tags you, Varus will lock you down. You'll have a Sylas on you with the enhanced attack speed from the passive. Will lock you down, and Sejuani, of course, extra CC. So
They're just go from the tower. They're just forcing it down the throats of XCD Gamers here. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. It's only going to give Imogen some safety, though. He's able to stand behind that and free it as Aqua blood tapping all over Soli. But down he goes, I think. It's a flash forward from Prion, going to land on Aqua as the final hit comes in from the arrow of Varus. Imogen, ADC differential established firmly.
Had his struggles in the mid lane against Zaytas LeBlanc, but this time on the Varus, despite a couple of oversteps, is looking pretty good. Frosty engage.
Actually, God, despite a couple of oversteps, add +1 to that tally. Cleanse Flash gone in an instant.
Wants to give his team a heart attack, and he's going to pay for both the summoners. Frosty, the shot calling from this team is pretty crisp from what we've seen. They know exactly when to find their moments, and they have kept it competitive. It's still just that 2k gold difference. It's the one dragon over to Jesus Loves Y'all that's separating them. The grub's going to help when it comes to hitting the tower, but they do need to get there first. So really a lot to be said about separating these teams. And Dragon spawning 3 minutes. You're going to have priority controlled in the mid lane by Jesus Loves Y'all. We'll see if they can set up the vision. There is also the Artican up towards the top side, which adds that extra dimension. You have to always be thinking about that objective. Could they be sneaking it? Could they use that extra XP to get themselves back in the game?
Yeah. And I talked a lot in draft, predicted this Camille, right? It's not turning out. If you look at the Camille, she's just resetting right now. I think it's her Triforce at 21 minutes. It's going to be her first item. There it is, secured already. But look at the Gnar items. This Camille was really the only way that I can see XCD Gamers cleaving through Radiohead's HP. And Radiohead is ridiculously fed. I don't think Talia is going to be able to do it. I don't think Fiora, MF is going to be able to do it. It's all on the Camille, but she has no items.
Yeah, and we already have the means to kill the Varus, right? We already have the Nocturne. So that job is done. It's just a question of what you do afterwards. And Imogen, what are you doing, man? Just
trying to get paranoid.
Stay with the tour group, please. As he is going to go mid, catch his wave. The threat of that Artican ever present over the next couple of minutes. And that is why you saw the members of XCD Gaming move in as a group, because they are just leashed together at the moment. They can't give up any ground because the moment they do, something gets taken away.
Wow, where are we aiming? We've just hit my window.
We're guessing.
Solar Flare is just, I don't know, it's made me blind, bro. That's crazy. I think I got stun locked in real life. That's crazy. Nice try there from the Sylas, not to be uncharitable. And he's going to miss the chains as well. It's tough. It's tough out here on the Rift, man. It's a tough day at work for the Sylas player. And he's just going to walk it off, pretend that no one saw that right now. Let's wipe that from our memories collectively. Yeah, what's Sylas, honestly? What happened?
It's completely fine. Prion, look, he's roll swap. That's the excuse.
That's right. Yeah, actually, he's filled. He's filled.
I'm filled, guys. Sorry. Gonna be fighting here mid lane priority. Straight to the Artican, though. And the big deal is this Sylas, level 14, already has a decent cooldown on the ultimate. So he's absolutely chilling. Actually, Kale, what is the Sylas ult cooldown?
I'm not sure. Like 50 seconds or something. That's
really short.
It's back 40 seconds.
That's not even rank 3.
Yeah, right. I want to point out quickly, as we're seeing this fight, look at Camille on the bot side. She's just wreaking havoc on the towers. Recessa doing the same thing to Frosty Frosty's HP bar, and they're going to lose an inhib if this fight goes on too long. Losing the mid tower is a guarantee right now. The concussive blows on Frosty going to take him out. He's barely going to live, though. The Ignite taking him down. Solely next in line. Bullet time on the Gnar, who's going to go mega, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive through that hail of rain from MF.
It's a disaster in the mid lane for Jesus Loves Y'all. I think they were just too split up. They were being pulled apart by Visor in the bot lane. They just finished the Artican, so a bit of greed, taking a couple of extra waves, not resetting, and then maybe a bit of split comms. Some people wanted to defend the mid lane tower, the rest of them wanted to get extra waves on top side, and then there was the threat of Visor.
All right, he's
Surely
making up
dead.
for his mistakes there. Hextech ultimatum stolen. He proposes his own ultimatum. The flash from Wise is pretty good. Misses a chain, flashes himself, not to be perturbed. Is this Silas player, gives the kill over to the Sejuani, which is not ideal. Actually well played from Wise to live so long, but the problem is that Drake is now on the menu.
Drake's on the menu, no bullet time, so I don't think we get to
It's a
contest
flick
this.
there, it's a good solar flare. Both dodged though, and here comes the paranoia. Varus is going to be the target, but they can't actually connect with him. Nocturne immediately goes down. Varus is free hitting the Leona on the right side there. He's not going to get engaged on at all. He's full HP, able to get entire uptime there on the Leona. Take him out. Meanwhile, Salas is wreaking havoc on the backline here, and it's just a beautiful front-to-back fight. But Jesus loves Yul. Down goes the MF, down goes the Leona, down goes the Nocturne, down goes the Talia, down goes the damn Camille, and it's an ace.
It's the 4th Drake of the game. It's just Soul Point. You didn't have to full send on that fight. No bullet time. Yes, you had some resources on the Misfortune, but Aqua was not ready to fight. Neither was the rest of the team. So XTD Gamers take a contest they did not have any right taking, and now they're going to pay for it with a lot of territory taken. The threat of Soul Point, which is always going to be there, plus a couple of kills, plus potentially the threat of at least your top side controlled, the setup for Baron. Jesus loves Yul. They've found the angles in the second game. It's not been clean, but it definitely does look like we might have a bit of a series on our hands, Tweed.
Oh yeah, and a good one at that. This is a very exciting game to watch. If it's anything like this game, the next game, assuming that there is a next game, obviously XCD Gamers, they're not written off yet. Yeah, it's a 3k gold lead, but Baron's up, and funny things happen with an OCE when the Baron Nashor spawns on the map. No, might be caught out here. So Weaver's Wall is reset his counts. Necess is going to be in a lot of trouble. So Weaver's Wall and the Paranoia both invested trying to take out this mini Hulk. He's going to enrage any second, has the ultimate. Actually, he's before he does, though, and I think that might be a mistake. Maybe leads to his death. Oh, never mind, he got flicked. I thought he E'd, but he in fact got flicked. So he's able to jump away for safety and live. It's actually really bad for XCD Gamers, and the fight's not over yet. It's a Paranoia on the other side here. Nocturne ult stolen by the Silas. Redistribution of magic right there. Gonna take out the Talia, his opposing laner. 3-level difference now. Down he goes, Heartsteel clang onto the Nocturne. Down he goes as well, and it's only the owner left to pick up the pieces of a very broken Lego set. I think it's gonna be the Baron, my friend.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be Baron. A lot committed onto Macesso, who uses the fancy feat, uses the hop to get out of dodge, and draws all of the resources out, which means that XTD Gamers are just ran down by the Silas. As soon as he steals that Nocturne ultimate, it's a done deal. And this is going to be Baron. This is going to be a statement made in Game 2. Finally, the first real significant gold lead is found. It's about 5k to the good. Probably going to extend to it. Probably going to see some base towers fall in the next couple of minutes. Freon up towards the top side, working on this tower. Hopefully he doesn't die here. He just walks back and presses B, gets the Baron empowered recall.
Nice for him. But yeah, I mean, I was talking literally seconds ago about, oh, XCD Gamers, they have a chance in this game. I'm going to revise my statement. I think if you're an analyst, if you're a draft guy, if you're a coach, maybe time to get the notepad out. Start thinking about Game 3. Because this one, I think it's a bit of a done deal. I'll be honest. It's looking tough.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think a lot of it comes down to these 80 carry picks. The Misfortune has not delivered in this game once again. And last game, it was Freon on the Xayah, which felt a bit disappointing. This time, the Misfortune just doesn't really have the agency in the fights. Yes, she can stand still and ult, but who is she ulting? And it's not a Varus, and it's never going to be a Varus because Varus is too far away. He's getting ulted by the enemy Nocturne. Then the Misfortune just is kind of jobless in these fights. And I'm a big Jinx fan, Quay.
I believe that, man. You're a big Xayah hater, I know that for sure.
Big Xayah hater, big Jinx fan, big Zeri fan. I think both of those picks would have been great here. But unfortunately, that is going to be a discussion that you have between yourselves as XC Gamers, because I think we are going to a Game 3, and I think base is going to get broken right about now.
I think we're going to go to a Game 3 very soon, is the vibe I'm getting here. It's going to be off the engage, though. All the summoner spells not quite available. The only big one missing, right, is the Imogen Flash. So if you are an XCD Gamer fan, that's what you got to care about here. But I don't think it's going to be enough to take them over the edge here, as the Weaver's Wall to Paranoia. Actually, 2 people caught out in mid lane here, and Imogen is one of them. The Braum ultimate going to stop the bullet time in its tracks, but there's so much damage on the Nocturne. Not quite enough, though. Imogen, with his last stand, takes out the Nocturne and wins the fight for his team. It's the Gnar to pick up the kills, but realistically, all the work was done by the Varus. And an ace, man. It's over, just like that.
And in a game where the Varus really didn't have to deliver, Imogen on the roll swap has actually managed to find the effectiveness. 11, 4, and 8 on the on-hit Varus, has supported by the Braum, was the target, and has just... it's a statement game by Jesus Loves All. We're going to a game 3.
It was messy. It wasn't clean at all. XCD Gamers, they put up a fight, but it wasn't enough. They were put down on the Rift today, and we're going to game 3 in this final series.
Really nicely played. I think it's a mess. It was a mess. I think we can absolutely say that. But Jesus Loves You All, they find the reset. They are going to go to that final game of the series. And look, we'll see what the next game brings, because Imogen was serviceable on the Varus. Maybe is just a bot lane player. I'll have to check the OPGs later on. But what can we say about the game? Yeah, it looked good.
I think Imogen looked really good. I think there are some takeaways, though. So if you are XCD Gamers, that wasn't an armor set without chinks, right?
Yes.
It was not an unwinnable game. It objectively wasn't. There was a point in that game, in fact, I think about 10 minutes in, where I would favor XCD Gamers.
Yeah, there was a big gold swing.
There really was. It was a 2,000 gold swing about 10 minutes in the game, right? So that's a sign of a best of 3 series that can really go either way. And so I think going to draft, it's going to be the deciding factor. Realistically, we talked about at the end of that game. It's going to be really important to see where these teams go in draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big question is going to be the AD carry champion pools. What does Imogen or Prion potentially? We'll find out who's playing in that role later on. What do they have in the tank? Do we get Imogen back in the mid lane? Do we go for something like Yone with a hyper carry for resets? Maybe that's the direction you go through, because AD carry, I think, has been the deciding factor. Misfortune completely useless in that last game. Xayah in the first. What is left? You don't really have that Braum to back it up, so we will see. Draft's deciding everything.
We are now going to go to a break, though. It's the final break of this series, a very entertaining series at that. So we'll see you on the other side of this break. Do not go anywhere, because it's about to get really good. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are so back, and we're ready for game 3, man. I'm real and I'm ready to go. Hello, Weapon. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Feeling good. This has been a banger series. I was not expecting the first game. I definitely was expecting the second game. And now in game 3, it's anyone's series. We'll see what comes out of the gate because second game was a bit of a mess, but it definitely was, I think, what Imogen and Co needed. Imogen, couple of oversteps, but definitely had a much better performance in that game. And then Prion was very serviceable in the mid lane. So this is looking like it could be a bit of a competitive one. And that one certainly was competitive until it kind of wasn't.
Ooh, we're in already, baby. Here
Draft
we go.
already.
Draft already,
Let's go.
man. Let's go. This is the game 3 draft. So the stakes are high. The picks are, I mean, they're limited, right? It's a fearless draft format. We're in game 3, so we're looking at 10 champions already banned out. Cannot see any of the champs we've already seen. ADC was the big thing you were looking at. What are you expecting to see in terms of the picks, in terms of the bans?
Yeah, I already called it out. I want to see something of carry. I think that's the best way to play in the current meta. Anything that gets resets, Tristana is a big one. She's very, very strong right now, very mobile, can play in any single composition. So if that goes unnoticed in the ban phase, I think that gets picked in the first rotation. And then that leaves things like the Ashe, the Jinx, and potentially Zeri. Prion is, of course, playing in the mid lane, which means that I don't expect to see Zeri so much. It's not so much of an Aquamarine champion, but it is certainly something that I think you would keep in mind in terms of that hyper carry potential, as we have a few bans on the table, and they look very familiar.
So 2 jungler bans taken out. It's the same we've already seen. We've got the Jace ban, same as we've already seen. It seems like nothing really being switched up so far. Doesn't seem like the fearless draft is affecting at least what these teams don't want to see. Irelia ban would be the next thing we expect. And if that isn't banned, that could be spicy.
That is the big question, right? Because the Aurelia ban we've talked about, both times it's popped up, has felt very out of place, but it's just going to get taken away. So I have no idea who is playing this on XCD Gamers. It could be Visor, it could be Zaita. We just won't know in this series. It just feels like such an out of left field pick because I just don't think Aurelia is that feared in the current state of the game.
God, we just hate Arcane. Like it's just a consistent thing. Jason, Victor, we don't like it here. We just screw it, guys. None of that Arcane fanboying. Victor's gone.
Screw Fortiche. They just hate him. Well, if that holds true, I think we ban Vi here. And that actually does make a lot of sense because I think Vi, if you're not picking it, you ban the other side of it. So you are going to give up the potential Vi on the clapback. I see. And Han, it doesn't feel like a Han champion. But I think it's about the best champion we have left if you're not willing to go for something like a Viego.
I agree strongly. I think Vi is a champion that works without the Ahri in a way that Ahri doesn't work as well without the Vi. That's kind of like the vibe I get. Except Karma first pick is what we see, and that just defies every bit of League knowledge I have in my brain.
That's a Frosty pick. He really, really likes the Karma. It is going to be a question of whether. So that's a.
I rate that.
That's a Yone.
It could be Yone mid or top. It's a flex pick and it's ballsy.
Could be. And it could also mean that maybe Imogen has decided, you know what, I will play mid. As there is the expected Vi. Now, the question I have here is the 180 carry we didn't talk about is the Ezreal. And of course, Ezreal Karma is a combo. And if you are very good at the Ezreal, you can make up for the lack of that champion's hyper carry sort of tendencies. So you could index on the other lanes and pick yourself an Ezreal, which is nice and safe here.
Ooh, it's the new buffed Annie, actually. This is buffed, right? This patch, her ultimate now gives magic penetration as a flat percentage for whatever reason, right? The devs at Riot decided that that's good, so we're going to see the Annie this game.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a buff. I think she's better in lane, she's better in trades, but I think her all-in, which is what the reason we picked the champion, so much weaker. So we shall see. That's probably going to be our Zaita champion. Slayer Boxes had a great performance on the Xin Zhao in game 1, so this could be a repeat performance. He certainly has someone to set up that all-in, even if it is going to be weaker. The Lee Sin damage going to help out there.
Yeah.
I think I like Orianna for Prion, but we're just going to go 80 carry, and we're not going to go hyper carry.
Really interesting. So I guess the Jhin makes a lot more sense given that we have Yone, right? You don't really, Yone kind of makes up for the lack of consistent damage because Yone is a tank shredder. Also, enemy teams kind of tip their hand a little bit. You're not going to be versing a tank jungler. You're not going to be versing Annie. Annie's not a tank, realistically. Roa, Annie's not a thing. Now you're going to ban some tank tops to make sure you don't get punished for picking Jhin. There's the Ornn. Ornn ban taken away.
Absolutely. And maybe you do go for something like the Cassante to be a bit more of a bodyguard there. Eject the Lee Sin if he goes in. So could be the angle you go for. You go for something that's nice and simple on your side. I think Masessa probably feels like a bit more of a Cassante enjoyer. Alistair ban makes a whole lot of sense when you look at something that can follow up alongside the Via. I think Nautilus probably hits the ban table here as well. Renekton is interesting.
Aurora is what I'm looking at. And the reason I'm thinking Aurora is because no AP on that composition so far. Aurora top is really good. Renekton's a very common counterpick, so is Ornn.
True,
All my things that lead to Aurora here. As Nautilus ban as well.
It is also, I mean, it's not really a champion that I think any of the mid laners or top laners in this game play.
That's a big factor. Okay.
Certainly they can bust it out. There is the Rel. That it's certainly, I guess, a bit of a takeaway, because if you're following up on an Annie or a Lee Sin engage, the Rel certainly would help. It is just, I feel like we're lacking a bit of that consistent DPS. Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the Yone will help, but I really want to see. I think if you're over-indexing on burst, Set.
That's my champ. I love that champion.
Off.
Set is my favorite champion in this game, so I'm very excited to see that. That's cool. Hello, Set.
All right.
Does he have the skin though?
Yet to be picked. Ash feels so good here, but we're just gonna go for the pocket vein. This is an Aquamarine special. All right.
This is Chinese solo queue comp. Holy.
And then what do we go for in top? It's got to be just an engaged.
Aurora cook set, but it's not an engaged champ.
It's not great.
Oh, it's hard. It's really hard. An engaged champ that Set doesn't destroy. No, man, that's not it.
That ain't it
in any sense. Set
it's
completely
something.
cooks that. Set absolutely destroys that. How does that even play?
All right. I don't know. Very confident stuff by Masessa. Thinking that Han will be able to safeguard his early lane, get into the level 6. The composition works in theory, right? You've got a Kayle who can ult one of the targets who's going in, whether it's Han or Prion, follow up from Soli, and all Imogen has to do is press the R button. You can see it on paper, but this early game from XCD Gamers, once again, we're going to be where we shine the spotlight. Can Slayer Boxers find early aggression alongside Zyta and Visor to just shut Jesus Loves You All out of the game, just like they did in the first game?
Yeah.
We shall find out, because it's a full stack. We've seen this movie again.
Oh man, it's a 5 stack in top lane this time. It's actually on a ward though. Masessa with a very heads up ward there, gonna make sure nothing funny going on. But yeah, I mean, you pointed out, you're so right. There is so much pressure on the shoulders of these XCD Gamers players. In the first 10 minutes of this game, if nothing happens, XCD Gamers, their chance of winning is just slowly draining away, because every single thing. What is this? I love
Zyta
this.
playing top.
This is a lane swap. It's a lane swap.
This is
because Set versus Yone is completely unplayable. This is a gorgeous lane swap. You cannot play Set into Yone. Sorry, Yone into Set.
Yeah, this is excellent. So Set going to be able to play really nicely into the Yone. Of course, gets to get extra regen, gets basically to extend every single trade against the Yone every single time he goes in. The only hope he has to snap back, and that was nerfed. So you don't get to do that as easily. And at least in flying out of the jungle, definitely will not help. This is fantastic.
Really yeah.
And it also puts the champion with high burst against the Kayle in the top lane. Kayle, very squishy in the early going, is of course a melee champion until level 6. So you're going to be suffering in that top lane. And Aqua, we haven't talked about this Vayne. This is comfort. If you look at Aqua's solo queue, they are basically a Vayne one-trick.
I mean, Zyta's going for the all-in here. He has the Q damage, but I think he loses this, because it's Halo Blade's Kayle, the flash into Fog of War, and that's so bad. That is so terrible.
Oh no.
For XCD Gamers. That is the worst possible outcome right there.
With no CS taken, absolutely nothing, and
no
you
TP.
Just give up the kill. No TP.
And look at the wave.
Oh no.
Oh, it's so bad. The wave is pushing away from him.
This is disaster. The Annie is going to be giving up so much ground here against Kayle, who gets the TP back in, so we'll get some CS online, but that extra kill, not a lot of experience, which is the big deal for the Kayle, but definitely not what you want to see for the Annie in the early game.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrendous, and it's not just in the early game that this has big ramifications. If Kayle gets gold in this composition, she is going to 1v9. She can be the only person on Jesus Loves Yours team. If she's level 16 with gold, there is nothing that XCD Gamers can do against that. So if this Kayle gets allowed to scale, this game is so hard to play. They need to put some pressure on it.
Yeah, it's relatively short-range stuff as well. It really is going to take Slayer Boxers finding that miraculous kick angle to really set up the engage, and even then, it's so synergistic where you've got the Kayle ultimate to save people, you've got a Yone who can fly in after that person gets kicked, and the Jhin can just play from thousands of units away. So This game definitely does become dire if the KO gets fed, and certainly is already on that path.
Yeah.
Way pushing into her, she's going to be able to CS this quite nicely. Kind of getting a fast track to that level 6. So we'll see if Slayer boxes can get towards that top side, maybe set up a dive alongside the Annie, level 6 comes in. It's probably what you're looking for.
Yeah, I want to point out, so Set is the champ I play up. You know, I'll hold this thought for a long time, because it looks like there might be something going on here in the bot side. Radiohead is behind Aqua here, and again, if this goes badly for XD Gamers, the game is so hard to play. They try to predict the flash dead as Radiohead. It's going to be good enough, though. Follows him, doesn't quite land the Q, but gets the damage off, allowing Imogen to pick up his messy food. Take the kill. Now the Slayer box is in mid. It's probably not going to lead to anything. Helps Visor shut the wave, at least. Very well played so far from Prion on this Yone to not lose anything in terms of CS or kills.
Double Q3 feels really, really nice, but that gank towards the bot side definitely going to be big for Imogen, who was falling behind in the CS department. Get himself a little bit extra gold, get himself a bit of a reset as he's now catching his wave on the tower. So death tempo in the favor of Aqua, but we'll see what the Jin can get off the back of this, because they are favored compositionally. So this is good signs for... Well, it's actually
really
bad
good signs.
signs.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to point out, before that insane play happened on the bot side, where Radiohead tried to flash Aqua's flash. Obviously, the upshot of that, there's no double sums here. I'm going to hold my thought again, because I'm just not allowed to say it. It turns out there's going to be another engage here. No sums on Imogen, no sums on Aqua, though. So maybe it's going to be hard to finish off the kill. No, he's a full psychopath. His support takes the tower for him, and he finishes off the kill with a little tumble to the face.
Frosty knows what his job is. It is to sacrifice his life at every opportunity so that Aqua can get fed, and this fed vein could be the difference maker. I talked about how this comp is short range. Slayer boxes.
This is really important. They need to get this kill here. This is going to shut down Messessa out of the game. There's no flash on the Kale. He gets killed with a Sonic Wave to the face, and that's really, really good for XCD Gamers. They're suddenly back in the game.
Yeah, now it starts to feel a bit better. You've shut down Messessa, you've gotten a kill on Aqua, and yes, the composition is short range, as that's risky stuff by Freon. He's got to be out.
That's a facebreaker. He could walk behind him, tries to flash behind him to get that showstopper, but it's not going to happen. 2 heads up from the Yone there, making sure he doesn't get kidnapped. And well played.
All right, neither of us get to complete our thoughts in this game because there's just plays across the map. So the comp is short range. The point I was going to make is not a complicated one. It's damage rakes up for short range because Vayne turns into a blender and you can't step close. That's the entire thought. I want to hear the set point though.
Okay, so my set point here, and it's much less important now that we're 6 minutes in the game, but Set is a champion that works very well with early game power. It's a champion that loves to play Ignite, particularly against Yone, because Yone is not a champ that's easy to kill. It's a champ that really needs to get punished whenever it walks up for a minion. You need to be able to play on the wave, and with Ignite, with early game, you should be using your E-type heavy trade, try to play for that level 3 solo kill. Visor didn't do it, which was why you can see the Yone's has 54 farm right now, Set has 47. Visor didn't punish the Yone enough in the early levels. He wasn't playing aggressively on the minions, he wasn't ego checking him by sidestepping the Qs. And the result is that Prion's been able to free farm.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a Yone that will scale just that little bit better as well. He's been buffed on the patch to have more synergy with crit, so that late game itemization going to hit that little bit harder. And the late game absolutely is going to favor Jesus Loves Y'all. So XTD gamers must keep the pace up. Dragon's spawning in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So no big objective to play for.
Oh. He's very patient there not to use the ult. I think it would just kill him. There's no flash on the Yone, but he doesn't use it.
Does not use it. Visor just going to send this wave under tower, equalize a little bit of that farm. Bit of scuffle in the jungle, but both sides walk away. So there is no major objective to play for. The next thing is going to be this grubs, and priority to Aqua and Go. That's crazy, my dude.
That's so good from Aqua right there. Condemning the Rel out of her Shattering Strike. Saves his own life. Still a bit of an insane position to walk up into, but...
You can see the comfort, if nothing else. Aqua knows exactly what to do on this champion, and apparently exactly what to do is play like a maniac.
There's no mana on the Annie. She does have flash, but I don't think it's going to be enough because there's a cease and desist on Vi if she chooses to use it. I don't think she has to.
She has flash.
Maybe Messessa goes Q flash could kill. There's Kale ultimate though, so I don't think Zaita has the chance. No chance at all. Messessa just presses the ultimate preemptively. Doesn't even have to use it at a good timing there. Watches the Annie die in front of him.
The only chance he would have had there is maybe point blank. And even that would have been... Yeah, that would have absolutely been probably a bridge too far, so... Zaita
I'd
continues to
definitely
suffer in this top side. Nice by Frosty. Gets the root.
Ooh.
This is all in service of pushing the wave. You have to think that the Grubs reset is going to come out.
Oh gosh,
in
cut and call. Here we
ways.
go. 1 shot landed, 2 shots landed. Come on, 1 more shot, baby. He misses it. Rel's just gonna dubstep ignite, and Deadly Flourish gets the kill. High ground, low ground, I guess.
All right, Frosty gets another kill under his belt. Really struggling on XD Gamers to find any sort of purchase in this early game.
This is really bad.
Yeah, they really need to push the pace, but they're just not being given the opportunity. Every single kill is being counted, and once again, Aqua locked up.
Aqua actually needs to play this. He has double sums, he can do it. He's used the Vayne ultimate, Night Hunter up and available. There's no curtain call, so he can try to play this 1v2. Has the Jin flash, takes the first kill, takes a towel shot though. Maybe he can keep playing this. Oh no, cease and desist, unplayable. Point and click, down you go. I'm the police. I'm gonna put you in handcuffs, send you back to the shopkeeper.
Aqua played that about as well as he could have, but unfortunately does go down at the end of the play. Now going to be able to get the reset. The Grub spawning in 1 minute 43, so a little bit ahead of schedule. Potentially a dive here on Slayer boxes.
There's no Kale ultimate. Sonic Wave gonna hit a ranged creep, and that's all good.
And we're chilling.
Yeah.
So it's
Back
an
to chilling,
awkward
bro.
time right now. Here we go. So Imogen is going to get the proactive swap towards the top side. This is what I was expecting.
Face check though, and there is a Lee Sin. He has Sonic Wave, has that Dragon Kick. Not going to use it though, no insecking so far. Maybe going to see some a bit later on in the match though.
Yeah, it absolutely has to be a lot on the back of Slayer boxes to find the angles, find the kicks, set up the plays, because there really is no other tool. It's set suplexing in by himself, and there has to be some sort of follow-up. There has to be something else, and if it's not a massively fed Vayne who you just can't approach, it has to be playmaking. Zaita?
Nice little side step
Fancy
there.
fake.
Fancy footwork from the Annie. She's only 7 years old, but she does know the tap dance. That's well played there.
Very
Now the Grub's
overbearing
gonna be
parents. They took her to tap dance lessons. They
They did, yeah.
told her
Then
how
she
to set
burnt them.
things on fire.
Man, the face breaker, it's so close. If he lands that EW, maybe has the showstopper finish the fight. But I mean, as this mid lane goes longer, it's only getting worse for Visor.
Yeah, definitely. It's only that 7 CS lead, but Slayer boxes.
There's a
the
Dragon Kick. He's in a lot of trouble. Sonic Wave gone very wide, uses the ward hop out to safety, flashes the wall. Banana combo from Yone, not going to land with anyone, but he does E out of the way of the face breaker, and that's crucial if he wants to keep getting these kills. Visor uses the W a little bit early there, has to flash himself, and it's 2 flashes burnt to nothing on the side of Jesus Love.
2 for nothing, just the ultimate burned, and that means that you are going to get those Void Grubs for absolutely free. And I will remind you, the proactive swap came out from Evergen and Soli up towards the top side, so they knew exactly where they needed to be, and it was awkward for Aqua. Died, had to catch the bot lane wave, now is still down there against the Kayle, who has crested the level 6 mark, so she's completely fine in that lane, and getting the Grubs just off pure tempo. Zyther, maybe a steal, but I don't think he gets anything.
He's playing it so well, Pryon. He's not giving the set the chance for any extended trades, and he's just able to free farm. It's perfect for Yone. It's part of the reason that set mid isn't so good, because the lane's so short. There's going to be an engage there. It's a key flash forward from Annie. Uses the Tibbers on top of the Yone. Electric popped as well. Ignite not going to be quite enough to take him down. Still at half HP. Can actually keep playing the fight here. Frosty walking on top of Masessa. He's trying to poke and prod on the left side there. Is Pryon hitting Visor this time. Has the W stacked up. Here comes Vi with a cease and desist. Potentially used at any second. Drake secured though by the Lee Sin. The Kayle ultimate on a sliver of HP. As here's the curtain call from Jin. Shots going wide though. Need to land. The fourth one does connect with Aqua, who's going to be able to not find the damage to take out Soli. Down he goes, no mana left on the Annie. She goes down, tap dancing lessons be damned. You cannot escape from the waiting arms of the police.
It looked sketchy at the start, but it ends up being great for the side of Jesus Loves All. Imogen opens up with the curtain call. They have the Rel ultimate to play with, and they just look for the hard engage off of the Dragon take. Gonna get a replay.
Here we go.
Here's where it starts. So this is where I thought they were going to pull the cord, because there is no Yone ultimate to play with. Masessa is chased out, and I thought, most of the time you would just back off, maybe look for mid-prio, get some chip damage on the tower. But no, they full send, because they have the Vi ultimate, they have the Rel ultimate, and they've gotten the Rel in position. And Masessa, yes, he takes a bunch of damage, but he soaks up so much. Slayer boxes, picks up the kill with the Q2, and then everyone else is just left to their own devices, and Zaito ran down. Just everyone is walked down at the end of this fight. So trading Dragon, Grub's taken over on the top side earlier. So everything going in the favor of Jesus Loves All. And remember, this is not, there is not a lot of pressure on their shoulders to make early plays. So the fact that they're making them is fantastic. Could be an issue here for
actually
Freon.
the wall there. I think this is going to be a kill. No, never mind. Actually, he's just going to walk it off unless he gets kicked in the mouth by Lee Sin, who's going to die for it, but at least it was swag. Down goes Lee Sin. Here comes a crash down. Don't think the play is going to continue beyond this to much extent, except there's a set coming in from the flank, using the showstopper to take Brell all the way downtown. And down she goes. Is Radiohead going to invade the top side? Maybe look for a redive here. Sorry, a dive on the other side of the map onto Saito.
There is no Kale ultimate available. Could look for it, but a positive play found. Nice zoom in. Thank you. As a positive play found in the bot side is going to relieve a bit of that pressure. Imogen might be. Oh my god!
Fourth shot to the face. A bullet to the forehead for Vayne. Night Hunter put to sleep.
It's not even the Shoja, the Yomus. Show moves. Nearly blended. Yeah, nearly blended two items together. It's not even the Yomus. It is just that static shiv, and he still is able to do that.
There's a cease and desist. Flash is also up for Radiohead. He's just going to invest a cease and desist, punching the little girl in the mouth. Not a sentence I thought I'd be saying today, but there it is. Down goes Annie. And invade on the top side jungle. It's just carnage, man. And it's all favoring Jesus Loves Yor.
It's all going in the favor of Jesus Love Yor, and it's so simple at this stage of the game. Vi ultimate available, there are no bad targets. The only bad target is maybe Visor. And if you've taken a couple of decent trades, you can certainly look for that play. You can have the Jhin open up. Oh, that was so close on Slayer boxes.
What is going on, man? It's just not their jungle, and they're just walking in like they own it, man. It's like their property. They're on the Wolves. There's a 2-level lead on the Vi.
2 levels, 3k gold across the rifts, so you can take a lot of liberties here. And this is a Vi with the Thunder Sky available.
Gliding. That's the thought in Aqua's head right now. Is he's popped the Night Hunter. He's going to run down the Jhin. It's not even close, man. It's just not close.
All right, Aqua. All right. It has to be the carry pants from this vein. It absolutely has to be. Aqua set up and is going to miss that one.
Little cannon. Gone to waste there.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. It's just a cannon. It's all good. Yeah, happens to the best of us. It's a Vayne. You're going to get that cold pop very shortly. I mean, yeah, you get every CS.
Yeah.
You've not missed a CS in your life, actually.
No.
Perfect player.
I think we're going to have to hold this sort because there's a crash down Magnet Storm on the head of the Blind Monk. Down he goes. Kale in the backline as well. This is a complete disaster for XCD gamers. They're trying to run, they're trying to hide, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Although Aqua on the right side here, he has to do so much work to carry this fight. Cease and desist is not available, so maybe he can play this. He's already used Condemn though, and down he goes. I think the punch, maybe enough the invisibility frames. He's actually going to run out to safety with the help of the Karma. Uses the Infernal Soul, little Infernal droplet or whatever on the map to walk away. Frosty going to be punished for the sins of his ADC, I think. Radiohead maybe chases him down.
No,
doesn't have the key cooldown reduction. He's going to walk it off.
All right, we run away. A couple of kills means that priority in bot and bot and mid is going to be taken. Potentially this whole tower. That's going to be pushed. That sets up for this dragon in 30 seconds. Get your some vision set up. You can potentially get one extra reset back on the map. And then you just continue taking every single fight here. Guys are going to catch this one. The Yone presses B. And we all run bot side.
It's hard.
Oops.
It's okay. It's tough. It's tough. Game's hard, man.
Hard game, League of Legends.
Yeah. Well, Dragon's going to be spawning in a couple seconds here. And I think the game's going to be getting a little bit harder for XCD gamers. As they're going to start it up. This is ballsy. I like this. Proactive.
This is ballsy. There is no teleport on Misessa, so it just has to be a collapse from the rest of the members, and it looks like the thought is not going to be there.
This is really bad. The fork on Yone is such a big spike. Doesn't have the W. Actually used the showstopper to extend the Yone's E a little bit. Does a lot of damage to him. Annie here has the flash. Going to invest it right there to take out the Yone with the electric puck. Uses his own flash. Big mistake. Dragon secure on the other side of the map at the same time. Although top tier 2 is going to be the trade, and my goodness, would you look at who the gold's going on.
It's going on the Kale, yes, but that was an interesting set of non-decisions there by Jesus Loves Yor. They decided to play one wave in mid lane. They decided to have the Yone go for trades in the bot side, and then only then did they walk up to the dragon. So a bit awkward, but gold on the Kale nonetheless is definitely going to be helpful, and you are still in a massively winning state. Still a 4k gold lead. Still going to be likely this Herald going over absolutely free just off of mid lane priority.
Will
and
Aqua
Rel
get all the
just sitting
CS?
there.
Looks like he will. Is the Herald going to be taken away now by Misessa? But yeah, right. I think the big thing is you can afford to make some non-decision at this point if you are Jesus Love Joel, just because of how good your early game was. So yeah, while you're exactly right, they were very sluggish around the map. They're not losing too much. In fact, they end up gaining a top tier 2, although probably might lose his life here if he face checks again. I think he's going to go down. Crash down, maybe flash away. I think the Sonic Wave, though, they're very slow after you crash down as the rel, so down you go.
Grass is green, sky's blue. Supports die in this series, is what we're learning. Soli is the latest victim of supports getting picked off. Doesn't mean a whole lot. Depends on who got the kill. But at the moment, not a whole lot, because it's still that 5k gold lead. A Herald is available, which means you can get towards this mid lane, throw it down, get this mid lane for free, start to open up more of that space, creep your vision forward, and have Radiohead continue to press R on any target that he finds. Invade here by Slayer boxes.
He's on a ward though, control ward as well, so they're going to know that they can't play this play. Nothing really going to happen on either end there, as the reset's going to come through. The side lane matchup is an interesting one though, because both of them are at their first side in the set and the Yone, so I wonder if that's going to be a point of pressure.
Yeah, it certainly will help. I think the set more there for the team fights, but this Herald drop is the big thing. So that time you spent on the bot side means that the Herald gets dropped. It means that this tower goes down, and you can see the invade immediately come out the Vi looking for blood.
Oh, he's so dead. He does have the Haymaker. He's going to use it to maximum effect there, right there. Getting the Cessor in the face. He's using his flash as well, but he's just going to go down. At the same time, it's another play favoring Jesus Loves Yul at the red side jungle. It's in the base of XCD Gamers where they're getting cleaved to shreds. Aqua sidesteps the Deadly Flourish, and luckily he's going to live, but it's still very bad to lose 2 kills for nothing.
Yeah, 2 fights, 2 fronts, both won by Jesus Loves Yul. Just off of the Herald play down towards the bot side, they just manufacture a kill. And then as soon as the Herald is dropped, Radiohead is in the enemy jungle looking for someone to press R on. Zyko taking a lot of damage. No ultimate.
Massive tower shots right there on the face of the little girl, and this is, yeah. This is the prize you get when you win 2 fights on 2 fronts. The Atacon, they're going to take another fight in mid, because why not? Aqua's been hit by the Shattering Strike there. Crash down as well. He's condemned the Yone, but he's actually condemned himself to an early demise. And the kill goes over to Yone.
Hey, you know how we talked about AD carries being, AD carry picks being important in this series?
Yeah.
Vayne ain't it.
Well, I mean, you could argue that AD carry picks have been important in this series, just not the type that happen in draft.
Hey, I get it. Unfortunately, yeah, I think the Vayne Aqua very, very comfortable on this champion, but is getting essentially out hyper-carried by Masessa on the other side of the map. And also, the Vayne just so short range, just doesn't have the ability to step up like those traditional hyper-carries that we see these days. The Vayne, very much an unpopular choice for that reason. She is so short range, she's in so much threat. Every time she tumbles into a fight, she's in threat of Yone, Vi, even the Kale, who kind of is at that point where with the 2 items online, with the Guinzus, she is just a blender. She will shred you if you step close. So
a Nutribullet as well. She's like one of those ones you see adverts for that last like 2 minutes.
She's like a mobile one. You can like carry it around. You want to make a smoothie on the go, and the ingredients are a Vayne, maybe an Annie.
As well. Exactly. Yeah. The Annie blender as well. She can do that. Dragon going to be the target for her though, I think. She's actually on the top side though. She's going to choose to blend minions while the rest of her team takes out the Dragon. And it's going to be the second Dragon.
She can do it all.
So it's not that big of a win condition.
Yeah, it is not the Threat of Soul fight yet, so XED gamers have bought themselves some time in this game. Zyka, you don't get to do that, by the way.
This is death, right? No, actually, the team's going to come and hover. It's a TP from Masessa. I think the dead person is, in fact, this WWE contender, not even able to use his Haymaker before he goes down, and Visor is now a corpse in the bot lane.
Visor just falls, and it looked a bit sketchy there. You saw the interaction. The Yone actually stunned, wasn't able to snap back to immune the crowd control. But Visor overextends past his team and pays for it quite dearly. So this is going to be that free Dragon, and Jesus Loves Yul taking more and more of the map away. And shout out to Radiohead, I think. Not a champion that I associate with him, but he has made the Vi look very, very good. And the coordination with the team has been the real big story here. Every single time there is priority, he is using it. And once again,
another underage arrest here, by the way. It's Annie this time, the target of the cease and desist. She just gets mauled. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Off to
Juvie. To that, Annie?
I guess.
Off to Juvie. That's what happens to you when you go to Juvie prison, guys. Don't commit crimes when you're underage, or you just get that happens. You just die.
You get an angel kills you. That's what happens.
An angel from heaven. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Australian laws are very strange.
That's true.
The Australian justice system's really weird. This is going to be a dead bot lane tower. I don't know what you do here as XDD gamers,
I think
and you
the
don't get to
answer
do
is
anything.
just get killed. Although this could be a massive haymaker. Oh, I overhyped it. It wasn't that big. It only hit Necessor in the face, and Jin just kind of walked it off. So instead, it's a double kill.
Hey, it's a bounty picked up by Aqua. There is that.
That's nice.
Unless
He might die though. He's okay. I think he's okay here. Does sidestep the own Q and actually going to take a lot of damage on the back end of that. Now he's in trouble. Look at the cacophony of pings on his
Jin
face here.
curtain
And
call?
he's going to walk straight into a 4th shot. Bang! 1 shot, 2 shot. Down you go. Jin doesn't have to count to 4. If you're only an ADC, it's only 2.
Pick your poison there, and the poison apparently was Imogen,
Yep.
who just walked up and picked the kill for free. Not a lot happening here for XD gamers. This is
Guy's
bad.
dead. That was a curtain call. I'm actually going to steal the kill. That's when I ping and go AFK if I'm Yon. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm 1 and 2, and my 9 and 3 ADC just stole my kill.
Yeah, I mean, and you should go AFK because you're the perfect
Here's
player.
another
You can miss CS.
And now almost stolen 2. That sucks. That really does suck.
Oops. So, not a lot happening here for XDD gamers, and unfortunately their draft does not give them a lot of outs, which is not what you want to see in a game 3.
God. I mean, yeah, you kind of knew this was going to happen, though. It was kind of heralded from the time that Annie died at level 1, right? Like, the second that KO gets online, the series is... it's looking grim.
It's pretty much over. Baron's spawning, and you've got a Kale, so that is a very, very dead Baron at
she's
the
on
moment they decide to get it. Aqua could... there's no one to... There's
Really
no
punish. Yeah. We can just watch this KO, honestly. This is all we need to look at. This is the
is
story
very
of the
cool.
game right here. This tells an entire story. See level 15 KO, 7 and 2, almost at the Rabadon's death cap, has the Swift March in inventory. Yeah. GG.
Is that the... that is the Pentakill Kale as well?
Oh, it
I
is,
think?
yeah. Maybe
Very
see one of
cool.
those.
She's just getting fed every single little farm.
Stole the Gromp too, by the way.
But sorry,
I'm full
sorry,
AFK.
sorry, Han. Sorry, I need this one. And you ping your item that you're not even close to.
Yeah. Well, he's just going to kill the Lee Sin as well to kick it to the face of Radiohead, but actually just going to use that and get to
Sorry,
safety.
man. I'm 700 gold away from my death cap. Can I just? Yeah, thanks.
Can I have your Gromp?
Yeah, cool. I'll take your wolves too. Yep. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, now I'm 600 gold away.
we go.
I just need 600 gold.
This is what they need to start doing. If they want to win this game, XD gamers, they need to be able to find these picks on side lane, although I think they're going to get 1v2, I'll be honest here. It's a W Flash, good Haymaker. It's even good ultimate there. The Yone ultimate is denied. It's a good Sonic Wave. In fact, mechanically, this has almost been played perfectly by both sides, but it doesn't really matter. The Yone Q going to miss, the Yone W going to miss. The second I start praising the mechanics, they start looking like, I don't know, a rotten meal. It's the Baron on the other side of that going to be blended up by the Kale. Yeah, I mean, Crash Down Magic Storm going to be flashed. Probably the game here. There is. Cease and desist. It's going to be used on the one target that matters. This Curtain Call as well. Getting knocked into the Kale there. Does dodge the force shot, but it doesn't matter because it's an Ignite on her head and she's going to burn to death. Zed does get an objective out of it. So if you are an XCD gamer believer,
You gotta believe
I don't know
real
why you're
hard.
still here.
It's got to be a lot of coats. Because I don't think it happens. I think this is the victory march here. Masessa is massive.
Yeah, I just got the Rabadon's death cap, man. Flash forward. Maybe this is it, actually. They one-shot him.
They got him.
He's dead. Raid bust down, baby. Let's go. Time to initiate the fight. Here comes Visor. He's missed his Stride Breaker, and that's going to be it. Unfortunately, for XCD gamers, they're not able to continue the fight, but they do pick the KO.
They pick the Kale. They get a big shutdown. I think that went into the hands of Slayer Boxers, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yes.
Look, he's made things happen with gold in the past. It's just not the person you would want the gold on, but it does buy them time to get gold on their other carries. And Annie has the Malignants, has the Zonyas, so there is a play to be made there. If you can get Aqua into the backline, if you can get him hitting a target without getting Vi ulted somehow, which is probably not going to happen, then it's playable. But there is a dragon spawning in 15 seconds. That is going to be the threat of the soul. And I don't think you get to contest this. You just get to farm up waves.
Yeah. And I think even scarier as well. As if things can get scarier. It's like we're like 2 hours into
horror.
a terrifying horror movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only getting worse, man. If you look at the levels, just look at solo laner XP and try not to despair. XCD gamers, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and this is why I called out the Zonyas on the Annie, because that's about all she has going for her. She's a flash ult bot, and remember, ult was nerfed. Yeah, it feels bad. Visor has been I don't want to flame too hard, but I want to say uninspiring on the set. Has not really.
It's a hard
found a
champ
lot.
to play in this
It's
type
hard.
of lobby, man. It's really hard. You see
It's
why
hard
it's
to
not picked a
play,
lot. Yeah.
and it has that one button. There's no one really to follow it up on. Is like,
I don't
Okay.
think it's going to save you. The bear might save you. In fact, is going to save you. The Yone times out, and Annie gets to live for a couple seconds longer, but her base, not so lucky. Down goes the inhibitor tower, down goes the inhibitor, and here comes the crush. The crush
it's just.
now.
It's 2 ways crashing, soon to be 3. You just stand here, let the Barons do their work, and this is going to absolutely be the series taken here by Jesus Loves You All.
Triple inhib, they have one last chance here. They need to get something done here. Slayer Boxes needs to find some beautiful kick. Visor, Davey needs to find a haymaker. The Nexus towers are crumbling before their eyes. It's Visor to make the engagement, the counter engage. The counter punch has been there all game long, all series long, as Aqua actually managed to escape there. The Kale ultimate going to come through, but they're not playing. They're not here to play games. They're here to wipe you. A quadra kill for the pentakill Kale. Down goes the Nexus, down goes the series, and Jesus Loves You All will advance.
And the only thing stopping that from being a pentakill for the pentakill Kale was the fact that they killed the Nexus. So Slayerbox is the only one standing there, but nothing is left standing there for the side of the XDD gamers. They got blasted out of that third game, and a competitive series back and forth, both our first games, but that third one, not even close. The draft was very difficult to play, and the early death on the Annie, the lane swap was attempted, but it just did not find any purchase.
Close as well, right? Great idea. But I think there's a couple key things missing. You play Ignite on set, you win the level 1. You make it so Yone doesn't get XP off the first melee minions. You play the game where you try to dodge his Qs, you force him to lose. Okay? That's the game you play on set. You punish Yone for existing. On top lane, obviously you don't die to chaos.
Yeah.
If these two things happen, suddenly you're looking at 2 winning solo lanes.
Yeah,
Suddenly
because
the game is completely different.
Because then at that point, you're just utility for the Vayne, who is just going to get fed. She's going to hit 3-4 items, and then she just shreds anyone who steps close. But unfortunately,
Sorry, I was going to say, let's be honest, Aqua played insane, right? Like,
Yes.
Aqua, if he has the solo to support him, if Visor is a factor in that game, if he's able to really contest sideways, he's really strong. Is that 3-item set? I mean, I think we're looking at a different series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could have been a very different game, but unfortunately that early game just exploded. And we have our winners. Jesus Loves You All. Apparently Jesus loves them. They got given a blessing in that third game from Zyta and among others. And they will be advancing to the next bracket. We do have another series though. And
let's find out that competition.
this is the one I'm really looking forward to. Because it's Weaves, it's UQ LOL, it's a resurging UQ LOL versus a Weaves who I think have been pretty damn good the whole tournament. So this one is going to be an absolute banger.
I cannot wait, man. I cannot wait. But for now, we're going to go to a bit of a longer break because my voice needs to recover. I need to make myself some tea, and I cannot wait for this next series. I'll see you guys there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and you might have noticed I've changed colors. I'm wearing black in mourning of the team that we just lost. Jesus Love Y'all has advanced, but unfortunately, that does mean that the other team that we just watched, 07, goodbye, fare thee well. Good luck in your next tournament. But we're going to move on from that now. I'm wearing black to mourn them for the whole game. We're going to move on to the next
That's
series.
very noble
How are
of
you
you.
feeling, Weapon? How are we going?
Going good. This is going to be a great one. So it is UQLOL versus the Weebs. We're going with Weebs. The full team name is Himiko Togashawa. It's Weebs. Weebs now. We're going with that.
That's what I was saying.
This is going to be a good one. So UQLOL are a team that has had, let's say, mixed results. I cast them a lot in OLI. They did not do so great. I think they did make it to the playoffs, but they kind of scraped in. But this is a team that's made some substitutions. They brought back in the name. Yeah, let's look at the lineup. So the name of the jungler is not one I'm willing to try and pronounce.
Luke.
We go with Luke. Yeah, Luku.
I've had this problem over the last couple broadcasts. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's really tough.
There's a bunch of different opinions on how to pronounce it in the OLI broadcast. I go with Luku. They are absolutely the driving force of this team and have not been present on the team for the past couple of OLI games, back in the roster. Revenite, a bit hot and cold, very similar to Imogen in our last series, but FTR is the big story because this player has always been a fantastic laner. Hands down, I think one of the better laners we've had in competitive, but has been known to kind of just randomly throw on side lanes, overextend, and then everything kind of falls apart from there. That's always been the narrative around this UQ LoL squad. I feel like I talk about it every single time. But in his last performance on that Jax, FTR was a whole new player. And I think we're seeing a new level of this player where those mistakes that we've previously been seeing, maybe some time with the coaches, are starting to go away. And the top half of this map feels like it can be just untouchable for UQ LoL. So I'm excited to see how they match up against Himiko Togashawa, Weebs, because I think Lucian has been one of the more exploitable players on that squad.
Yeah, definitely. And just to harp on that point of FTR, top lane's hard, right? It's really hard. You often see people lose, right? And when people lose in top lane, they lose hard. You don't see people go 1-13 on Yone versus Jax. That is what FTR does, and he does that at a competitive level, right? So we're not talking like he's stomping some noobs. He's doing this to other challenger players, to other master, grandmaster players at the highest level of competitive play. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that was against Rui Fury himself.
Yeah,
a former pro player. I mean, he's not like one of the top teams, but Rui Fury has a great Yone. He has shown it in the past. He does. Don't know how much he's been grinding recently, but he has a very good Yone under his belt. So absolutely taken to task by FTR. We'll see if he can do the same against Lucian, who, as I said, has been a bit of a weak point, I think, on the Weaves.
Definitely.
It really does feel like it's very much the Braddles show alongside the bot lane, Kevin Bacon and Rocco. And then Spinach, I think, has been very much serviceable in terms of giving those three players in the bot side of the map exactly what they need. Braddles, of course, if we see Swain, that's a free win.
Yeah. Every
just
single
a free
time.
win.
Every single time that guy's on Swain, it is instant game over. I didn't realize Swain was a one-trickable champion. I didn't realize it was a champion that had as much mastery as it did. And then I watched Braddles play, and my brain got exploded. He is ridiculous on that character. He doesn't miss E's. It's that simple. You don't miss E's, Swain's pretty busted. I think it gets banned every day.
Yeah, and especially against someone like Revenite, who really favors a lot of short-range champions like the Silas, has shown us the Rise as well. The Rise was a very big pick against We're So Doomed. He just blew the game open. Revenite feels like he's very hot and cold, and I think if that coin lands on, we're going with Tails as the bad side.
That was the bad side, yeah.
Yeah, then it can definitely be a game that Braddles can take over. But the other thing I think I want to point out from this team, which maybe makes me very confident against this UQ LoL squad, is that their macro was fantastic in the group stage. Like, this team was doing the proactive rotations. They were tempo swapping, and they were always ahead of the tempo of their opponents because they were the ones making that proactive decision to swap, which was so impactful in that last game. And I expect we'll see a lot of that. And I expect we'll see a lot of those collapses come in where they've been so good about collapsing on people who are out of position. And against a team like UQ LoL, which can have those tendencies, that does make me concerned for someone like FTR or someone like Revenite, who can go that little bit extra, maybe stay for that one extra wave and then get punished for it. So maybe they can rein that tendency back in, then it can look a lot better for them.
So yeah, I think this is a really, really important factor of this match, is that both of these teams they're really good, right? Rattles is ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
FTRs we've been saying, he's really good, okay? But both of these teams have some tendencies that can be exploited. And whether or not they're able to do that in the moment is going to be what decides this series. It's as simple as that. It's not going to be a game about, maybe it is. Maybe prove me wrong. But I don't think we're going to see a clean League of Legends game. I don't think we're going to see it. I think we're very likely to see someone make a mistake, someone get exploited, someone go 0-10, not 0-10, but, you know, like someone get clapped. That's going to be the game decider. And it's going to be whichever team cracks first. We've got obviously 3 games, best of 3 series, but we'll see.
We shall see. I mean, it certainly could go both ways. We saw that in the last series where there was a bit of a stomp in that first game, and then we ended with the stomp in the last game. So, these games can be exploded. We are certainly in still a bit of a snowbally meta at the moment. Definitely. With so many objectives available. It means that more fights can get forced. So those early objective advantages built out with things like a Vi where you can just ult on cooldown, all certainly possible. And that is where I do start to have the hope for UQ LoL. Luku, Kindred, dove on cooldown in the bot lane. The Lilia was incredible. We still have picks like the Vi where you can just brawl all the time. And if you get one of those solo laners popping off like Revenite or like FTR, then for sure, you just snowball to victory because Spinach has been good and the Vi has looked great. Definitely. But I think Luku just individually has been on a whole other level, just in terms of how he can take over games and carry them just seemingly solo where the rest of the team maybe is having some struggles.
Yeah, 100%. Luke, the other thing he does though, and this is something I noticed last time I watched him, is that he is, to his benefit, a very aggressive player.
Yes.
But, and here's a but, that is crucial to whether or not they win. And it's again, it's the exact same thing I'm talking about. Aggression can be exploited by consistent good macro. Right? So if you're an extremely aggressive jungler and you're over-aggressive in positions where you're not meant to be and your opponents are wise to it and not falling into the, chaos of the League of Legends game, that's when it starts to get scary. So Luke, mechanically gifted, yes. Ridiculously aggressive, yes. Able to carry games, yes. Able to pull imp games, absolutely. But this is the dichotomy we're going to be seeing between these teams. It's scary, nice edge matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is also the question of, I called out the macro, the ability to, the tendency of the weeb side to rotate and make the correct decision in terms of collapsing and things like that.
Yeah.
And that's the concern I have for UQ LoL is this really does feel like the first real test they've had. If I pull up the bracket, and I will just do so now.
Yeah.
Actually, we can't see the individual matchups. But
this was the O2 team, though. This was the team that went 0-6 at the start.
Yeah, so they really didn't turn it on until they played against We're So Doomed, which was the week 4 where they really did absolutely stomp. Yeah, we're going to have it on the production very soon. So as you can see, UQ LoL have had a rough road to get here. It wasn't until, and this is actually true of them in the OLI right now as well, the substitutions are making all the difference. So we'll see what they can do in this game. This feels like they finally put the roster together. They put the pieces together. FTR is firing on all cylinders. This is it.
Yeah.
Make or break.
It's going to be an exciting one as well. So the big thing that we haven't talked about yet, we talked about predictions going into the game. We talked about, hey, what's likely to be the deciding factor. We have an idea of what the game's going to look like. Let's talk about draft. And wow, what a segue. I'm professional at this. Look at that.
Nailed it. So good. Now, things that have to be banned. Aurelia, Swain. Yes. We'll see if they get taken out and what does that open up, because the Gwen is very, very relevant. And I think if you are on the side of Lucian, you're on blue side, this is something you want to pick up right away. And there's a lot of targeted bans that have to come through.
Kindred taken away from Luke.
Yeah, there it is. So you've got a lot of targeted bans you need to take, which means that you're open up to take something like one of those strong meta picks like the Gwen, things like the Silas as well for Revenite. The Rise is, I think, playable by both sides. So strong solo lane is definitely up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. I think the next thing we're going to be seeing is a Zenzel ban taken away. Interesting to me. Not sure if Spinach was known for that champion. It's a fair ban. It's quite a standard one, let's be honest. But I think there's better bans, right? You're against Bradley's. I expect a Swain on ban 1 there. Obviously, there's a couple bans to go.
Unless they've cooked really hard and they have some sort of answer to it. I honestly, Swain is my permaban in solo queue because I don't know what the answer to that champion is.
Yeah.
You can play outside of its range, play something like an Orianna, Syndra, but the moment you overstep, you get the claw. Yep. Dead.
The claw.
Half your health gone. That's it. So feels like there's no margin for error
There it
against the
is.
champion.
Lilia and Swain.
There we go.
My goodness, my color caster knows what he's talking about. That is 2 permabans right there. Down they go. No Lilia, no Swain in this match. What else do we have here? That's the question.
All right. So Jace still probably going to be available off the back of this draft. Potentially the Gwen as well. We could see that handshake of the Gwen Jace. The Talia feels weird. So
Interesting.
now UQ-LOL are going to have their pick of the litter of Jace, Aurelia, in response to probably the Gwen if they don't take it away here.
Okay, so Talia being taken away as well signals to me like Silas is a lot better when Talia's not there. Because it's a very common Silas counter pick. That's a Zillion ban. We saw UQ-LOL do this last week as well, by the way. Maybe it's a for fun ban. Maybe it's just like an alpha thing to do. Not a fan.
It's Rocco. Rocco's a Zillion one trick.
Oh, I see. Okay. But they
You
also
don't let
banned
him
it
play
last week, so maybe that's weird.
Yeah, maybe. In preparation. So there is the expected Gwen. So now FDR gets to decide his matchup. Jace is the common counter pick because once the mist is down, you can just shock blast the Gwen, keep her at arm's length, and play your grass raids nicely. You could go all in. Yeah.
Darius cooks Gwen.
Darius does cook Gwen.
Really hard.
Yep. Very good, but FDR, I haven't seen the Darius out of him yet.
It's true.
I believe Luku did play the Darius jungle when that was OP and ridiculous, and everyone was playing it.
Instead, we're going to see the Ezra Rel, though. That's fairly stock standard. Quite a simple little 1-2.
Yeah, there it is. So I think this is the point where if you're not going to pick the Aurelia, you'll probably lose it in the draft. It's an FTR champion. It is a question of whether you fear it as the Gwen, because it's strong. There's the Aurora, so we're very heavily indexing on AP.
There's Zinzao as well. So you're going to be lacking AD in the jungle a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe Diego could be a pick. Vi as well, still open. I guess there's stuff left. Probably have to pick the AD here, though.
It has to be Vi, right? No, okay. So
I don't like this. They're leaving it open, right? They just get 2 jungle bans right now. If you take away Vi Viego, I mean, what do you even pick?
Yeah,
Wukong?
That's true. Yeah, Wukong feels like it has to be the pick here, because you're not going to go Viego with this draft on Weebs.
No, you can't.
So, and like Jarvan is out of the question because of the champions on both sides, really. What?
Kane for Luke. There's that solo Q flare right there. I mean, that is an aggressive champion. I was talking about how this guy likes to evade, he likes to fight, he likes to play like a psycho. There we have it. That's a blue Kane too, by the way, 100%.
I've never been a believer in Kane in competitive because he just takes so long to be effective. And then once he does, it feels like the game is out of his control. And for a player like Luku, who feels like he has to take over the game, this does not feel like the pick. And if it falls flat on its face, look at what it has to contend with. A Gwen, who can just kite away from you and probably blow you up. Aurora, who can jump away after she drops the ultimate. And Misfortune, where you just be waiting through the bullet time if you haven't found her already. So difficult for Luku to play.
So
the bans come through.
Braum ban, Aurelia ban, as you call the Aurelia ban. Not going to let that through for FTR. I'm confused a little bit, though, because there's no AD junglers being taken away. So I guess maybe they thought there were too many to realistically protect ban that. I think they just get the pick of the litter now, Weebs. They can pick whatever AD jungler they like, because there's no Tarek, no Braum. MF maybe has a bit of a harder time, but Alistar's still open, so I think she's happy.
Yeah, and you've self-banned the Braum. You already had the Rel picked, but the Braum ban doesn't feel like it's really necessary here because
I agree.
Now you just go Vi every day of the week.
There's Rise. Okay. That's comfort.
Rise
for Overnight.
It's comfort. It's going to help, but it doesn't help when a Vi is jumping on your face. And I think that's the direction you go here because you've got a kind of full dive composition here. Lucian can come in from the flanks, and then Nautilus can also help out with that. Go Vi. Lock it in. Please.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Nautilus Vi, it makes so much sense. I mean,
Wukong,
yeah, you can play it. Viego doesn't really make too much sense, but I feel like Vi versus Ezreal too good, right? It's too good.
Yeah, it's point and click. You have no threats. And what's the return here? Okay.
The wise mystical tree strikes again. He's back.
All right. The reliable wise mystical tree. Very odd in the shape of this draft, but there is definitely damage coming from the other roles.
Oh, I like that.
Volibear.
I like it.
Okay.
I really like it. That's a solo queue counter pick right there. Again, so you don't see this in competitive play. You're playing Volibear Kane. Gwen gets dove so easily versus this. Kane goes inside of you. Volibear disables the tower. So if we win lane on the Volibear versus Gwen, Lucian gets shut down.
All right, not one I've seen before. The Volibear has been pretty popular in our tournament. The AP version in particular, the Rod of Ages is actually coming out really strong. It's been buffed, so it's better for melee users. We've also seen Rod of Ages Gwen, of all things.
Let's
go. A
go.
little bit of a cook. But FTR, once again, has his work cut out for him. Must have a great lane against this Gwen, which feels like it's a tall order, but has been on fire in the past couple of weeks. We'll see if he can keep up the form. And if Luku can pull up those dives alongside him to shut down the Gwen, then there is no threat. Really, you've got an Aurora, you've got a Misfortune. It feels like the Gwen is so important in this composition to create threat, to create space for the rest of the composition to work.
We talk team fights for a second. I'm trying to look at what the Rel's going to do. I'm picturing in my head. We've got a Magnet Storm engage, we've got a Crash Down go in, and then what follows up? Not entirely sure. Like, I think that Yuki-Lol's team fight, it like almost makes sense, but it doesn't quite. It doesn't have that click to it. Whereas on the other end of the of things, actually, it's a Gwen top. Sorry, it's not a Gwen top. It's a Maokai top.
Oh, it's Gwen. Of course, Lucian is going to be playing the Maokai.
Makes
okay,
so much more sense.
That does make a lot of sense. Or yeah, and actually, no, I feel it. I
think Yuki-Lol got tricked as well, by the way.
Yeah, I think they did. It's not a bad matchup for the Volibear though, and it's definitely not. It doesn't really change a whole lot about how that dive can go down because you've still got Maokai who can dive, who's going to be relatively squishy in the early game. It's just a question of what this Gwen can get done, and Gwen, of course, just wants to power farm, just wants to get to 2 items, and then she can kill anyone.
I think that the other thing though is that it does sacrifice your side lane a lot. So like if you play the Gwen top, you are at least trying to contest the Volibear. You're playing Maokai top, it's an admission that if Volibear goes this Rod of Aegis into, I forgot what the attack speed item he goes is, Navori Quick Blades.
Yes.
Navori Flicker Blades, sorry. If he goes that build, you are full giving side lane. You just cannot contest this guy. He will slaughter you the whole game long. And that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we talked about how FTR needs to have a good game here, and that becomes, well, much easier, but also kind of still remains true. It's just the fact that he doesn't really have a lot of competition. The Gwen would have been very scary. And I think it also means that you just have less crowd control. I mean, you've got a Nautilus. That's going to help in the bot lane ganks. But then what about this mid lane where Brattles just has to get it done basically all by himself? It's E slow. It's once the Gwen hits level 6, she's going to have the needlework for a little bit.
Yeah,
Brattles has been very good, but I don't know how you make anything happen in mid lane.
It's really hard, yeah. I think one thing is that you do get to cart the Gwen around the map, though. So if we're talking objectives, having a Gwen is nicer than having a Maokai if you're trying to fight the bot 3v3, right? So that's a good thing. You do sacrifice a lot, but I guess we'll see how it plays out. Gwen, of course, completes her full clear very quickly. You can see she's already on the wall, same time as Kane's on the red buff. She's going to get a faster tempo. Otherwise, the lanes, bit of trading going on. Nothing too enticing so far, though.
Yeah, it's Misfortune and Nautilus getting pushed because they are Misfortune and Nautilus. You can just, you just hit so hard. You push the waves very, very quickly. So you are going to get the control of the wave in the early game. The Misfortune, sorry, the Ezreal will be able to trade back in terms of poke, but won't really have any sort of...
Oh my goodness, under tower, the Wise Mystical Tree is lethal! And it forces out the flash of FTR. How has that happened?
Over-aggression there, unfortunately. FTR, looks like it must have been a W into a Q, back into the tower. It takes a nasty trade. Now he's going to be able to reset. Lucian is going to be able to get a whole wave. He's quite healthy, so he can probably push another one. That's the teleport brought in. And now you can play these trades very aggressively in the next couple of waves.
Crash Down actually hooked in mid-animation there, so it stops Kevin Bacon from getting knocked up. He flashes anyway, but he does have the Ignite popped on him, so he loses a bunch of HP. Spinach, of course, level 4 at 3 minutes 22 seconds, has finished his full clear. So is Kane. So Luke is also on the bot side of the map. I don't think too much more is going to come from this. Nekka doesn't have flash. So I might be mistaken. Yeah, Luke's actually looking for this engage there. Dredgeline sidestepped deftly, and the fight doesn't seem to be breaking out. There's a Shattering Strike, but Nekka chooses to hold onto it, and the wave just going to be crashed. Resets coming through.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a crash and a reset, and that was an odd moment for the Weaves. It felt like there was a point in that where Chimpinchami or Rocco could have gone for the hook and potentially could have turned the play, but decided not to. Maybe a bit hesitant of where the jungler actually was. Wait, hang on, that's a kill.
That's a sapling in the top lane. That is a dead tree. I'm not sure if sapling is the correct technical term for dead tree. I'm sure there's a better term. Maybe just like a wood.
He's
stump.
dead wood.
Yeah. But that's what happened, and Volibear is the beneficiary of it all. I don't know how that happened, but it did happen.
Yeah, well, he's going to be able to teleport in. There's that teleport we were talking about. The thing about teleport is when you have a teleport.
Oh my goodness, Dredgeline has landed there. I mean, Kevin's on reset though. Anyway, continue,
Yeah,
sorry.
he's
What's
fine.
the thing about teleport?
Yeah, the thing about teleport, right, is once you've blown it off your opponent, you can play a little bit more aggressively, and I have to imagine Lucian probably just played a little bit too aggressively.
Yeah.
That's still a Volibear. W really, really hurts. It's
tempo
probably
as well.
lethal tempo, yeah. We haven't really talked about that one. I wonder if it's the E-Max Volibear. I don't know if that's the thing. It's W-Max with the new AP version of Volibear, right?
Has to be, yeah.
It is
I'm pretty sure
yeah.
if you, but he's not going Rod of Ages first. So it looks like Spirit Visage, or I'm not sure.
It's probably going to be
Protobot.
Cosmic Drive.
Oh, Cosmic Drive.
That's the
Yeah,
other option you'll see.
sorry, that makes more sense.
Yeah, so you'll be able to stick onto the targets. Really nice with the lethal tempo as well. You get free attack speed, so it doesn't really matter. You just get to wail on the Volibear. Big deal for FTR early on, though, because he's just going aggressive for every single trade. Having that extra kill means that that winning side lane that you talked about very much online.
Yeah.
And I have concerns about this idea of putting Gwen in the jungle, because this is another lane that's going to do great, is that mid lane. Revenite, on the rise. We saw what he was able to do in week 4.
Yeah.
He is chilling. He is scaling. And I'll tell you a secret about Rise. He scales pretty well.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not a lot of people know
That's a
this.
crazy secret. I'll make sure not to tell anyone. I'll keep that to myself.
Yeah, this is a secret analyst thing. Not everyone knows this. Rise, yeah. We play this one real close to the chest, but Rise gets pretty good as the game goes on.
Yeah, well, there's the Drake getting taken down. Luke, the beneficiary of that. And, I mean, Gwen actually wasn't even able to contest that. The camp's rolled down. She's a bit homeless on the map. Just kind of wandering around. Places down a controller. Meanwhile, hot trades are... there's no teeth to them, right? Neither team really wants to take an engage. It's just a bit boring until 6, realistically. In the bot side, as FTR scouting out the grubs. He's on vision. Nothing going to happen.
Yeah, it really does feel like the early game has been gifted to UQ LoL. They have a scaling mid. They have more or less a scaling top.
I think he's going to be okay. There's an in-between worlds, right? But he has that null magic
he's-
mantle, and there's just no damage, right? They press the button, and then they realize they shouldn't have pressed the button about 5 seconds afterwards and just walk it off.
Yeah, there's no damage. It's also a relatively tanky champion, and
sidestep.
he has a bit of magic resist. Really nice by King Boomy. Glad he's not on Varus this game, because I don't want to see that Varus build ever again. Retire it. But to go back to the point,
Yeah.
this is a free early game for UQ LoL. They've got a scaling mid. They've got effectively a scaling top. The Volibear definitely feels best at 2
It
items.
scales and decides really well, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
This is bad, though. That's a cute flash. He actually reacted to that.
Brattles.
Not quite in time, though. Brattles has that lethality to him. You cannot put this guy out of the game.
has to be the difference maker. Does Brattles on the Aurora, finds the kill, gets something happening in the early game. No Q for Lucian.
He should be okay, FTR. Ooh, actually really nice try to Bramble smash him out of that. Again, the crash down interrupted by the dredge line there, although it's a level 6 timer from King Boomy. True Shot Barrage not sidestepped by Kevin Bacon, who's getting baked by the Ignite. At the same time, King Boomy forced to pop the barrier, but he's just going to win that. Red team has claimed the feat of warfare, and it's 3 kills to 1 for UQ LoL.
Against the run of play, UQ LoL, even on the bot side, they find the kills. Lucian.
This is the dive we talked about. There's a Volibear ultimate waiting to happen. Is he even going to invest it? He is. Kane goes inside of the Wise Mystical Tree, who's not looking so wise anymore. Gonna be made a fool of by that dive on the top side. And the wave crashes at the same time. It's disaster for Himiko Toga's
It really is. There's just nothing going right for yourselves on Himiko Toga's shower, except for that mid lane kill that Brattles was able to find. You are just not finding anything, and this is a composition that does not scale as well as what you're seeing on the other side of the map. The Aurora just won't have that same punch in the late game. The Ezreal, it's all down to execution, but he just isn't the same as a full damage Fortune.
Yeah, 100%. I oohed and awed just then because Brattles, his trading on Aurora is so damn good.
He is very good.
It's ridiculous how much damage he's able to just make this champion do. When my Aurora does that, I swear to God, the Rise is full. He's full HP. Probably because I'm missed. But yeah,
Brattle's pretty good at the video game. The other thing about this Ezreal is Aurora does a lot of damage to you if you stand still. And this is an Ezreal. So another thing that makes this draft a little bit harder to play for the side of the Weebs.
I think we're going to see a regank here in a couple seconds. Kane can go through walls, and Lucian is aware of this. Now he knows what's up, but I don't think knowing what's up, being wise to this play, doesn't make it any less lethal. As FTR are going to get Bramble smashed out of the way. Actually, Well played by Lucian to escape there. Lines him up and knocks him back. And gonna walk away with his life.
Walk away with his life. Probably gonna have to burn the teleport. Although, no, the way's in a decent spot. He can just walk out. So
Yeah.
everything pretty much fine for Lucian. Doesn't really burn a whole lot. Oh, all right. Blue Cane. You called it.
Yeah. I'll take Cyclo Sword as well. At 9 minutes in the game, it's way before anyone else has even reset to get their item. Obviously, the Dragon not going to spawn for a little bit of time, 1 minute, 12 seconds, so there'll be a couple items online around the lobby when that happens. But for now, Kane is a lethal force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I said I was a Kane hater. Luku may be making me a bit of a believer. It turns out that all you need to do to have a really good Kane game is have your top laner just completely body his opposition.
Yeah, just have winning lanes. Just win
It's all
top,
good.
win mid,
So
win bot.
easy.
You win jungle. It's cool. As a Dredge Line going to land on Nekker, I think he's going to be okay. Actually going to opt to use the Magnet Storm. He's had enough of getting Dredge Line in the face. The bullet time is good from Kevin Bacon, but here's the damn Kane. And he's going to put Kevin Bacon back to sleep, go inside of Prince Charming, put him to sleep as well. And it's not a fairy tale ending for Prince Charming. In fact, it is a nightmare.
It's so brutal. Rocco and Kevin Bacon just getting blasted in this bot lane. The Ezreal also has the lethal tempo, so those all-ins so much more potent. When they decide to flip the switch, when they have the Rel and the Kane go in, you can see how much damage the Ezreal's able to put out, and then it's just Luku flying out of the wings just to finish the kill. Red Kane, okay.
My bad. Red
All
Kane
right,
with
cool.
lethality. A bit of both.
I mean, you'll take it if you can get it, I guess. I think he probably would have gotten a lot of the red essence from the top lane dives.
Yeah.
Transforming on Kane is probably the most important thing. It doesn't really matter what transform you get. You just feel like you're not really a champion until that point, which is why I've been so critical of this champion in competitive. But Red Kane's going to offer a lot of crowd control, and that does feel like the one thing they need more than anything. And they're always going to have damage.
100%. And now you can see this is starting to get worse and worse. FTR was going to try to do the grub spike himself. Obviously, it's a little bit off tempo. He's going to get punished as the ultimate uses the... I'm not actually sure what that's called. If anyone knows what that's called, hit me up, because it's a great ability. I'd love to know the name. He uses the ultimate to get out of it. And, yeah. They take the grubs. It's going to be a grubs to Drake trade. That's about it.
Awkward by FTR.
Is the Volibear ultimate. That's cool.
Stormbringer, there we go. Yeah, a bit awkward by FTR. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. His jungle is towards the bot side, so you get the dragon. Bit greedy. Does trade off 3 for 3 grubs.
Oh, this is trouble here. Kevin Bacon, he doesn't have flash, he has barrier, but he knows he's dead. He's just going to S-key and take it. King Boomy the one to take the kill, and yeah, that's tough.
Bad to worse. UQ, this Ezreal 2-0 and 3, absolutely massive. Going to have the Triforce online. FTR already has his first item completed to the absolutely nothing from Lucian. This top side continue to be a bit of a sore spot, and the rise in the mid lane has gone completely unperturbed. He is going to hit that Rod of Ages timing at a great clip. It's probably going to be in the next couple of bases if you can get it online, and that is everything you need for rise. It's just that and the Archangels. You're all good. So Brattles has had himself a decent game, but it just hasn't been enough because you just don't have that crowd control to set him up. How do you set up the kills in this mid lane? How do you shut down Rev Knight? You cannot.
Yeah. And at the risk of sounding boastful, I do believe now is a great time to point out that I, in fact, predicted UQ LoL to win this series. So, we're looking good. In fact, I predicted them to win the whole tournament. Hopefully, they're going to live up to that.
Okay.
But for now, they need to win this game, and it's looking pretty good as King Boomy now going to take an aggressive trade onto Kevin Bacon. Still flashless is this misfortune. King Boomy has his own flash, but he's not going to invest it. Understands that Kevin Bacon is but a fly to be swatted, and I don't know. This is a free win. That's what he's thinking, so...
Oh, you're already winning. You're just going to send the waves onto tower, you get more plates yourself, and this Ezreal just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And you're not pressed in this game at all. You've got a Rise, you've got a Volibear who just will get stronger as the game goes on. Ezreal can hit 2 items, that's his power spike, that's his high point. So you're absolutely not pressed to do anything in this game. Dragon spawns in 3 minutes, but we're just fighting right now.
And Prince Charming is having another nightmare ending here. Luke is already in there. He's just doing so much damage with this Vitality Red Cane. It's very impressive. Spinach, on the other hand, is doing negligible to nothing damage. He's going to get... I don't know, it's just a massacre, man. I'm trying to describe what's going on the bot side, but it's happening too fast to even make sense of it. There's 2 deaths, 2 dead bodies, and a pause.
It's violence. Violence is happening in the bot
That's a good word for it.
You do trade the 1 kill back onto King Boomy. That had to have been a shutdown. I didn't quite see who got that. There's only 2 kills. My screen is blurry. I'm guessing it was the Aurora.
Yeah, I think it was.
That's big for your one performing member in Brattles who has the Malignance online now.
That's true.
But it's dire. It's the first tower going down. That for sure was Fates. Oh.
Back in. Here we go. All right.
Does
Brattles has
live?
a lot to do here. He's got time to think about it in this pause, what he's going to do next. I think what he's going to do next is kill Neca. That's likely. And then die to Revenant. Predict.
He has no cooldowns, so I think he just gets to run. Neca's he might live.
Does Neca have cooldowns?
4 seconds Q.
We can use this time to analyze the next situation. If Neca has Shattering Strike...
How do you play this? No.
Ooh, trouble. Okay, so no one has cooldowns. I think they're just going to run away.
Yep.
I'm an oracle. I foresaw this. This outcome was foreseen by me.
This is like those games I play on the LEC where they show you a freeze frame and you figure out what happens.
This guy's
Brattles dies.
Well, good call. Really good call from my color caster there. Great analysis. Brattles did in fact die. That's good.
When there are 3 enemies around you and you are flashless, then you probably just die. Especially if one of them is a Rise and the other one is a Giga-fed Kayn. Kayn is not okay when he's fed.
No.
This champion feels so oppressive. It's just getting there that's always the problem. Luku, pretty good at the jungle. I will call out.
He's good, right? Yeah, he's very good. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to give you a bit of OLI lore. So currently UTS Black are the best team in the OLI, according to the standings. They're pretty good. Voice, the team captain of that team, was given the choice of their playoffs opponent and actually chose the UQ squad because Luku had rejoined. Because he wanted the tougher opponent. He wanted the more fun game. Of course.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so shout out from a ex-pro player. This is the player I want to face.
Wow. And that is, that's fair enough. You can see it in this game. Lucas, he's a titan, man. He's a force to be reckoned with on the Rift. And Kayn is not a meta champion. He's making it look broken. It's fair enough. One thing that's kind of fallen to the wayside because all the wreckage has been happening on bot side. Look at top. Volleyball, FTL's he's taking the tower. He's working towards that second item. There's no contesting this guy inside there. An unending despair on the Maokai. But that's more of an emotion than an item this game.
Yeah, it's not going to help a lot. And I think it's also an armor item, so it will help you against the Kayn. It'll help you against the Ezreal, but it's not going to do much against Volibear, who he does hybrid damage for sure. But at this stage of the game,
it's 25 armor, 25 MR, so it's okay, but it's just not very much of either. It's more HP. It's a bit tough.
It's going to be an even split. So sure, I can understand the logic, but I really don't think he'd get to do a lot against a Volibear if he wants to hit you. And if he wants to dive you, it's even worse. Prince Charming looking for a hook angle.
Here comes something. They do have an in-between worlds, but I think they're trying to make something where nothing exists. Which is good if you're an alchemist, but not if you're a League of Legends player.
Looking for the Philosopher's Stone?
I think so, yeah. The elixir of life or whatever. They're not going to find it here.
Are you an anime fan? Do you
I'm a solo leveling enjoyer.
Okay. What is the term for Korean anime? Is there a word for it?
No idea. And I'm not going to speculate at the risk of sounding uninformed.
I know that Korean manga is manhwa.
Oh wow, okay.
It's a fight breaks out. Neca
There's
gets
a TP coming through. Neca's actually in trouble. This could be good for him to take a shower. Unless it's just going to magnet someone, all 3 of them. Bradley's on the back line here. He's found an angle onto Revenant, who's been dredge-lined. He's been depth charged. He's been bullet timed, and it's a double kill, actually. Here comes the Stormbringer, though. He's jumping in 1v4, and actually he's going to try to run away, I think. Unless he's going to flash on top of Kevin Bacon. He's going to flash out himself. FTR now next under the gun, and it's 5 members still alive here. Then look at Togashower, who I was talking about making something from nothing just before. They have found the full view of the Elixir of Life. Revenant was the guy carrying it, and they've just taken it from his corpse.
They absolutely have. It was a really good fight there by the Weaves. And I think what we've just witnessed is that at the end of the day, their team fight is actually very strong. Gwen has done a decent job of power farming, has Tenacious Tooth online, and there is a decent amount of just crowd control to set up the Misfortune ult, to set up the Gwen, and the Aurora has had a decent laning phase, so she's hit the Malignance timing. This is not really a composition on UQ LoL that can teamfight unless it's scaled. Yeah. So I think you want to avoid that at all costs, and unfortunately they got suckered into it. The setup was a bit disjointed, and they just got ran down. So signs of life for the Weaves. I've also been told it's Annie.
I see.
So
well, that's the last time I've ever saying that word in my life.
Yeah.
Herald's going to be taken away, though. That's a good thing. I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. There's definitely signs of life here. I think UQ needs to be so careful about taking another team fight there. They don't really have the resources right now. They have a Realm Warp if they need to disengage. King Boomy on the right there has a good angle. If it's not a disjointed team fight, they can play it. Maybe a front to back is playable for them, but they're going to choose not to. Instead, Himiko Togashower, they're going to opt out, go back to their lane. Side lane is where UQ LOL have their win.
Absolutely. It's side lane and it's skirmishes. If they can find these sort of disconnected fights that are in their favor, if they isolate targets, have the Ezreal work, then it looks great. Speaking of isolated targets, FTR.
Prince Charming's on the way here. He has the Stormbringer if he needs to use it. And I think it's very hard to kill this volley though. Like, you can just look at how much healing Spirit is just doing. I'm not hyped up yet because this fight might last a while. Obviously can use the Stormbringer. Look at the shield on that E there. Now I'm going to start to get hyped up because it looks like FTR are going to go down in a matter of seconds, chopped to pieces by the snip snap from Glenn. Now Brattle's being brought out by Luke. Just hiding on the Raptor, sorry, the wolf pit there. In between worlds is a very good ability there. And it's gonna ferry him out to safety as it's kind of falling apart here for UQ LOL.
It's a bit awkward. I remember exactly what I said in the pre-game where I talked about how UQ LOL and particularly FTR tend to have very, very good laning phases. They have great early games, but occasionally the overextensions come through, the punishes come through, and it can start to fall apart just that little bit. It is just that one kill going over to FTR. It is a trade of, ultimate for Brattle's living, so that is completely fine. But you can see the cracks starting to form for UQ LOL. They need to keep the pressure up. They need to find more proactive plays. Because they cannot afford to teamfight. And the thing about League of Legends is that the more the game goes on, the more teamfights tend to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Because everyone gets drawn towards those objectives. So if the Weeps can keep it up and keep farming up, keep finding positional advantages on these objectives, then they can certainly start to turn this game around.
I actually think the burden of execution falls on the shoulders of UQ LOL. I'd rather be Himiko Shower at this point. Because the game is starting to approach 20 minutes. You already have one dragon, right? So there's going to have to be at least 2 more dragon fights before the soul. You're winning team fights. Like, realistically, it's very easy for you to play the team fights in a way that it's just not for UQ LOL. Their front to back is a lot harder. Kayn has to find the good angle. And in this context, in this world, I'd rather have Bradwell's leading my charge on the Aurora. I'd rather have Lucian playing that front line on the Maokai. It's way harder to execute the competition on the side of UQ LOL than it is for Himiko Togashower. And I think that could be a big deciding factor in whether or not we see Himiko Togashower win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all comes down to how can you control the side lanes, how can you creep your vision forward and find picks, set up Luku to go into the jungle and find isolated members to blow them up alongside one of your fellow teammates. It could be Luku pairing up with the Ezreal Nekker.
Oh, Nekker showed! He was going to face check. It's tough.
You can see the idea though, right? Like they know exactly
right.
what they need to do. It's set up these traps, try and lure someone to catch them in rotation because you can't take that straight up fight. Not anymore. This is an Aurora that does so much damage and has a couple of great targets. The one thing I do want to call out though is that I still believe that this composition can scale from UQ LOL. The more items on the rise, particularly has those 2 sort of semi-defensive itemization options online with the Archangel Staff and the Roar, giving him the extra health, the extra shield, will help him as the Aurora dives in. And if they can turn and burn enough damage, then the fight is playable and it gets better, but it still doesn't match what the Weaves can bring.
No, you're 100% right. I think, it's going to be about playing the side lane, though. Drake is coming up in 30 seconds' time. So, they're going to be able to establish side lane priority. This is a given. UQ LOL, they win on the sides. They need to be able to use this to get into the enemy jungle. They're not able to do that yet because they're on reset. So, they're walking towards the Drake pit now. Drake's going to spawn in about 15 seconds. This is when things start to heat up.
This is where that inevitable team fight starts, and you must, on UQ side, get some sort of pick, or I don't think you get to contest this dragon. It might just be a straight-up concession. Maybe you keep Revenite in the top side, but he's already starting to rotate over. Could be looking for a Realm Warp.
I think they're going to fight this. If you look at FTR's position, he's trying to find a flank angle, has the Stormbringer, has Flash. Almost every summoner spell, in fact, every single summoner spell is available on both teams here. So this is going to be a big, big brawl. And I think it might start any second here. True Shot Barrage signaling the beginning. It's MF caught out already. Lucas trying to find an angle onto her, but the bullet time going to be dodged by the Kayn ultimate. Nekker, 2 with the Magnet Storm as Luke's in the backline, trying to take out Kevin Bacon. Here comes the Stormbringer, going to do exactly that. Bring the storm onto the backline of Himiko Togashower. finally, Lucian is the only member remaining. Red Knight going to be the one to do all the damage to him alongside King Boomy. Triple kill for the volley baron. It's beautiful from UQ Low. The flank set up minutes in advance by FTR, and he cashes in with big rewards.
FTR comes flying in from the flank, and Luku is the big deal in that fight. Immunes the entire bullet time. So much pressure on Kevin Bacon. By the time he was able to open up with the Misfortune ultimate, there was no target. It was a Kane who was already inside one of his teammates, completely immune, no damage came through, and King Boomy, just left untouched, was able to flash over the wall, clean up Braddles, who just wasn't able to do anything other than throw down the ultimate. That was about it. So really good, really well executed fight from UQ LOL. The prize is going to be that dragon. It's going to be the threat of the soul. It is the mountain soul this game. So we talked about how the survivability in these fights is going to be a very big deal for things like the Rise, for the Bowler Bear as well, who's gone a relatively squishy build. That mountain soul is going to be a really big deal.
Yeah. And I mean, this is when the despair starts to kick in a little bit. If you're Himiko Togashi, your way of winning the game, I'm going to refer to them as the Weebs, by the way, because it tripped me up in the last team fight. Yep. Weebs from now on. If you are the Weebs, that was your win condition. That exact thing that you just got crushed in. So you need to figure out what the hell went wrong. You need to stop it from happening again, and you need to make sure that next time you get the opportunity to fight a 5v5, you're ready to bring your A game.
That's it. And it's a very shotgun composition from the Weebs as well. If the two slugs don't land squarely in the chest of your opponent, then you've got nothing else.
Yeah.
You're going to get out DPS by Rise, by Ezreal, so it needs to be that perfectly executed fight from here on out, and I just don't think you get to find it with what you've got, and with the amount of map that you're starting to lose. And the vision control is going to be a very big deal. You can see Luku sweeping out this topside river, creeping the wards into the jungle so they can start to threaten the Baron, start to threaten the Archon, because they can just start to close the noose around.
Never mind. FTR was just going to take the tower. But this points out, this exacerbates an issue that I was just going to say, which is that it is undeniable at UQ LOL they win in the lull state. When there's a neutral, when there's nothing to do, UQ LOL are winning because their side lane is better. Now they're actually going to force the Atacon, so they're just going to ruin my point. Never mind. There's 5 minutes to the next dragon, right? Which means there's no team fight for the Weebs in these next 5 minutes. Currently 3 minutes left, but that's 3 minutes where UQ LOL are going to make their lead bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even think they win at the team fights at this stage for the Weebs. It does feel like they've been choked out of this game a little bit, and the execution is so hard with these two members who are able to constantly find the backline, and Revenant just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Also, he is going to have the God, I always forget the name of the item. The spell shield item. Banshees?
Yes, Banshee's Veil.
Yes.
I hate that item with a passion. The Verdant Barrier is that one, but Banshee's Veil is the next one.
It's awful to play against, and what are you immuning here, right? It's the first shot of the needlework. It's potentially an Aurora
between worlds, man.
There's so much here that can be immune, even like a Stray, Nautilus, Q, or Ultimate. So such a massive value purchase here for Revenite. The coins come up heads for this particular mid laner, and the whole team is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stark contrast to what we saw in the first game of our last heads or tails mid laner. And Revenite, he's definitely performed. He's still got his work cut out for him. FTR runs this side lane. He owns this place. The Baron Pit, when it's full vision control now, going to be established in a matter of seconds. When Nekker gets back there with his sweeper online, it's going to be a iron curtain of blanket vision control. You can already see they have no idea this Atacon's being started up.
Absolutely nothing. It's just those shallow wards. This Archon's going to be started, so it's going to be shredding the armor and magic resist. Could be an angle here.
10,000 HP left, 9,000
Nekker has to bodyguard.
He does, yeah. I mean, FTR is also, he's just a thorn on the side, right? He's literally in the side. He's on the bottom side of the map, and he's just going to be destroying towers if you don't play this fight. They don't have to play this fast. UQ will have all the time in the world, and they're going to take that time to slowly kill this Atacon.
This feels like a new day, a new dawn for this team. No more of these coin flips on side lanes. They're playing so much more consistent, and the laning phase is actually starting to bear fruit. There's a couple of missteps. FTR can just ult out.
Yeah, I mean, he can heal as well with one big W.
There's also no damage.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Maokai. And yeah, now Baron. Here it goes.
Baron set up. There are no wards in the pit. There's probably not. They probably have an idea that this has been started on the Weebs, but what can they do about it? Absolutely nothing.
It's just dead. That's Atacon and Baron. It's 28 minutes in the game. It's mean, it's almost as fast as you can realistically take those objectives. Soul's next on the agenda. It's 1 minute till that, and both of those buffs are still going to be up and available. Obviously, the Atacon buff is permanent, so it's just getting worse and worse for the Weebs in this game 1.
Absolutely. This is no doubt going to be a win for UQ LOL. And like I was saying, this is a new look for this team. This is a level of consistency we have not seen from this squad. A level of late game macro that we haven't seen. And
yeah,
yes, it has come from largely winning lanes. You could say that mid lane was more or less neutral, but they smashed the lanes, and this time they converted. And this is a very scary UQ LOL squad. This is absolutely flipping the narrative, and I love to see it. I'd love to see this team finally putting it together.
The Weebs had one opportunity. There was one misstep in this entire game from UQ LOL. They capitalized on it, and it wasn't enough. That is a scary thing to look at going into game 2. Because it wasn't like they made the mistake, and then they're still good enough to, after making the mistake, regroup and win the game convincingly. Here's the Soul. It's just dead.
Yeah, this is absolutely done. Mountain Soul, you put a bow in this game, you can't engage, you can't fight. Even that bullet time isn't going to matter for the rest of this game. So go to game 2 and revise the draft. The Gwen putting it in the jungle was it was a cook, but
that is true.
It just didn't give you enough crowd control. It didn't give you enough agency in the game. And I think the big thing, once again, this Misfortune, it comes down to these 80 carry picks. Misfortune just doesn't do enough in this comp, where something that would have been able to play resets, play a bit of a hyper carry, potentially could have been the answer, but FTR...
This is nice. It's going to take them time, though. So if FTR dies here, they're going to lose their mid tower and bot tower, but actually they're just going to collapse on this. UQ LOL, 3-man Magnet Storm, Stormbringer on the back of it. It's a big bullet time, but the damage is negligible. It's doing nothing, as all of the members of the Weebs, god damn it, the Weebs, they fought before my eyes. Now the bottom inhib going to go down, the mid inhib going to go down in a matter of seconds. I think the Nexus, my friend, is going to go boom. And that's the game.
This is it. Baron on the backs. There is just no recourse here for the Weebs. His towers are going to go down. Dive for good measure.
Is so good. Kevin Bacon being put down for the 6th time in this game as Bradler's left to watch. They're going to dive in. Dignity completely in tatters. As Brattles goes down, the Nexus explodes, and we're going to go to game 2 with UQ LOL going up 1-0 in the series.
1-0 in the series, 10k gold lead, 10 to 21 kills, a message sent by UQ LOL in this first game, a level of consistency from the squad that has not been seen, and maybe they could go all the way. Maybe they could go from being 0-2 down in the Swiss stage, powering up, making substitutions, bringing in the players, and Luku leading the charge on the Kane of all things.
That's what I'm saying, man. I have faith in this little team. I have faith in them. They're proving me right, and I'm expecting them to go 2-0 in this series after that performance. I need to rest my voice. Holy moly. We're in tatters.
It was a banger game, a lot of action, but I'm keen for game 2. I want to see if this can be turned around. We had a series in the last game. Maybe your voice is going to get a bit more of a workout because I did not expect that result.
I really hope it does.
We shall see.
Yeah, we shall. Well, we'll talk about next game quickly right now because we got a little bit of time. Let's talk about draft.
Okay.
Obviously, it's a fearless draft, so we're not going to see the Gwen and Aurora gone. That's big. Gwen and Aurora lost. That's big. Okay, so where do you even go? What do you think was the biggest factor in leading to that loss? Is draft going to help solve it?
Well, I think the draft was the whole thing because Lucian, for whatever reason, decided the Maokai was the pick. It felt like they locked in the Maokai maybe by accident or it was a bit of a panic pick. And then they just decided to try and move things around. Maybe there was a bit too much discussion in the draft because it was such a clear Vi angle.
Yeah, I agree.
Every day of the week. Now, the great news is that Vi Ari is still available. The Swain potentially could make it through the draft, but honestly, let's be real, it's probably not going to. So you can play something much simpler. You can go for the Vi Ari. You can grab yourself something like the Cassante, the Gnar in the top side, and have a very functional draft. Maybe even go for the Ashe, which I think Kevin Bacon has been fantastic on, and give Rocco one of those more sort of enchanter picks that he has been so comfortable on. Maybe even go for one of those hyper carries that I know I love so much.
Well, we will see. We're going to be sending to break now. Game 2 up and coming. The draft is going to be a big deal. The game is going to be even better. I cannot wait to watch it with you. See you then. Hello, hello. Welcome back. We are ready and ready to go. I'm feeling ready. I'm feeling excited. How you feeling, Weapon?
Pretty good. Did I hear you just inhaled a couple of burgers? Nondescript, non-branded burgers?
I did. I had 6 minutes, and we got them both down. It was a feat of strength. Not one you get a reward for. But
Speaking of getting devoured,
oh, yeah.
that last game, I would say that UQ they devoured Weeps. Himiko Shower did not put up a lot of fight. They had a couple of moments, but we want to see a better draft. We definitely want to see them give themselves a bit more agency, not try and cook too hard with where the Gwen goes, which is now not going to be an option because it's fearless.
Yeah.
So we shall see, because FTR and co looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, it really did, man. It really, really did. And I think a big question coming into this next game is going to be, how can we shut down FTR? Because realistically, he was a force to be reckoned with in the side lane. He doesn't have the volley bar anymore. Jax is still a really scary thing, right? There's no Gwen, okay? So there's no real cheesy picks. You can't really outplay it. You're going to have to fight that guy 1v1. Side lane's going to be a problem in that next game. What do we do? Where do we go?
Yeah, I really don't know. The Aurelia band's probably going to remain constant because he has looked better and better on that pick. And I think if he's coming in with the hot hands, you just don't give him the champion.
Yeah.
The Swain band probably remains, and then it's a question of what remains left. And Revenite still has yet to show us the Silas in this series. Has looked great on that one in the past. There's a lot of options, a lot of things to be seen. Because I think the misfortune just has to go away. I've seen enough. I became a believer of the champion, but I think it only works at the highest of competitive levels, where you can use the safety that it gives you. You know, you're on the mid waves, you're constantly farming, you're so safe. You have the full leveled strut as well as the bloodthirster, so you just never die.
Yeah.
But I think at this level, you're just too susceptible to getting collapsed on, and I think it just does not do the job.
And the other thing is, at the highest level, you have like the initiation. The guy initiating for you is not. He's not an Oceanic, support initiator, which no shade on these guys. They're ridiculously good, by the way.
Exactly.
He's owner, all right? Or he's carrier, or he's, on, or he's an insane support player, finding the most ridiculous angles to set up for your bullet time. And you are ridiculously safe while you're doing it, right? So you're not gonna get punished for the MF. There's not gonna be any early game skirmishes. You're gonna be able to get to your early bloodthirster spike. You're gonna get value out of the bullet time guaranteed. Like, these are the things that make MF a good champion. It just doesn't exist at the level which we're watching, which is fair, right? This is a very competitive level. It's just a level with some different rules.
Yeah, exactly. And I think just in general, I think the champion is difficult to execute. So yeah, it's definitely true that I think it just does not work in the level of execution compared to something like a Jinx or even a Zeri, who is a very mechanically demanding champion. Once you get rolling, she's super easy. If you playing a 10-0 Zeri,
that's very playable.
Anyone can do that.
Any good ADC could carry from there. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. So I really want to see the Weebs just strip it back, make it simple. Lucian very much seems to be a tank player, and I want to see him on some comfort. A Jax, maybe, if you can get it in the draft, because we have seen that in the past. Something that's relatively simple to execute and just serves a purpose in both side lane and team fights. But just make it easy for yourselves.
Yeah, I think every time that I've watched the Weebs play, the biggest thing that has contributed to them winning is being able to activate their mid lane. If their mid lane is activated, they are able to take over the game because he's so good, right? Ridiculously good at impacting the map, getting a lead. We saw last game, easy solo kill on Revenite. Easy solo kill. Q flash forward, Max Verstappen reaction time, not saving you at all, right? It was a beautiful solo kill. He's able to impact the map. He gets leads. He uses them well. They need to find a way to make sure he can play the game.
Yeah, really absolutely. And I almost don't want to see Braddle's leash to Swain. I know Swain is a good champion. I know it's his comfort pick. I know he makes it look great. But I almost want to see... Yeah, I want to see him on something else. We've seen him on the Aurora. That's fantastic. I'm definitely looking at that Vi Ari combo. I want to see him unleashed. Give him the support of Spinach on Vi, which he's shown before. He's looked great on it. Put our boy Braddles on something that can be proactive, that can pick up kills, that can find backline, and just let him go. Because no one else is really delivering to that level. I think even Kevin Bacon had some struggles in that game. The lane did not look good. And Rocco was basically absent for most of that game.
Yeah. No, I think not only does Braddles have to activate, though, they need to not lose elsewhere. Right? Because I feel like Braddle's playing well. It's almost a given. Every time I've watched them play, no matter what champ he's on, it's guaranteed. Right? So you can put him on the RAVI. works. Our mid 2v2 is great. Okay. The biggest problem is that we lose bot, we lose top. And if that happens, the impact which Brattles is able to have on the map it's just way lower. It's just way, way lower. So in order to facilitate this guy to play ridiculously good, your other members also need to play. They need to step up. They frankly need to step up. You need to be contesting FTR on the 1v1. You need to be playing well enough to beat that guy on side. In the bot 2v2, we can't be getting solo killed, all right? We have to have more impact than the MF has, or the MF had in the last game. So this is where we're going to lean towards, as you were pointing out. I think more conventional marksmen's safer carries.
Yeah. And I think here's the draft, right? I think you go for something like a Jax, Cassante, or Gnar in the top lane. You grab yourself a Vi, you grab yourself an Ahri, you get Ashe and... Was Braum played in our last game? No, it was banned.
No,
Ashe Braum. That's the setup. If you can get that, then I think that's excellent because it gives you a safe bot lane that can scale, it can have impact no matter what happens. It has a mid-jungle duo that can carry, and a top lane which can play safe, and then Lucian can have impact in the mid to late. And that's all you're really looking for. You just want something that's simple. And we'll see if they can put it together. Because UQ LOL are just steamrolling
God, they look good, don't they?
every single lane.
Yeah, and it's every game I've watched them play as well. So obviously I wasn't around. Like it's like my 5th series or something casting. I wasn't around. I wasn't around when they went 0-2. I was only around for every single win that they've had. So in my perspective, I've watched UQ LOL go 3-0, and now they're dominating again. This team looks ridiculous. They look insane.
They look untouchable. And you haven't been around. You've missed the era of UQ LOL pretty much always losing the Queensland University Derby.
Yeah, wasn't around that.
Yeah, between QUT and UQ. It was almost always the QUT team winning because one side had Chirp, and Chirp's pretty good. But these days, no Chirp. And also he's not in this game. And this is a whole new roster. They just look incredible.
So in sync.
Yeah, reverse the expectations. This is a team that can absolutely go far. And I mean, while we've got some time, we should talk about what the rest of this looks like, because next week we are going to see Ground Zero and Ground Zero Academy, and are we calling them Arle?
I called them Ale. I'll be honest.
Ale, okay. It probably stands for something.
Or ALE was the other thing I said.
ALE, and then we got YYG and CRG. So these are our teams coming in from the lower bracket, so to speak, the last chance qualifier, and they look very good. But whoever wins here is definitely going to have their work cut out for them against whoever wins of the other 3 and 4 matches. So it is a tough task, and a big showing here definitely going to be needed to come out with some confidence swinging into the next week of competition.
Tension's got to be high now. We come into the draft. This is when the game is going to be decided. I mean, obviously there's a lot in terms of how you play, but the draft is a massive factor. So there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the Weebs. They need to do this properly. They need to make sure that they can activate into FTR, make sure that Brattles is able to play the game, make sure they don't lose bot lane as hard as they did last game. All these things need to happen at the same time. There's the Kindred. Banned away.
Yeah, and here's the problem against the UQ LoL squad. So many bans, I think, have to be considered against this squad. You have to kind of get shoehorned into leaving up some of the OPs. And even then, UQ LoL will always have their weird pocket picks they like to pick. They love these things like the Aurelia, the Volibear in the last game. Whereas UQ LoL, they can just ban the standard stuff, which Brattles and Spinach, I know they're big like esports fan goblins. They've a podcast. Spinach has a podcast. So they watch a lot of competitive. So I know they're students of the game. They will play the standard stuff, as well as Brattles has the Swain. So, and of course they've even got Rocco, who literally was a pro player. So you kind of know what these guys are coming at you with. Whereas on Himko Turkish Chow, you've got to ban some weird stuff. Kindred, Lilia, Swain.
Yeah. I mean, the ban already from UQ LoL is extremely standard. As you said, the Zinzao taken away, it's nothing special. Now you take away the Swain, I'd imagine, right? You don't want to let Brattles activate. Actually going to be the Talia. Maybe they even bait the Swain. Wouldn't be shocked if they do that. Rather than, of course, he's an explosive guy. Maybe he has something cooked into it. Every single time we've seen someone let the Swain get picked, Himiko Turkish Shower just claps them. So that's the only thing to consider here. Talia ban.
Yeah, Talia ban, I think makes a lot of sense if you're setting up for potentially a Sylas. Talia is not super fun for the Sylas. Yes, you hook in and you kind of blow her up, but eventually she will flick you away, and she can kind of play the range on the matchup. So it's not the easiest one for the Sylas to navigate, not in the early game, where he really does want to find the aggressiveness. Wait, what's...
It was a misinput. It was in fact a Swain ban.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. We take away the Swain.
This is bad. Okay. This makes more sense.
That makes more sense. Now, I was going to say, there is potentially the angle where you can play the Silas into the Swain, but I don't think that's great. So take it away. That makes sense.
Talia ban makes Silas a lot. Like I said this in the last draft, it's actually the exact same bans we saw. Literally the exact same bans. Can't be the same first pick, but the exact same bans. Which is interesting to me because it makes me think that maybe the Weebs are not too concerned about their draft. Maybe not too concerned about the things they're taking away. What they're going to pick is different, though. I guess we'll see here.
We shall see, because no Swain. What do you go here? And there is the Ash.
I like it.
That's the first step.
There we go. All right, so that is a very consistent. This is exactly what you were talking about before the game. That is not a champion that needs other things to function. That is a champion that goes mid. It can find enemy jungler. It can press the R button. That's value by itself. It's simple. It works. Varus on the other end, quite similar in its effect. Chains of Corruption, similar to Enchanted Crystal.
Yeah, very similar. And we have yet to see what option he's going to go for. If you take away the Braum here, I think that's a big deal.
Yes.
So not going to be the case. So now you actually can go the Braum, because Braum into Rakan is fantastic. Lock him down, blow him up. And I think you probably take that every day of the week.
I don't like this Rakan pick.
Yeah, it's very early, and we don't really know what's following it up. It feels very odd here for Neko to go for that option so early, unless this is a missed input.
No, it's the Poppy. I mean, this is another reason. So, like, there's two reasons I don't like this Rakan pick. First of all, because Braum claps it. Second of all, because Poppy claps it. And this is all correct. It's not a missed input.
Okay.
That's just what happened. There's now a Poppy in the draft, and it's clapping the Rakan.
All right, yeah. So this is fantastic. Braddles is going to pick up the Victor very early.
Like
Safe and stable. It is very much the Brattle style. When he's not on his Swain, he is very much a connoisseur of the mid lane mages, where he just is able to contribute to the team just by being a stable mid laner, and then brings the DPS to the late game team fights. There is a chance, though, I will say, Lucian Poppy top, Braum in the support role. That's a brand.
Buffed. If it's brand jungle, it's buffed.
Yeah, it's buffed.
Big buff this patch.
Okay.
Haven't seen it, but it's buffed.
Don't know how buffed. Is it good enough? Thing about Brand, not great against invades. So potential here for Spinach to go for something that could go a bit more aggressive, maybe pair up alongside some sort of CC heavy top laner with something like a Viego, potentially that Vi.
Yeah. It's a weird thing. There's the J4 taken away. So again, I think this signals to me that they want to pick more immobile things, right? If you're taking away J4, it's kind of like virtue signal, not virtue. I don't know. I said that. It's signaling that you don't have dashes. That's the big thing. Is signaling.
Yeah, most definitely. The brand makes a lot of sense. I just don't think J4 is a very good champion at the moment. So it's a weird takeaway. Spinach definitely plays J4. He's a jungler. Yeah. If you're a jungler, you play J4.
There's the Vi as well.
Vi ban. That makes
this
sense.
is the double. This is the double. We are picking immobile mages. That's the double whammy right there.
Poppy jungle is still kind of a thing. You could still do that.
True.
And it's not bad here. And it would also give you that Braum angle. Could give you potentially open up a potential counter pick on top side, depending on what they pick on the R4 side, as Aurelia is remaining banned.
I was actually thinking leave the Aurelia open, play Poppy top. That was the Matt tech right there.
Yeah,
but they didn't do it. They banned the Aurelia. And play Poppy top, play the Braum support. This is in an alternate universe. Didn't happen here. What's the pick now? This is tough, I think. You're picking a mobile. That's what you've just shown us that. Instead, you actually picked the Corki, and this makes no sense. No,
Corki Victor feels bad because you just get out-traded every single time in the early game. It will scale. It's a Corki. So potentially could have utility in late game team fights, but speaking of utility, you have absolutely... so you are looking for hard engage from FDR, which...
Oh, champion is so good
in
this lobby. Pantheon is crazy good in this lobby.
Braum goes crazy here.
Yeah, Poppy jungle, and you play Pantheon top.
I'm thinking Poppy top, Pantheon jungle, and then you grab the Braum. And anyone who steps up dies. Oh my god,
yeah, it's so good. It's so good, actually. It's so good. It's a Malphite.
That's just as good. Why not?
Man.
There are no bad targets.
Yeah, you play Malignance as well. You can play Malignance first on this Malphite. I'm telling you, it one-shots everything.
Yeah, there's no bad targets. You could potentially go the AP route. We'll see what the option is, because you're looking at something that's engage heavy, and AP would poke it down, make its lane pretty miserable. It has to be engage here.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think from the Malphite perspective. You don't even need to build full full AP for it to be broken. There's a Sylas counterpick. Yeah, sure. Okay, you get the Sylas versus Malphite matchup. Okay, whatever.
Okay.
It's, you know, it is a big win rate in solo queue. It's like a 70% win rate or something for the Sylas. It's ridiculous. But this is an insane Malphite game, all right? This is a ridiculous Malphite game. This guy can press the R button on everyone, on every single person, and it will end their life.
This was a fantastic draft before the Malphite. Anything you picked here that has engaged would have been great. You could have cooked, you could have moved everything around, you could have put the Poppy in the top lane. It still would have been great. This Malphite has the D ring, so potentially AP, maybe. But
I think he goes Malignance first.
Yeah.
That's what I would do in this scenario. I think it's so broken.
For sure. And there's probably no reason you don't do that because you've already got at least 2 other frontline members who are going to be going in before you. And if you go in, it's just blowing someone up. In response, there is a lethality Varus in the bot side. So there is potential that you can play these fights very slowly. But then, like, what's the Sylas doing?
It's so hard. Like, the Celestial Charge as well. I think the fight, the trigger is so tempting to get pulled here by the Weaves. You know what I mean? Like, the trigger is just like, there's 2 buttons they can press that just initiate a fight. It's the Pantheon Ultimate, it's the Malphite Ultimate. Malphite Ultimate is significantly easier to do so with. But in either case, I'm trying to look at the disengage options you have if you are UQ-LOL, and I'm coming up blank.
You don't have any.
There's nothing really. You just kind of take it.
Yeah, there's no bad targets. Like, none at all. And even if it's just a single pick, you get that pick, you walk away, because what is there to extend the trade? It's Rakan, W, maybe Sylas Chains. So this is definitely a very difficult draft for UQ-LOL to navigate. I think they've overcooked on this one after a very successful game 1. There is potential, maybe if they blow the lanes wide open, which they have been known to do, that this can be a very playable game. Stolen Malphite Ultimate is definitely going to be helpful in terms of pulling that trigger.
Oh no.
Rattles.
Oh my god, Rattles has actually been solo killed by Revenite. It's a flash trade, and the Corki comes out on top.
Okay, alright, I see you, UQ-LOL. Exactly as I was saying, they need to manufacture leads in lane, and they are able to find the early solo kill on Revenite.
Okay.
Bacon.
That's huge. That is absolutely huge. It's a level 2 timer on the bot side here. It's a lethal tempo prop by Kevin Bacon. They're going to take a good trade there. But yes, I agree with you entirely. So the big thing that is in favor of UQ-LOL, right? Obviously the team fights are going to be hard, but the damage that they bring is, it's unquestionable, right? That is a ridiculous amount of damage in their composition. So if you get items, you will blow up every member on the memes.
Yeah.
Sorry, on the weaves.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it's disjointed stuff, like if it's the Pantheon, the Poppy, or the Malphite going in solo, and maybe that does mean that the Malphite just goes for the boring full tank route. If it's just that one person, then the turn and burn is immediate and lethal. It's a lethality Varus, it's a Corki who can just press E, shred all your armor, and then Brand does Brand things. So if this lane is exploded, then absolutely it's playable. But right now, I think we're looking for a lot more from UQ-LOL out of lane to make this competitive as FTR tearing strips off the Malphite.
This is so hard.
It's exactly what we expect.
Really hard. The Malphite's in a big trouble, though, because he has to get this wave in, but he has no mana, right? Because the wave is slow pushing away from him. It's a terrible time to reset, because if you reset right now, you're going to lose the entire next wave. You have to reset and TP, but even the TP is not fast enough. You need to crash this wave. You have no mana, you have a level lead. Can he get it done, or is FTR going to punish him?
Looks like they might have some idea of where the jungler is just from the positioning of Lucian, that or he's flipping. And speaking of jungler, he's towards the bot side.
Oh my goodness gracious me, Spinach has just flashed on King Boomy there. They need to get this kill though. Himiko Toga's shower. It's a skewer on King Boomy. Down he goes. And nice work.
Nice work, and a conversion of the gank from Spinach into the kill. The wave is crashed, but FTR is going to be able to catch most of this up towards the top side, so he is completely fine. And Himiko Toga's shower do find the early advantages. So, well, they do find the early kill. They're keeping things relatively even. Teleport in.
There's now a TP coming through. I think this is okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because he has the null magic mantle, the trade's not going to be too bad. FTR, obviously, as the game gets later on, as he gets towards the Riftmaker or Rod of Ages, whatever the hell he wants to build, his trades are going to get a lot better for the Sylas than they are for the Malphite. It's part of the reason this matchup is so winning in solo queue. It's a ridiculous counter pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And as that six minute mark comes in, 6 minutes to 7 minutes, the ult will come online for the Malphite. That means that every single of your lanes will be able to at least assist in the ganks in some way. And the beneficiary of that last gank was the Pantheon. So that means you get to roll that Pantheon damage around the Rift. And speaking of,
This is an all-in here. FTR has the Kingslayer, though. He's just going to take out the Malphite. And now he's going to get traded. Spinach again skewers another member on his spear. It's a kebab now with 2 pieces of meat on it, if you want to go with that analogy. It's a bit gross. No TP on the Malphite, though, so it's better for the Sylas.
Yeah, definitely. And once again, it's another kill going into the pocket of Spinach on this Pantheon. He is getting massive, and he is going to be the one who kind of brings the damage, brings the extra bit of crowd control to each lane that already has a little bit of setup. Now, that's the point I was trying to making. The Sylas is going to get some plates for himself. Lucian going to catch some of this.
Oh, lucky that you got that cannon there.
Yeah, really nice played. Does he have E again?
Yeah. I think the big trouble, though, is that Catalyst of Eon's right online for Sylas. This guy is not dying.
No, definitely not. And this lane...
The top matchup is so bad.
This lane doesn't get better. And
no,
this Sylas also could be that pseudo-engage option you're looking for with the stolen Malphite ultimate. Potentially even something like a stolen Poppy ultimate. Also, the Pantheon ultimate, a very big deal. So FTR very much pressed into service here to have a very good lane for himself. And thus far, largely delivering.
Yeah, this is 2-2 though, and the Pantheon being ahead is good because the jungler, particularly this jungler, when he gets gold, is able to impact the whole map. But hold that thought, because Revenant's just hit 6, used an all-in timer. Stunned up by the Victor W. Bradler's going to take the trade, but hit with a big one in return. Sliver of HP, but he should be okay. I don't think there's going to be a dive angle here. No flash on the Corki, and Victor just hit 6.
Just hit 6, so you can't valve forward now. You could have stayed and pelted with the big ones, but you're just going to take the reset here as Revenant. As FTR is taking away all of
Force
Lucian's
has been stolen. It's all good. And Drake actually 1700 HP left. Spinach tried to aggro it towards him, but it ignored him and went to Luke instead. So it's Leash now. 2.4 thousand HP left. And I don't think they can play this fight. Spinach maybe oversteps here. Necro on the right side there. Look at King Boomy. They're pincering here. It's a 2-on-2 pincer situation. Although they're going to walk into 3 members. King Boomy on the backline there has full uptime right now, but he's 1v3. Spinach goes down first. The teammates now coming to support King Boomy on the right side, and they're going to force Himiko Toga's shower away from the Drake.
Looks like they were looking for the engage angle from Rocco there on the Poppy. Stepped up and just didn't quite land the wallbang. I think the Rakan jumped out of the way. I didn't know that interaction existed. It turns out it does, so...
He's got to be really careful here. Lucian's very close to just getting one shot. Yeah,
there it is.
Ta-da! I called it. There we go. Bye-bye, Lucian. And meanwhile, on the bot side, Lucas here. Force some havoc on Prince Charming. Stuns him up, locks him down, and down he goes. Ignite gonna burn him to the ground. Kevin Bacon now has to play 1v3, but I don't think he's good enough to pull that off. King Boomy, beneficiary of that, as FTR just wreaking havoc in the top side of the map. This counter pick is disgusting. You can see why people don't pick Malphite unless it's on R5.
Yeah, and it was so unexpected as well. You don't see the Sylas top these days that much at all, and it's reaping dividends, and now it's going to be able to go back, probably getting very close to that Rod of Ages. Meanwhile, in the bot side, just pure damage thrown at the faces of the bot laners means that results in a kill, and UQ LOL have pretty much out of nowhere just pulled to about a 2k gold lead. And this is exactly what they need to do if they want to stand a chance of winning this game, because it's such an easy to execute draft on the other side of the map. But if you just have that damage just to overwhelm, if that one member goes in a little bit disconnected, maybe even a couple, just blow them up before they can find effectiveness in the fight, then that is exactly how you'll be winning this game.
Nice footwork there actually from Bradley's. Might be enough to keep him alive. No, mirroring what we saw at level 1, Revenant follows the flash with his own and just takes him down.
This Corki, we doubted it in the draft, but it's finding the angles. A lot of damage traded back into the Victor every time they looked over there.
Yeah, I thought the matchup was bad, but guess not.
Yeah, it turns out, maybe it's changed. Think about League of Legends.
Yeah, maybe Revenant's just that guy.
Yeah, maybe it's just that guy. I remember when League of Legends changes all the time. This is a take.
That's true.
And I remember all of last year, I would see one item on someone because I was used to metas where one item didn't matter, and go, no, that's fine. It turns out that that one item spike was just insanely overpowered.
Yeah.
So apparently we're now in a world where Corki versus Victor is winning for Corki.
Well, it's at least winning for Revenant, that's for sure. He's 3-0 right now, 2-1 in the top lane. Bot's being blown open as well, and I mean, it's just shambles right now for the Weebs. I don't think it's going to stop here because there might be another dive attempt here. Luke is going to walk at the Pantheon. Pantheon is 2-1 though, so I think this dive might be a bit hard. Kevin Bacon has the ultimate online. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's a great flash right there from Luke to make sure he doesn't get knocked into a wall by Prince Charming. Overextension from Necker though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow to the face, and it's going to get grounded and put down. Kevin Bacon loses all his HP to one Varus arrow. Where Bradley's and Revenite is just being chased through the jungle. It's a, I don't know, a safari expedition here. More Revenite on the mid lane. Meanwhile, Spinach is taking out Luke on the bot side. King Boomy's overextended as well. Gets the 1-for-1. Bradley's and Revenite here too. I don't know where the hell he's come from. He's walked all the way from mid lane. There's the flash forward there from Spinach. Going to take out King Boomy. Revenite's overextended. W's out of the way of the skewer that would have ended his life though. I think he's still going to go down. Slides up the second skewer. Asher are actually going to miss. Bradley's has E in a couple seconds. Should be over. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Finishes him with a kill.
Big
and the Pantheon there to dance on his call.
Pantheon wants to be in the family picture, and he is in the end. Big shutdowns handed back, and a lot of gold traded back for the Weebs, as that whole play just felt illegal. That you had no setup. Spinach was right there doing the Krugs, and you had no business going for that play. Luke looks really fancy with the flash Q fadeaway to get the stun, but there's not enough damage to follow up. You should have taken the win of getting the wave to crash onto tower and then getting a free reset. But instead, UQ LOL, in what feels like classic UQ LOL fashion, push the pace, and they trade dearly for it. Good news is...
And now they're staring at a 4-1 Pantheon, right? And that's a scary thing. Obviously, the kills, it would have been worse. They go on someone else, but 4-1 Pantheon, Sundered Sky in the pocket. Objective spawning in a couple seconds. It's scary.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see, because the Pantheon's going to be that key member moving around the map, getting all the ganks off. The good news is that you do still have a slight gold lead, so you haven't just thrown the entire game away. FDR is still massive in the top side. He will have this Rod of Ages fully stacked, way ahead of schedule, and with those stolen ultimates, he will be able to get into the backline and cause some chaos. But if he's doing it alone, it does feel like he might just get blown up before he finds any sort of effectiveness.
Yeah, I just realized that it's 11 minutes in, and FTR's had his Rod of Ages for 3 minutes, which means he got that thing at 8 minutes in the game.
Gross.
Yeah, disgusting even.
Yeah.
Worse than gross. Is now the Drake going to be up and available? I think UQ LOL, they're going to be happy with that position.
He's going to have Riftmaker very soon, so Magic Pen, really good. Revenite,
Pantheon's actually very fast. He just run down the Corgi, who's trying to Valkyrie out of there, but I mean, the Corgi gets buried in the wall.
Yeah, tried to Valk out, could not get it. Spinach on the Mercs, whereas the brown baggies on Revenite means that he doesn't have the ability to get away. Spinach with the Sundered Sky as well, so much damage to bring to bear.
Just one-shot him.
Yeah, just straight up one-shot. That does mean maybe contest on Dragon, maybe? Teleport coming in?
It's potential, yeah. I think Spinach, I mean, he actually probably beats FTR 1v1 right now with the Sundered Sky. It's just the E on the Empowered, though. And it's not actually what you want to be doing. Probably want to be using it on the Q if you want to get max damage, which kind of seems like they don't want to play this fight, but I take it back because here comes an engage, I guess, from NECA. Has the quickness, didn't get any value with it. I don't think they can play this fight, UQ LOL, particularly if the chains go wide, because look at Luke's mana. He just has nothing.
Has nothing. And also, FDR stole the Pantheon ult for some reason. Maybe misclick?
Interesting. Probably was.
Yeah, definitely did not want that one, because as soon as he did, he had absolutely nothing to do in that fight, and the Malphite ult came through straight afterwards. So that is a fight effectively won by the Weebs, and that's going to be the Dragon taken first one of the game, unless NECA and Luku have something to say about it.
I think there's a trade in top right now. Yeah, there's an unstoppable force being used right there. Revenite doesn't have flash, but he's going to actually win out somehow. I guess the itemization just not in favor of Lucian right there. Could have been Malignant, but Prince Toming now going to get taken out by FTR. Spinach forced to blast going on out of there as his teammates have just died one by one in a bunch of separate 1v1s. Now Bradley's next to full FTR this time. The guy putting the chains in the neck. I think he's going to be okay. There's a Rakan, but he's not going to invest a flash or anything. Revenite very well played to win that 1v1 on top.
UQ LOL are just... How do they do this? How do they win every single LOL again?
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy.
And sometimes it does. Sometimes it falls apart. Lately, it has not been. And I will give props to the Weaves. They knew that there was a stolen Pantheon ult waiting for them. So if they committed to that Dragon, it would have been an absolute disaster. But FER still manages to find some effectiveness with it. He's going to get ulted here and just walks away.
I don't think there's any damage though, right? It's just a one stack Rod of Ages on Bradley's, and FTR just looks at him and goes, okay.
Yeah, he's all good. I imagine this is going to be this is like the Ahri, the tank Ahri build that we're going to see on Brattles, but on the Victor with the Rod of Ages into the, what's it called? Leandries? Leandries.
Yeah.
Yes, which makes a lot of sense. Leandries has always been a classic Victor item.
It's kind of a low damage build though. I think the team is, I guess the enemy team is very squishy, so it's not too bad. grub's going to be taken away by Luke here. And if you just look at the item situation on UQ LOL, every single one of them, the gold's like fairly evenly distributed here. Lucian taking a trade on FTR, just no damage to him at this point.
Yeah, you just
Hey, look at this.
stack your Conqueror and then you get to fight forever. You might not win the fight.
Like, healing is
No one
crazy.
loses the fight.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I think eventually Lucian loses that fight.
Yes, I think so too.
But UQ LOL have just handled this early game. And now the reality we were talking about, where they do have a difficult to execute composition in terms of engaging and winning team fights, you might just not have to take that team fight because you've just won every single lane, and
You can just play through sides, yeah.
and Rocco has to cancel his ultimate. And every single lane, you look at it, there is a pushing lane for UQ LOL. And there's towers being sieged, and yeah, you're exactly right. You can just play the side lanes in FTR. No one can match it.
Yeah. No, they can't at all. I mean, Unstoppable Force secured as well. Like, if you're anyone but the Malphite, you get immediately one-shot. And if you're the Malphite, you don't win the 1v1. So it's an impossible situation to solve here. If they can avoid the team fight, if they can just dance around at UQ LOL, I mean, they're just... It's an impossible to play position.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be an Ocean Soul as well, so if you can create space, get the Ocean Soul online, or at least just hit that 2-3 item mark where you have your opponents, then you have that license to teamfight on a comp that should not be able to. With the Silas being that front line and Rakan just coming in to provide the extra crowd control while you just blow up. That's going to go.
At least does have flash. I think he's okay. Valkyrie over the wall is good. The W is good as well. The EQ flash there from Luke is not going to quite catch out Bradley's. On the other side of the map, King Boomy's managed to die. Held on to his flash, though. I think it was off the back of an enchanted crystal arrow. No cleanse on King Boomy, so down he goes. But Luke's not done yet. No flash on the Victor now, so if an EQ lands, I think it's very cocky to walk up at all if you're Bradley's in that situation. Actually has the damage to at least get a 1-for-1 in that situation, as maybe Spinach is going to be enough to take out Revenite. Has the Valkyrie, has the flash. Maybe he can outplay this. I don't think there's a flash on the Pantheon to follow. Nope. I take it back. Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
Down goes the Corki.
Awkward stuff by UQ LOL. They
a little bit, yeah.
Occasionally, this is the UQ LOL effect. Sometimes they get it feels like a bit cocky in the past couple of games. We've seen this where they do try to push their limits. This is a very important game, so I think if there's anyone you want to lock in on, it's probably this one. But
yes,
handing back a couple of kills, keeping that gold pretty honest for the side of the Weaves, and it does mean that Herald is going to get taken. So now we start to have the opposite conversation. We can start to talk about Weaves. This comp, pretty easy to work. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, CC follows up, target dies, then you can team fight from there.
You're kind of at the point where you need to play the fights as well if you're UQ LOL. So you have to fight into this Weaves team, and the Weaves team is specifically designed to beat you in the team fight. That's all it does. Right, that's the main idea. It's not trying to win the lane. It's not trying to realistically do anything on the sides. It just wants to beat you 5v5.
Yeah.
And it's going to get the chance to do that in about a minute's time.
Yeah.
When the Ocean Drake spawns.
Yeah, and there's also the potential of things like an Enchanted Crystal Arrow pick alongside a Mantheon, a Mandrop.
Mantheon, I like that.
Yeah, this is very much a Mantheon. This is a Black Cleaver
that's for sure,
completed,
yeah. That's a
big beefy Mantheon. He is ready to fight, and he has a Malphite who can just ult in as well, so whoever sets up that play can have the follow-up come through, so that conversation is very real. And the Dragon spawning 22 seconds, Pantheon does not have the ultimate up very soon, but absolutely will have it ready to go for the ensuing fight. I think you're right. UQ LOL are going to get drawn into a fight. I don't necessarily know if they want to be in one.
I think the other end of the situation, though, is that UQ LOL's counterpunch is very, very, very hard-hitting. I use 3 varies to emphasize just how very hard-hitting it is, because it hits very hard, okay? Revenite does so much damage, Luke does so much damage, and they have a Malphite ult on Silence. So if this engage is a little bit scuffed from the Weaves, the fight doesn't go very well for them.
Yeah, and it has to be careful stuff. Maybe sectioning off a target, blow up that one target, have the Ashe walk down the rest. Use your crowd control sparingly, but it's not going to be a fight in earnest yet, just jostling for that mid lane prio. I do agree. I think that if the area is controlled, I don't think the Weaves can even step in. But it looks like they do have that full control, so forced to face check is UQ LOL.
Yeah, there goes that control ward. It's nice here for the Weaves. They're going to establish some Drake priority, but look at FTR on the flank there. Doesn't have the Malphite ult yet. He needs to be able to seal that. Tries to get vision of the Malphite. Not going to quite get it yet. If you are Lucian right now, all you want to do is hide. So he's going to, you see, sitting on the controller there, does not want to give FTR the chance to ultimate, wants to force him to use his ult before he can get the Malphite ult. Set the Poppy ult's very good. Keeper's Verdict gonna knock out too. Quickness used to disengage. Has the Malphite ultimate to FTR. As King Boomy gonna get... Luke gonna find the first kill. Lucian now on the bottom side. 1v1ing FTR as Spinach just the main damage of him. He could take a shower. He's lost all his HP. Here comes the Unstoppable Force. Lucian has zone Unstoppable Force to follow up, but he's not gonna use it because there's no damage on the backline. He's trying to take out Luke, but I don't think it's gonna be good enough. Revenite kiting out King Bacon. Down goes King Bacon. Necker with a flash forward. FTR now in the backline. Chains in the face of Bradley's. Luke and King Boomy. Enough damage to follow it up. And the Dragon gonna go down to UQ LOL. A beautiful series of events. A beautiful team fight. And somehow they've made magic.
They've made magic. And UQ LOL, despite having their members ejected early, they're able to retake the ground. And they completely cut off the carries from the fight. Kevin Bacon and Brattles able to do absolutely nothing. Lucian engages ahead of the team. And there's just no follow-up. So even though the fight is disjointed, even though it's 4v3, I believe, at the point when Lucian ulted in, there just wasn't enough to follow up, and that meant that the fight was handily won by UQ LOL as soon as they regrouped. And that's kind of the flip side of this composition, where it's not traditional. It doesn't have that traditional tank, the front to back, but what it does have is 4 people who can all just rip your face off any second they want.
That's what they did. They just played individually. It didn't need to be a team effort there. Every single member on UQ LOL was doing their own thing, realistically. I mean, the FTR is the emphasis on all of that. Like, he was the epitome of just doing your own thing that fight, and it worked out so well for him. Just 1v1ing on the bot side, then he went to the top side of the fight, did some damage, killed some people, went back to the bot side, was chilling, stole a Malphite ultimate. And if they can keep playing like that in the team fights, I mean, it's so hard for the Weebs. That's their win condition, and they just got beat at it.
Yeah, exactly. FTR's massive. He's got the Riftmaker online as well, so he is so tanky. He can basically take on 3 people at once. And I think UQ LOL will figure it out. This is a team that's very good in lane. They're very good at playing individually. So why not play every fight individually?
Yeah.
Big brain move.
Just use your mechanics. Just hands diff them. That's what my coach used to say, and it works for us. It's going to work for UQ LOL, and that's exactly what they're doing. FTR he's just hands diffing. He's just playing better.
Yeah.
Obviously, the matchup helps, but that's what he's doing.
Yeah, it's vintage UQ LOL. It's exactly what they love to do. They win their lanes, they outperform their opponents, and then they create such a huge advantage that it feels like it's untenable. And at this stage, it's so hard to make any sort of mistake that feels significant, especially with FTR about to crest that 3-item mark. That's probably going to be Leandri's, so that's even more damage that he's going to be bringing to the table. So he's at a state where normally you would see something like a Zonya's at this stage of the build on the Silas, but he's just saying no, full damage. Who can kill me?
Yeah, well, 3 minutes and 1 second until the cards need to be laid down here for Himi Togo's shower. They need to figure out what's going on in the team fights because there's an Ocean Soul staring them in the face. If they can't win a team fight without the Ocean Soul, they definitely can't win one with one. So the Atacon now going to be the target, actually. I didn't expect this. I think it's a 5v5 Atacon. Is it forced, no?
Is this Voracious? No, it's not. It's just, it's burning because it's brand. I was going to say, if that's a Voracious Atacon, this is absolutely GG, but that's going to be what's the one that's eaten a lot?
Ruinous.
Ruinous, thank you. The one that's fed. That's Ruinous, so you're less scared, but they have successfully chased them off.
Yeah, I think starting Atacon in a 5v5 position is a little bit scary. Like, it's a very good way to throw the game. Obviously, that Atacon shreds your magic resist and armor like nothing else in the game. It's specifically designed to make it so that you will die if someone contests you while you're fighting it. It does a very good job of that. So UQ LOL, they respect it. They back off the Atacon. Now we're back to a neutral state. A TP was invested, though, and it was Bradley's the loser of that trade.
Yeah, and that leaves Revenite in the top side. And at this point, Lucian or Brattles, doesn't matter who you match up against, either solo laner, you're basically just winning in the side lane for UQ LOL. So very good state of affairs for UQ LOL. They can just send someone topside. They can even full group, and it looks like they might be looking to catch someone in rotation.
I like Kevin Bacon's a little bit too far forwards, man. It looks like UQ LOL agrees. The quickness going to come through, and Unstoppable Force going to land in his face. Keeper's Verdict not going to be good enough to save your life, Prince Charming. Going to need a lot more than that. Potentially a kiss from Princess Charming. She's not in this game, though. FTR is going to gift you the kiss of death, and it's much less tender.
Looks like a Malphite ult. Very violent stuff. And that is going to be the Atacon taken, and you're just going to continue to extend that lead for UQ LOL, looking to make this a very quick night for us and for themselves as well. Atacon goes down. You've got a Malphite pushing in the top side. That's not where Malphite belongs. How do you end up there?
I don't know, but he's gonna bash the tower in, actually. Malphite does pretty good tower damage with that W. I take it back. You know what? Okay, take it off the screen. No, I'm gonna pretend I didn't say that. That is abysmal tower damage.
Zoom in.
No.
Yep, there it is.
Hey. All right, well, let's talk about Baron. That's spawning in 12 seconds. Drake spawning in 40 seconds. Let's forget everything I just said about Malphite W.
Let's talk about FTR, because he's just hit level 16. And now, hey, Kale, cooldown check on Silas Ultimate. What is it? It is 18 seconds. So he can...
3 times in a fight.
He can get away with stealing a Pantheon ult accidentally, use it, and then be able to steal the Malphite ultimate straight away. Even a Chaos Storm, even an Ash Arrow, Poppy ultimate, there is nothing bad for FTR to steal here.
Sorry.
Luku is
I just threw up a little bit in my mouth.
Yeah, that's rough. So that was blind, to be fair.
It was blind.
Semi-blind. He walked over the ward. He was guessing,
and it looked terrible to us.
Yeah.
So that's.
it was a movement speed check, like a movement speed guess. So Luku guessed wrong. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Hold on a second though. Revenite, if he gets caught out here, Yuku Lol could lose this dragon. And I think Revenite's definitely going to get caught out here. There's 4 members collapsing on him. The only question is he going to be able to buy enough time for the rest of his team to make it? You can see they're already starting the dragon. I think they understand that they're just going to lose the soul if they chase down this Corki. That's exactly what's going to happen. Here comes the Celestial Charge. Neki going to knock him up. STR is in there. The Malphite is also in there. He's already used the ultimate though. No, I take it back. Now he's used the ultimate on the back line, taking out King Boomy. Drake is going to be secured by Yuku Lol. That's the soul going over. Bradley's going to go down. Revenite on the top side. Lucian's found his value. King Boomy is dead. But it doesn't matter because FTR is alive, and Luke is alive, and Neck is alive, and Revenite's alive, and they're just going to end the game, man. They're just going to go Baron.
You still got an AD carry. It doesn't matter. So you can just go straight to the Baron. FTR just wants to end the game solo. You just go Baron. You're going to shred this thing with brand damage, with Revenite. It does not matter, and you just end the game. You've also got the Ocean Soul. So you take no damage. You're completely chilling. This is...
You don't even have to reset on 50%.
No, probably not. I mean, who's going to be able to contest you? I think you do reset because you get more items. That's kind of nice. Also, new item picked up by FTR, shiny new Bloodlow's Curse.
A little Bloodlow's Curse, yeah.
Love that. Big fan. Actually really like this item. Glad we have a AP Black Cleaver in the game, and it's very, very good on Silas, especially with this
quite
tanky
intimidating
build.
name.
Yeah, very cursed.
And is he going to pick up the Medjais, though? That's the question. Yes, he is! Giga Chad.
All right.
Giga Chad. And now they're going to lose the game.
Vine booms.
That's the book curse.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets cursed by the book. Zoom in. Is he waiting for a teleport angle? Potentially. No, he's waiting for something. Waiting for a
riveting television.
Okay, very cool. So I think this is where we kind of start to have a hard conversation about the Weebs and their chances in this game, because I think it's basically done right now. They showed up. They did not come in from the 0-2 bracket like UQ LOL, but UQ LOL have just turned this game around, and FTR, does he press R and then kill Lucian?
I think he can, right? Lucian has zone unstoppable force, has zone flash. He's just going to use it preemptively, but Luke, he's not had enough yet. He wants you. He's got a business meeting with you, mate. So he's actually just going to walk it off.
Lucian has won the minor victory there of denying FTR the Malphite ultimate.
That is true.
Big brain plays.
Well played, Lucian.
Yeah.
Maybe you can even win the game.
MVP, actually.
Definitely. Definitely dropped MVP. The Malphite pick. On R5. But I mean, we're in a lot of trouble now, right? If you're a Himiko Turkish Shower supporter, it's getting tough, because now's when it starts to constrict, and the Malphite ultimate's been secured by FTR. It's going to be in his pocket for about 1 minute 30 seconds. They can go to mid-town.
Kevin Bacon and Brattles on watch. Prince Charming engages.
I think it's another engage right here. The Enchanted Crystal are going to bury itself into FTR, who might die. Use the Unstoppable Force to find an angle. Once the spinach, then dashes out. Full HP. Of course he is, because the Ocean Soul. What? Here comes Necker. Here comes FTR. They're dashing around each other. Here's Revenite as well. Huge flash forwards on the Corgi. Corgi has never been so lethal. Someone put a leash on this dog. I take it back because he's not actually managed to kill anyone, which is probably good, because it doesn't go well for dogs usually if they kill someone. But now they're going to destroy the base. I think that's the game, man. I'll be honest.
That's
I don't think there's anything you can really do.
What can you do? Brattles doesn't have the ultimate. No one has anything. It's just a Hail Mary from Lucian.
There's going to be flash forward. Necker's going to land on Brattles there. There's an ultimate from Lucian, though. It's good. Luke is going to go down, maybe. No, Ocean Soul is going to be... is legendary in this damn game. Lucian doesn't have anything to do but watch. He's going to see his Nexus get destroyed in front of his eyes. Watch his hopes in this tournament be crushed to ashes and spread across the rift. Prince Charming tried his best, but he will fail as the Nexus will be destroyed. The Baron minions will see to it. Spinach next to fall. Destroy their dignity, destroy their base, destroy their chances in the tournament, and win the damn bracket.
UQ lol. Who is this team? Who is this team, Twee? Who is FTR? What did they do with him? This guy is nuts. That last fight, he went down to maybe 1/10 of his health. And then within seconds was basically full health on this Silas, this R5 counter pick that we have not seen from like anyone. The top Silas.
Oh my God.
FTR busted out in the perfect moment in the draft and just hard carries it. And that's the second game in a row where I think this player in particular has felt so impactful. Luku, Revenite, the whole team is firing on all cylinders. Your call about this team maybe being a threat to take the whole damn thing from 0-2.
Take a look at the replay of that fight, because that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. Let's talk me through this, man. What is going on here?
He gets locked down and just doesn't die. He's so tanky, hooks in, doesn't find the right target, but then W's the Pantheon to get the kill. At this point, he's up to, what, 3/4 health? Then just Q to get the kill. Has so much damage with the Bloodletter's Curse ripping through the magic resist. And then at that point, the job is just done. It's all on Revenite, who is just frontlining on Corki. By the way, completely fine.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
They just walk in. The best part as well is that it's an important match.
Yeah.
UQ LOL took their time to end that one. They didn't hit the Nexus. They killed the opponents when they respawned 3 times.
That feels right.
That's pretty messed up.
Yeah, that feels absolutely
But there we go.
Right. I think that's vintage UQ LOL, I think. They So we do still have a couple of other games, and this one from UQ LOL looked very convincing. Jesus Loves You All, maybe less so. But our next couple of games, Ground Zero, Academy versus ALE, YOG versus CRG, these are, I think, the teams that come in as the favorites. And there's a lot of conversations to be had after that performance against a team that I did not think was bad. Weebs, I think, have looked great. And then UQ LOL took them to the cleaners. So what is the ceiling for this team against the other side of the bracket, against Ground Zero, ALE, YOG, CRG?
Yeah, and the thing that scares me, right? If your Jesus Loves You All, you just watch that game.
Yeah,
you are shaking.
Oh boy,
like that's not good, because you can go into that game to being like, wow, this draft is terrible. This draft is real bad. Like, yeah, and then they just crushed them. It wasn't even. It was just like complete smacking. It was just like, okay,
this is the worst thing, because they come in with these drafts that look absolutely jank, and these picks that shouldn't work.
Just win,
but they just win, and it all starts from lane. And if you're a team facing against them, maybe you're absolute gods, but all you need to do to beat this team is just be better than them in lane. Yeah. That's it. Just play good. Lol.
All right. Well, next week we are going to see the closer of this bracket, and the week after that we're going to get to the insane games. I cannot wait to watch UQ LOL versus Jesus Loves You All. We're going to see that in 2 weeks' time, but for next week we've got some insane series coming back at you. For now, we're done though. Thank you so much for watching. I had an amazing time. This has been me. It's been Weapon. It's been a great time. I'll see you next week. Straight into the waiting arms of Rel, who stuns him up, and King Boomy just pumps arrows into his face. Ari goes down. Boomy trying to glide, trying to play the fight, but he can't. It's a triple kill, but quadra kill. 4 feet is a nod as the 4th member of FTR goes down. FTR has the Grandmaster's Might, has a counter-strike. There's no flash. You don't have E. You've overplayed your hands, and you're going to get punished for it. Down you go.
Toy is just being thrown around like a rag doll.
It could be absolute disaster, and he does exactly that.
Not a Yasuo that's
it's even more to process. Flash fade seal. Revenite goes down. You went and flash there. You're gonna escape away as the Q flash forward now from Gallon Cottage. You're gonna take him out. Minions there to witness. Here's a killer instant goes. I take everything back. Their way into midside here. Obviously, all the ultimates, apart from the Fate Seal, back up and available. And there's a beautiful Glacial Prism taking out Volare. 1 and 3 back to the Shopkeeper. He's becoming very familiar with what it looks like walking out of base here. It's going to be taken away by Gambling Prodigy yet again, showing us they have secure hands. And here comes a flash Pop Blossom onto 4. The flash over the wall from Gambling Prodigy. Going to keep him alive as 3 more members going to fall. And the pit is a massacre for the blue team. Every single member just going to be sent home in a body bag. This is going to be another fight. This is going to be a cleanse flash to Aqua. Yet again, actually a good play for 5 Mighty Bulldogs.
Back in, I don't know where you're thinking of going, but Brattles is low. Wake up, one more auto will do it. Chikawa looks like a fresh meal. Why are they not giving this to the Ash? Rest the team shot, look at Brattles. This is actually a monster mesh because you are burning them alive. And it's absolutely disgusting. You see the shutdown looks good for Stardust, but it doesn't matter when Brattles is an absolute fiend. It's a double Swayed ulti battle lock if ever I've seen it.
And he's made his way to mid, but the Grandmaster has followed him down and he's going to punish him. I'm not sure a call. I don't think there was any thought process that went into that. Hold on a second, there might be another pick here. Revenant forced flash over the wall. Flag and Drag actually going to go all over Luke's face there. Not over yet. Cled's now being dismounted. Dodge the Aatrox Q2. Flashes the Q3. Igniting the face. Revenant has to space the... Oh! I have no words for that. Boomy is a charge coming through. Noxian General. Look at the damage. Pops before the Lambs Spike can even finish. Oh, what is going on?
No.
One. He's going to get killed by the Gromp. Has to run away. Has to be the safety. Q flash. Luke's going to take the kill.
He's gone. Right. That's just lit.
Let's go. Bye.